Chapter 941. Next, we're going to auction a demonic beast's core. At this moment, the pretty girl smiled. Under the illumination of all kinds of gemstone lights, someone carried a red tray to the girl's side. At this moment, the tray was covered with a red cloth, so no one could see what was inside. The girl stretched out her slender and fair finger, pointing at the item on the tray, and said, "Everyone, guess what this is?" I believe everyone has already felt the rich fire attribute energy. That's right, this is a type of demonic beast's core of fire attribute. Speaking until here, the girl stretched out her hand and gently pulled the core on the tray. Suddenly, a fiery red core that was still burning with flames appeared on the tray. Inside the core, there was a roaring demonic beast's face. It seemed to be a very terrifying demonic beast. Everyone has already guessed it, right? That's right, this is the demonic core of a third-grade heaven-rank demonic beast, the Blazing Lion. This demonic core is extremely beneficial for a beast warrior's cultivation. If there's enough heavenly connection pills, it might even allow a level 1 reaching heaven realm martial artist to reach level 2 of the reaching heaven realm. Of course, Xiaofan suggests that everyone refine it slowly. Otherwise, the demonic core of the Blazing Lion might burn them. Alright, Xiaofan, let's cut to the chase. Now, I'll announce the starting price of the Flaming Lion, 50 Supreme Heaven Pills. Everyone can raise the price. After the girl finished speaking, the others began to raise the price, from 51 to 80. At this time, Jiang Cheng saw that Long Chen was very interested, and said, "Brother Yang wants the Flaming Lion's core?" "That's right, Brother Yang is a beast warrior, and this Flaming Lion's core is useful to you, so I'll buy it for Brother Yang." As he said this, he subconsciously glanced at the wolf cub. "Thank you, Brother Jiang," Long Chen said. "No problem, Brother Yang has just arrived at the Wuxia Sage Empire, so it's normal that you don't have any Supreme Heaven pills. I'll buy it for Brother Yang." Jiang Cheng laughed heartily. At this time, the price outside had already increased to around 100 heavenly connecting pills, and no one was bidding anymore. After all, a third-grade heaven stage demon beast was roughly worth this price. At this moment, Jiang Cheng shouted, 120 heaven connecting pills. The girl was pleasantly surprised because this had already exceeded the market price of the Flaming Lion. The market price was about 100. Seeing that there was no more price, she announced that the heaven connecting pill of the Flaming Lion belonged to Jiang City. The auction continued. Soon, someone delivered the fiery lion's monster core. Jiang Cheng gave the monster core to Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen didn't want it, so he accepted it without hesitation. "I hope Brother Yang can use this monster core to raise his strength to the next level," Jiang Cheng said with a smile. He seemed to be in a good mood all of a sudden. Long Chen didn't know why. "This Jiang Cheng is still so happy after being slaughtered by me. It seems that he has a lot of Supreme Heaven connecting pills in his cosmos sack." Long Chen thought. He guessed that if Jiang Cheng had any bad intentions, he would make a move sooner or later. At that time, Long Chen wouldn't mind taking his Supreme Heaven connecting pills. Then, the auction continued and soon came to an end. Previously, there was a middle-grade heaven stage battle axe which caused quite a stir. Finally, it was sold for 2,000 heavenly connecting pills. And now, there was the last item of the auction. Under the influence of the beautiful girl, everyone was looking forward to it. This is the last item. Everyone probably knows about it. Maybe some of you came here because of its reputation. This is the last item of this auction. Come, bring out the mysterious treasure. At this time, someone brought out a black tray. This time, it was wrapped in a black cloth. The beautiful girl maintained a smile as she gently lifted the black cloth. What appeared on the tray was a bright necklace with a diameter of about 20 centimeters. This necklace was not ordinary. It was bright all over, but there was a strange aura coming from it. At the same time, there was a bloody smell. Long Chen looked at it carefully. There seemed to be a lot of beast souls roaring inside the necklace. This is called the Soul Binding Ring. It is a middle-grade heaven stage spirit treasure. I believe that everyone knows about its heaven-defying function. It can only be used to defeat heaven stage 6th grade demon beasts. Even heaven stage 6th grade demon beasts can be controlled by this soul binding ring. This soul binding ring will make the demon beast submit to you for eternity. This is equivalent to everyone having the strength of a heaven stage 6th grade demon beast. Who would want to miss such a benefit? Even if you have to go bankrupt, you have to buy it. Hee, Xiao Qin is only joking here. However, the soul binding ring is really precious. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have another chance in the future. Everyone, hurry up and increase the price. I now announce that the starting price of the soul binding ring is 5,000 heaven connecting pills. 5,000 heaven connecting pills was not a small amount, but it was only the starting price. 5,000 heaven connecting pills was an astronomical figure for the current Long Chen. However, he didn't care about the 5,000 heaven connecting pills. Instead, he cared about the soul binding ring. At this moment, Jiang Cheng was rubbing his palms and getting ready to start the bidding. However, Long Chen used the psychic beast language to converse with Xiao Lang in a low voice. Xiao Lang, you also know that there is something wrong with Jiang Cheng, right? I feel that he is scheming against you. It seems that after buying the soul binding ring, he will make his move. However, big brother, what do you have that is worth him scheming against? Xiao Lang felt a little strange. A stupid wolf. He is clearly scheming against you, not your big brother. At this moment, Fat Cat, who was in the Great Void Realm, sighed continuously, as though the two of them were useless. I understand. Long Chen came to his senses and nodded. Previously, this fellow kept mentioning you. I think that he has done some research on demonic beasts. Previously, he said that he didn't know what demonic beast you were. I guess he knows that you are a sun-devouring demonic wolf and that you have the talent to advance. That's why he came here to buy the soul binding ring. The soul binding ring can permanently control a demonic beast. Xiao Lang, although you are only at the Earth stage grade 9, as long as he controls you and makes you advance, wouldn't it be equivalent to him obtaining a super helper without any effort? This fellow is really scheming. If it wasn't for the accident at the city gates, big brother, I'm afraid that you would have been tricked by him. He actually wanted to use the soul binding ring to control me. It's really too hateful. Xiao Lang said with a face of resentment. Jiang Cheng's scheming is really good. I guess that he already knew the list of items to be auctioned. That's why he told me what I needed from the start and he would help me buy it. Just now, I bought the Flaming Lion's demonic core, so he was even more certain that you are a sun-devouring demonic wolf that can devour fire items to advance. So, even if he was cheated, he still looked very happy. Long Chen analyzed. To be honest, he was secretly shocked. He had always been thinking about what Jiang Cheng was planning, but he never thought that it would be for Xiao Lang. If he really had his way, then he would have made a huge profit. Even Long Chen was shocked by Xiao Lang's talent. If he were to be properly nurtured in the future, he might even become a demonic beast at the peak. And he had used a soul-binding ring to exchange for such a demonic beast. Wasn't this a huge profit? This fellow probably came to Huangwu City to auction this soul-binding ring. But it's also a coincidence that he saw me fighting with the Wuxia Alliance on the road and knew about my background. I'm afraid that he was only slightly interested in me, but when he saw Xiao Lang appear, he followed me and even tricked me into coming to Huangwu City. Long Chen had already started to sneer in his heart. He was originally very grateful to Jiang Cheng, but after knowing his goal, Long Chen felt somewhat disappointed. Big brother, what should we do? Xiao Lang asked. Don't worry, He's only in the third layer of the reaching heaven state, and I'm not weaker than him. If he underestimates my strength, then I'll beat him at his own game and see who will be the victim. I still want to get some supreme pills from him," Long Chen said with a sneer. At this time, Jiang Cheng also started to join the auction. The soul-binding ring was indeed a treasure at the end of the auction. The price kept rising, and very soon, the price exceeded 10,000 supreme pills under Jiang Cheng's bidding. This guy is very scheming, but I guess his family is quite powerful. He didn't even frown when he said 10,000 supreme pills. Long Chen was secretly shocked. He only had 70 connecting heaven elixirs in his pocket. By the time he obtained the connecting heaven elixirs, the remaining connecting heaven elixirs wouldn't even be enough for him to reach the second level of the reaching heaven realm. At this time, the auction of the soul-binding ring was coming to an end. There were only a few participants left. However, it seemed that Jiang Cheng was the wealthiest. Soon, he lost his patience and directly shouted a high price of 15,000 supreme pills, which instantly outbid the others. Therefore, Jiang Cheng obtained the soul-binding ring. After the auction ended, Jiang Cheng was in a good mood. He kept the soul-binding ring, patted Long Chen's shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother Yang, the auction is finally over. I'm sorry for taking up your time. Brother Jiang, you're too kind. How is this taking up my time? Besides, didn't Brother Jiang give me the fiery lion's demonic core? Long Chen doesn't know how to repay such a great gift." Long Chen said with a smile. "Long Chen?" Jiang Cheng was slightly startled. He seemed to have heard Long Chen call himself Long Chen. What Long Chen? "Brother Jiang, is there a problem?" Long Chen said that he had said his name over 10,000 times, so of course he would make a mistake. Therefore, he quickly reacted and corrected himself. "Oh, it's nothing. But since the auction is over, I'll take you to get your identity badge," Jiang Cheng said with a smile, thinking that he had heard wrong. "That's good. Thank you so much, Brother Jiang. When I join the ancient demon area and become successful, I won't forget to repay Brother Jiang," Long Chen said gratefully. "No problem, it's fate that we met," Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Chapter 942. Everyone heard the cracking sound very clearly. This was the sound of a broken nose. It was incomparably ear-piercing. When the crowd heard this crisp sound, they felt their hair stand on end. What they saw was that as soon as the two of them started fighting, Long Chen rushed to Gong Sun Woody's back with a speed even faster than Gong Sun Woody. Then, he punched him in the face and broke his nose. "What?" Gong Sun Woody let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying, rolling several times on the stage. This scene caused those who saw the situation to feel their throats go dry, and silence reigned. Who was Gong Sun Woody? He was one of the strongest cultivators in the Spectre City below the age of 50. He was very close to reaching the God martial arts realm. With the golden wings of the Gong Sun clan's patriarch, he could fight 10 people at once. Gong Sun Woody had the record of fighting 10 cultivators in the 9th level of the Sky martial arts realm. With his golden wings of the demonic rock, no cultivator could stop him. Not only in terms of speed, but also in terms of attacking power, Gong Sun Woody was also stronger than ordinary cultivators of the 9th layer of the Sky martial arts level. It was said that an ancestor of the God martial arts level in his clan had given his power to Gong Sun Woody through a secret treasure before he died, which allowed him to use pure Qi 10 times faster. That should be the effect of the 5 divine emperors. However, the power of Gong Sun Woody's ancestor was more useful than the 5 divine emperors. At least, Long Chen couldn't use the power of the 5 divine emperors anymore, but Gong Sun Woody could. The fact that Long Chen was able to defeat Gong Sun Woody at the beginning of the battle caused a huge reaction. The spectators were all stunned. He sent Gong Sun Woody flying with one punch. Long Chen is indeed someone who can sit next to Lord Yi Xian. He's so strong. Some people were more clear-headed and said, don't be too proud. Gongsun Wudi is just a rival in love. He hasn't used his ancestors' power, the golden wings of the demonic rock, and many other skills. If he used them, Long Chen wouldn't be a match for him. Although Song Yang and Song Yuchen were very surprised by Long Chen's heaven-defying performance, they actually felt the same way. Long Chen's performance just now was because his opponents had underestimated him, which was why he had been able to gain the upper hand. However, it was all within Yi Xian and Yi Xian's expectations. Sister, see? I told you, Long Chen is really strong. He can defeat a cultivator of the second layer of the god martial arts. Yi Xian actually admired Long Chen a little. When he told Yi Xian about it, he felt like he was showing off. Yi Xian smiled faintly and said, we'll see how he performs next. By the time she finished speaking, Gongsun Wudi had already climbed up from the arena. At this moment, his expression was completely different from his previous contented expression. It could be seen that the bridge of his nose was crooked to one side, and 2 streams of blood flowed from his nasal cavity. His face was extremely gloomy and his eyes had completely turned blood red after suffering such a terrible defeat at the beginning of the match. This was probably the heaviest humiliation he had ever received in his life. Long Chen, I'm going to tear you apart. Gongsun Wudi clenched his fists tightly and roared. At this moment, more than half of the 100 battles had ended. In some of the battlefields, the second battle had already started. The first day was a fast battle, so there would be a big gap between the strong and the weak. Just use your strongest skills, so that you don't waste my time. With a flash of golden light, Long Chen's body instantly appeared before Gongsun Wudi. He threw a punch at Gongsun Wudi's chest, which turned into a golden ray of light. So fast. This time, Gongsun Wudi saw it clearly. Long Chen was also good at speed. In a hurry, Gongsun Wudi could only use his arms to block Long Chen's punch, but the huge force still sent him flying. What a powerful force! Gongsun Wudi had to admit that Long Chen was an expert that was very difficult to deal with. Before, he had indeed looked down on Long Chen, but now he realized that looking down on Long Chen would make him pay a heavy price. My son, go all out. In the distance, one of the men from the Gongsun clan saw how strong Long Chen was, and he quickly shouted to Gongsun Wudi from afar. Even my father is wrong. That's right. It's really exciting to meet an opponent like you in the first round. Although Gongsun Wudi's nose was injured, he was smiling excitedly. After saying that, Gongsun Wudi clenched his fists. On the middle finger of his left hand, there was a dark golden ring. At that moment, golden power was flowing out of the ring and continuously flowing into Gongsun Wudi's ring. Gongsun Wudi's pure chi was originally at the peak of the 9th heaven martial realm, and at that moment, it kept rising. It had reached the peak of the 9th heaven martial realm, close to the level of the god martial realm. That was the power that the ancestors of the Gongsun clan had left to Gongsun Wudi. Only cultivators of the god martial realm could pour their power into secret treasures, such as the dark golden ring and the 5 emperor seals of Long Chen. Back in the Shenwu dynasty, the martial emperor's bloodline had a martial emperor's ring that could display the effect of the martial emperor's possession. Actually, the principle behind it was different. That was considered a trick that required a lot of effort, but the effect wasn't great. Long Chen, of course, sensed that Gongsun Wudi's strength had increased. Gongsun Wudi's pure chi was already stronger than his, and now, it was even stronger. And that wasn't the end. After the ancestor's power entered Gongsun Wudi's body, his eyes suddenly turned dark golden. A shadow of a golden rock appeared on his body, and eventually gathered behind him, forming a pair of golden wings on his back. Buzz! The golden wings flapped and an earth-shattering force immediately surged towards Long Chen. The entire arena trembled slightly as the wind blew on it. That was Gongsun Wudi's most powerful state. Back then, Gongsun Wudi had used that state to kill 10 cultivators of the 9th heaven martial realm. Gongsun Wudi, who had been suppressed by Long Chen, turned the tables in an instant. Gongsun Wudi now can even resist the experts of the god martial realm in front of him. Moreover, with the demon rock golden wings, Long Chen doesn't have an advantage in speed anymore. The people outside the arena were talking about it. The battle was once again full of suspense. It's over. Gongsun Wudi chuckled. The golden wings on his back fluttered slightly, and suddenly, sand and stones were flying. He turned into a golden light that was faster than Long Chen, and in an instant, he was in front of Long Chen. It was too fast. The crowd was in an uproar. Here you go. Gongsun Wudi punched at Long Chen's chest. Just like what Long Chen had done, his strength, combined with the strength of his ancestors, made the punch much stronger than Long Chen's. A strong pressure shook towards Long Chen. Gongsun Wudi's speed was faster than Long Chen's, and he was going to take revenge on Long Chen in the same way. However, when the crowd thought that Long Chen was going to lose, Long Chen's face was frighteningly calm. Gongsun Wudi's punch hit his chest, but Gongsun Wudi was stunned, because he found that he had hit nothing but an afterimage of Long Chen. You're still too slow. Behind him, Long Chen's faint voice sounded. Gongsun Wudi turned his head in shock. A huge golden fist had landed on his lower abdomen. The pain was so intense that Gongsun Wudi almost vomited the food he had eaten the night before. Break! Gongsun Wudi spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying again. He rolled on the ground a few times, and this time, his injury was even more serious. It could be said that he had lost at least a part of his fighting capacity. This time, the crowd was in an even louder uproar. Almost everyone's attention was drawn to Long Chen. How is this possible? Gongsun Wudi used his wings, but his speed is still slower than Long Chen's. Has Long Chen's speed reached the full circle of the divine martial realm? That's terrifying. Even the wings can't keep up with his speed. How can he have such a strong advantage in speed? Even the members of the Gongsun clan couldn't accept this result. Their strongest point was their speed, which they were proud of. However, Long Chen had easily defeated a very talented youngster in their clan in this aspect of speed. A feeling of defeat rose in the hearts of the crowd. On the grandstand, Yi Xian also had a look of approval on her face. From the beginning, Long Chen had been suppressing Gongsun Wudi, and there was no doubt about the outcome. Gongsun Wudi endured the pain and forced himself to stand up. His eyes had turned red. Good, very good. You are the first person to beat me in speed. You are qualified for me to use this move on you. At this moment, the disdainful and sympathetic looks from the crowd had aroused the anger in Gongsun Wudi's heart. His strength burst out, and his golden wings flapped. A powerful aura burst out from his body and swept towards Long Chen. Second grade divine skill, demonic pen golden wings, 6 Dao reversal. He used a second grade divine skill. It seemed that Gongsun Wudi was indeed talented. The image of the divine bird appeared on his back again. The golden wings were burning like flames. As Gongsun Wudi threw out a punch, the demonic pen golden wings merged together with his punch, forming millions of golden blades. They rotated and formed a drilling force that rumbled towards Long Chen. This second-grade divine skill was the unique skill of the Gongsun clan. It was within Long Chen's expectations that it could produce such power. The attack speed of the second-grade divine skill was even faster than Gongsun Wudi's own movement speed. Chapter 943. The entire arena trembled under the attack of this second-grade divine technique. This was the most powerful move that had been used among the 20,000 warriors since the start of the battle. It attracted everyone's attention. Even many people who were fighting in the arena were attracted by the first battle in the first arena. Everyone was looking forward to Long Chen's performance. Without saying anything, Long Chen raised his fist and casually threw a punch. Void breaking. Although it was only a first-grade divine skill, this move had the power of a second-grade divine skill. With the support of Long Chen's powerful and vigorous genuine essence, the punch easily broke through Gongsun Wudi's second-grade divine skill and pierced through the countless golden blades that looked like golden wings. Long Chen's punch pierced through Gongsun Wudi's second-grade divine skill and pierced through the countless golden blades. Long Chen's punch pierced through Gongsun Wudi's eyes. Boom! With a loud explosion, Gongsun Wudi screamed and was sent flying out of the arena. An expert of the god martial arts realm from the Gongsun clan rushed over and caught him. Long Chen, on the other hand, broke through the other golden blades and sat steadily on the ground. In fact, it wasn't easy for Long Chen to deal with a second-grade divine skill like void breaking. He looked relaxed, but in fact, he had exhausted all his strength. In the end, he suppressed Gongsun Wudi in every aspect. He was stronger than Gongsun Wudi in every aspect. Although Gongsun Wudi was injured, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Of course, it was just a competition. Long Chen and Gongsun Wudi didn't hate each other, so he stopped at the last moment. He controlled his strength to knock Gongsun Wudi out of the arena. That was enough. When Gongsun Wudi was thrown out of the fighting ring, the crowd burst into an uproar. The strength Long Chen had shown before was only the 7th level of the Tian Qi layer, but at that moment, he had effortlessly defeated Gongsun Wudi, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Tian Qi layer. From that, it could be seen that compared to Gongsun Wudi, Long Chen was closer to the god Qi layer. Maybe Long Chen already had the strength to fight against experts of the god martial arts realm. That is to say, this Long Chen should be in the top 3 of this martial arts competition. He might even be able to compete with Su Shui, the favored daughter of heaven. Everyone had doubts about Long Chen at the beginning. Now, almost everyone thought that Long Chen's status was second only to Su Shui. It could be said that Long Chen's performance today was simply too heaven-defying. When the referee announced Long Chen's victory, everyone recovered from the shock. The spectators looked at Long Chen in awe. Obviously, Long Chen's performance had completely convinced them. The participants in the 7th level of the heaven realm and above looked at Long Chen, who was still standing on the stage, and their eyes were filled with reverence. This was the first time that Long Chen had displayed his strength in a place like the Spirit Main City, where experts gathered. After he won, he went back to Yi Xian's side. At that moment, Yi Xian was waving at him. For a powerful warrior like Yi Xian, she could clearly see that among these 20,000 people, there was only one person who could fight against Su Shui, who was at the god martial realm. Without a doubt, it was Long Chen. As for the others, no matter if they were from the Gongsun clan, the Fu clan, or other forces, none of them could reach this level. Although there were a lot of people in this martial arts competition and some of them had amazing performances, Long Chen and Su Shui's strength was still much higher than theirs. The battles in the other arenas were still going on. On the way back, Long Chen glanced in the direction of the Netherworld army. Su Shui and Netherworld General Su Tian were sitting next to Sumo. When the three of them gathered together, just their gazes alone made him feel great pressure. Sumo still had an indiscernible smile on his face, but Long Chen had a feeling that he had been seen through. As for Su Tian, his expression was still cold. He looked at Long Chen with a murderous look. Su Shui was even more direct. She glanced at Long Chen with an obvious murderous look. Obviously, after seeing Long Chen's performance, Su Shui also knew that he was her only opponent. Of course, Su Shui still did not take him seriously. The difference between the God martial arts realm and the Sky martial arts realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. After returning to Yi Xian's side, Yi Xian excitedly hugged her and fiercely patted Long Chen's shoulders. He said, "Not bad, you didn't let me down. Good luck, next time, beat that Su Shui up for me." In fact, Yi Xian was not a very mature person. He was very direct with his words. This kind of person was the most compatible with Long Chen. Such a beautiful girl, it's not good to beat her flat. "I'll give her to you," said Long Chen jokingly. He then sat down next to Yi Xian and continued to watch. From now on, he only needed to fight one battle a day. Unless he met Su Shui in advance, it would be very easy. "I saw you just now. Your understanding of the sword Dao has reached the 3rd level. You can burst out with 7 times the power, or even more," said Yi Xian suddenly. Long Chen nodded. As a matter of fact, he had 2 innate sword embryos. When the 2 innate sword embryos combined, he could unleash around 10 times the power. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with admiration. She praised, "In the true martial imperial domain, there are far fewer people who practice the sword Dao than in the sword spirit imperial domain. In the entire Serene Hell Prefecture, there are less than 5 people who have reached the 3rd level in the sword Dao, and I'm one of them. I'm very impressed that you have such achievements in the sword Dao at such a young age." Yi Xian was speaking the truth. Those who could reach the 3rd level in the sword Dao were mostly over 1,000 years old, but Long Chen was not even 50 years old. Long Chen did not comprehend the sword Dao himself, so he did not think that he was that amazing. However, the way Yi Xian looked at Long Chen became more and more passionate, and then more and more helpless. She suddenly said with excitement, "I can feel that your sword spirit is most proficient in using the sword. Your understanding of the Tao of slaughter is also extraordinary. Floating blood and killing tribulation are the most suitable for you. To be honest, I really want to take you as my disciple, but I've already said it. In the end, it's all up to you. Good luck." Her words filled Long Chen with energy. "Don't worry, I know." He smiled, his eyes were filled with confidence. With such a powerful expert supporting him, Long Chen felt that he had nothing to be afraid of. Yi Xian's love for talent had moved her, that's why she was so excited at this moment. After that, the days passed one after another. The powerful cultivators continued to fight, and soon, more than 10 days had passed. There were over 100,000 people, but gradually, there were less than 100 people left. Among these 100 people, other than Long Chen and Su Shui, the rest were all at the 9th level of the Tian Qi realm, and they were all famous geniuses in their places. In more than 10 battles, Long Chen's luck was relatively normal. Basically, all the opponents he encountered, even if they were at the 9th level of the Tian Qi realm, he could defeat them with one attack. The only one who had the same luck as him was Su Shui. Since the beginning of the battles, no one had been able to block even one attack from Su Shui. Every time, the opponents were randomly selected. No one knew who the next opponent would be, they would only know when the battle started. There was one time when Long Chen and Su Shui were in the same group, but what made everyone feel regretful was that they were still not Su Shui's opponents. The last 100 people were the elites of the elites. Every one of them had experienced more than 10 battles, it could be said that they had been honed through life and death situations. During this period of time, Long Chen had also helped him a lot. Sometimes, during the battles, he would also activate the true martial imperial soul to improve his understanding of martial arts. It had been a while since he reached the 7th level of the Tian Qi realm. Long Chen felt that compared to Su Shui, his true qi was still relatively insufficient. If he didn't reach the 8th level of the Tian Qi realm, it would be difficult for him to have the power to fight against Su Shui. This was an urgent matter. After that day of battles, there were about 50 people left. Long Chen played around with his opponents for a while. Even if he was at the 9th level of the Tian Qi realm, he was still easily defeated by Long Chen. On the second day, Long Chen's opponent was still at the 9th level of the Tian Qi realm. After he met Long Chen, he was very nervous. This time, Long Chen's arena was closest to the position of the underworld army. Su Shui had already finished her battle. More than 20 warriors of the god martial realm of the underworld army were staring at Long Chen. Because the number of people had decreased a lot, there were only a few battles still going on. Actually, Long Chen's battle was not very attractive, because everyone knew that he would easily defeat his opponents, so there was nothing to see. Long Chen hated this feeling. The eyes of more than 20 warriors of the god martial realm were like cold rays of light, sweeping over Long Chen's body. It was like a blade, scratching Long Chen's skin. "Are you threatening me?" Long Chen sneered in his heart. He knew that Su Shui and the others regarded him as their only opponent, which was why they were threatening him at this time. At this time, the referee had already announced the start of the battle. To deal with such an opponent, Long Chen didn't even need to transform. Long Chen's opponent, a man in a blue battle robe, seemed to be even more nervous. He stood there without moving, blankly looking at Long Chen. What Long Chen didn't see was that when the battle started, Su Shui's father, Netherworld General Su Tian, revealed a trace of a strange smile. It was the first time that Long Chen saw his opponent being so nervous, but he was not surprised. He directly turned into a golden lightning and instantly rushed towards his opponent. His speed was far faster than his opponent. To deal with him, he only needed a punch. Chapter 944. His only opponent was the person in front of him. Why did this person give him such a strong sense of crisis? At this moment, Long Chen's hair stood on end. The whole world suddenly quieted down. The blue-robed cultivator's movements slowed down in front of Long Chen. Suddenly, he took out a talisman from his storage ring. As soon as the talisman was taken out, the eyes of many god martial arts realm experts, especially those who were more knowledgeable, burst out with a strong light. Divine Forbidden Talisman. Hearing this name, Long Chen didn't know what this talisman was. However, Kidden was experienced and knowledgeable, so he shouted out the function of this talisman. Quickly dodge, the Divine Forbidden Talisman can imprison warriors under the god martial realm. Only the power of the god martial realm can break this talisman. Even Kidden told Long Chen to dodge, so Long Chen naturally used his full strength. The problem was that this talisman was too sudden and strange. It was completely out of Long Chen's expectation. Moreover, Long Chen was already very close to his opponent and was about to finish him off with one punch. Of course, Long Chen could use the blood escape technique. With the power of the blood escape technique, he could instantly rush out of the arena. However, the problem was that once he left the arena, Long Chen would lose. This Divine Forbidden Talisman was obviously designed for Long Chen. After the Divine Forbidden Talisman was released, its range could reach up to 50 meters in front of the blue-robed cultivator. It could be said that more than half of the arena was covered by this talisman. Long Chen couldn't accurately escape the range of this talisman in a short time. In everyone's eyes, Long Chen was rushing towards the blue-robed cultivator. Everyone thought that he could kill him in a second, but they didn't expect that at this time, the blue-robed cultivator would take out a Divine Forbidden Talisman and activate it instantly. The Divine Forbidden Talisman immediately turned into a transparent ripple, just like a water wave, that rippled forward. The release speed of the talisman was very fast. Even though Long Chen had the speed of the divine martial realm, he was still covered by the transparent ripple for a moment. When the transparent ripple touched Long Chen's body, all the ripple converged together and instantly imprisoned Long Chen. How is this possible? Long Chen felt that the transparent ripple had a huge power. It formed a transparent water film and covered Long Chen's body. Because of the existence of this transparent water film, Long Chen found that he couldn't use his power. He could still use the pure origin in his body, but his body couldn't move at all. It's over. The power of this divine forbidden talisman can't be broken without reaching the god martial realm. This kind of talisman has a very powerful function. It can even reverse life and death in an instant. Normally, it is given to the children of some big powers to save their lives. The price of a divine forbidden talisman is 10 times more expensive than the defensive talisman that you got in the past. Kitten explained. Long Chen's eyes were cold. At this moment, he was operating the power of his body. He even transformed into the dragon soul. However, it was a pity that he didn't have an advantage in terms of pure origin. He couldn't even catch up with the 9th level of the heaven martial realm in terms of pure origin, let alone opening this talisman. He used all his strength and roared. However, he still couldn't shake off the restriction on his body. This blue-cloaked martial artist is just a small cultivator in the 9th level of the heaven martial realm. He unexpectedly has a divine forbidden talisman. From Kitten's words, Long Chen could roughly understand how precious this divine forbidden talisman was. Generally speaking, a martial artist in the 2nd level of the god martial realm would have to spend most of his wealth to buy such a divine forbidden talisman. This blue-cloaked martial artist was either lucky or he was a disciple of a super big clan. However, if he was from a super big clan, his power wouldn't be so low. Looking at his age, he should be close to 50 years old. If I wasn't lucky enough to get a divine forbidden talisman, there must be something fishy behind this. Someone wants to eliminate me first. Long Chen originally thought that he could smoothly reach the final battle and deal with Sumo. However, he didn't expect that he would encounter such a crisis not far from the final battle. Currently, there were only about 50 people who hadn't been eliminated. After today's battles, it was estimated that there would only be 20 people left. Seeing that Long Chen was restricted by the divine forbidden talisman, Yi Xian immediately stood up. The other people in the mansion all had ugly expressions on their faces. Normally, the martial arts competition didn't restrict the use of talismans. In the past, there were no rules to restrict the use of talismans. This time, because of Yi Xian's decision to accept a disciple, the rules of the martial arts competition had expanded a lot. Normally, those who had the divine forbidden talisman were either rich or powerful, and they wouldn't care too much about Yi Xian's position as her disciple. However, such a rule-breaking talisman had appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Since the opponent had already used it, it was already too late for Yi Xian to announce that Long Chen couldn't use the divine forbidden talisman. Everyone knew that Long Chen was Yi Xian's disciple. If Yi Xian suddenly changed her mind, there would be people who wouldn't accept it and say that she was biased. However, Yi Xian didn't expect that something like the divine forbidden talisman would appear in such a small competition. Not only had Yi Xian not thought of it, no one had thought of it. The god forbidden talisman was a luxury item, and its price was almost as high as Floating Blood's weapon. Plus, normally, those who participated in the martial arts competition were all hot-blooded youths who wanted to prove their strength. Who would use something like a talisman to win? Therefore, this divine forbidden talisman was out of everyone's expectation. He actually used the divine forbidden talisman. Isn't this a bit too much? Under the effect of the divine forbidden talisman, Long Chen will definitely lose. This isn't fair at all. If this guy in blue had more divine forbidden talismans, he could have won the championship. That's not true. The divine forbidden talisman doesn't work on Su Shui. However, this is too much. I was looking forward to the battle between Long Chen and Su Shui. Many people expressed their dissatisfaction. Those with powerful families also stood up and looked over nervously. Yi Xian couldn't stand it anymore. He quickly said to Yi Xian, "Sister, that warrior obviously can't take one move from Long Chen." However, he still used something like the divine forbidden talisman. Isn't this breaking the rules of the martial arts competition? This is cheating. We can't let this continue. Yi Xian said helplessly, impossible. The martial arts competition doesn't prohibit the use of talismans. I also didn't expect that someone would use a divine forbidden talisman for this competition. Long Chen simply didn't have the strength to break through the divine forbidden talisman. Right now, he was very anxious in his heart. It was as if all his strength had been locked. In his heart, he was even more certain that this martial artist called Lian Yun shouldn't have a divine forbidden talisman. Someone must have taken advantage of this and used a divine forbidden talisman in order to eliminate Long Chen. Of course, the arrangement of the battle was random. However, there were only a few dozen people left. If the other party had randomly arranged for someone to fight, there was a chance that they would meet later on. The other party was probably gambling on their luck. Who would have thought that they would really meet? Long Chen could only blame it on his bad luck. In fact, it was very likely that the other party had arranged for more than 1 or 2 chess pieces. Anger. Although the competition didn't prohibit the use of divine forbidden talismans, Long Chen was played. This feeling of helplessness made him very angry. Under the restriction of the divine forbidden talisman, he couldn't move at all. If someone is really going to use a divine forbidden talisman to eliminate me first, then it must be Su Shui from the Netherworld army. Without turning his head, Long Chen guessed. Do you think it's so easy for you to stop what I, Long Chen, have set my mind on something? Although he couldn't move, Long Chen sneered in his heart. At this moment, the entire Spectre martial arts practice ground was in an uproar. The martialist called Lian Yun was also frightened by the loud noise and was forced to retreat. Although Long Chen was imprisoned before him, his cold eyes were like those of a ferocious beast from the ancient times, causing him to feel endless fear in his heart. This won't do. The divine forbidden talisman can't restrict me for long. I have to hurry. After thinking about this, Lian Yun clenched his teeth and rushed towards Long Chen. It was actually very easy to deal with the restricted Long Chen. With a casual punch, Lian Yun directly blasted Long Chen off the stage. In an instant, when they saw Long Chen fall off the stage, everyone was silent for a moment before a huge commotion broke out. Long Chen lost. He was the only one who could compete with Su Shui, but he didn't expect that he would lose to an unknown warrior. It was such a farce. Many people couldn't believe their eyes, but the rules of the martial arts competition were like this. Whoever fell out of the ring was the loser. Many people opened their eyes wide as they listened to the judge announce the result. The winner is Lian Yun. I can't accept this. On the stage, Yi Xian was very excited. He was about to rush over. He was the one who wanted Long Chen to win the championship the most, and he believed that Long Chen had the ability to win. But he never thought that this would happen today. Yi Xian. Under Yi Xian's control, Yi Xian was pulled back. Then, Yi Xian said hurriedly, "Calm down, let me see if there's a way to deal with this." Yi Xian finally calmed down. At this moment, coincidentally, the divine forbidden talisman's duration was over. It wasn't that the divine forbidden talisman's duration was short, but it was enough to kill the person who was restricted several times. At this moment, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Long Chen silently stood up from the ground. "All right, Lian Yun, Long Chen, please leave the stage. There will be another battle soon." To prevent Long Chen from getting angry, the judge separated Long Chen and Lian Yun. But to his disappointment, Long Chen wasn't very excited. He smiled casually, as if it was something insignificant. Then, he turned around and looked at Sumo and the others. Sumo was still smiling mysteriously. Su Shui seemed to be a little angry, and Netherworld General Su Tian had a strange expression on his face. Chapter 945. This Su Tian gave Long Chen a strange feeling. To be honest, the position of Yi Xian's disciple was very important to Long Chen, but Long Chen had already been eliminated before he even got to the finals. He was a very open-minded person, so he was not impatient, but very calm. Under everyone's gaze, he returned to the seat next to Yi Xian, and the anger in his eyes slowly disappeared. Long Chen. Yi Xian and her brother looked at him, not knowing what to say. I didn't expect this either. This warrior named Lian Yun was probably lucky and found this divine forbidden talisman somewhere. I just checked Lian Yun's information. He is a genius warrior from one of the big families in a middle city. Yi Xian explained. Yi Xian and the others didn't experience it themselves, so they didn't have the feeling of being tricked like Long Chen did. However, Long Chen knew that it must have been the people next to Su Shui who were behind this. You are already a god martial realm warrior, and you are still afraid of me? Do you really need to use this kind of method to eliminate me? Long Chen sneered in his mind, and he said to Yi Xian, let's watch the battle first, I will see if there are any other ways. Long Chen was much calmer than what Yi Xian and the others had expected. Yi Xian thought about it and said, how about this, after the competition, I will still take you as my disciple, and I can still give you the killing calamity, but the floating blood divine sword is the prize of the competition, so I can't give it to you. For Long Chen, this was a great result. Long Chen didn't meet the requirements, but Yi Xian still wanted to take him as her disciple, which showed how much she valued Long Chen. Becoming the disciple of such a powerful warrior, on one hand, he would have access to more resources, and on the other hand, he would be protected and intimidated by his status. The Su family used the divine forbidden talisman to eliminate Long Chen, but they didn't expect Yi Xian to make such a decision. However, their main goal was to place Su Shui next to Yi Xian. Long Chen knew that although Yi Xian was strong, she was far behind Sumo and the others when it came to scheming. Judging from Yi Xian's current performance, Long Chen suspected that Sumo was the one who tried to assassinate Yi Xian. After satisfying Long Chen in another way, Yi Xian let go of this matter. She didn't look into the matter of the God-forbidden talisman, nor did she think of investigating it thoroughly. After all, the rules were there, and Long Chen had already lost. In her subconscious mind, the warriors in the competition were all randomly arranged, and it would be very difficult for anyone to eliminate Long Chen. The others didn't think of this either. Long Chen didn't seem to resist, and the others gradually calmed down. The day's battles gradually passed. Within the jurisdiction of the Spectre City, a group of outstanding young geniuses had successfully advanced to the next round, becoming the last 20 or so warriors. After a few more days of battles, the true champion would be decided. The following battles would probably be held in bigger arenas, and they would be held separately. This martial arts competition was finally coming to an end. Night fell, and the crowd dispersed. When the sun rose, everyone would gather here again for a new round of battles. Netherworld Army Training Camp, Purple Ink Palace. Sumo was sitting in the highest position, resting with his eyes closed. Below him, Su Shui and Su Tian were facing each other. Su Shui's chest was heaving up and down, looking at Netherworld General Su Tian, as if she was very angry. She pointed at Su Tian and said, "Father, who asked you to meddle in other people's business? Isn't it just a small sky martial realm warrior? I can deal with him myself. Don't you think it's a waste to take out the God-forbidden talisman?" Su Tian waved his hand and said, "I'm just trying my luck. I saved Lian Yun's life, and I'm absolutely trustworthy. Who would have thought that Long Chen's luck would be so bad? Out of 50 people, he just had to encounter Lian Yun, so Lian Yun had to use the God-forbidden talisman." After a short pause, he continued, "Although there are 50 people, as long as Lian Yun can hold on, the chances of him meeting Long Chen is still very high. So, you want to take out the God-forbidden talisman?" Su Shui asked while gnashing her teeth. Su Tian indifferently said, "This kind of thing can only deal with kids who haven't reached the God martial realm. What use is it? I got a few of them a while ago and I was worried that I couldn't use them. Aren't they coming in handy now?" My good daughter, your father helped you get rid of a powerful enemy, don't you think you should thank me? Su Shue's angry appearance made him really uncomfortable. It's not like that. Su Shue said with red eyes, I, a grand god martial realm warrior, need to use the god-forbidden talisman to cheat and get rid of a sky martial realm warrior? This is simply a joke, how will other people look at me? Only the three of us know about this, how will other people look at you? Su Tian was also angry, he said, did you forget what General Mo said? This Long Chen once used a skill to injure Su Yi, who was at the second level of the god martial realm. If I use that skill on you, it's very possible that you'll be killed. I did it just to be safe, and things like the god-forbidden talisman really aren't that useful for people at our level. One skill, and he even injured Su Yi. Su Shue also thought of this matter. That also made her a bit scared, but in her heart, she still didn't think that she could lose to Long Chen. Enough. Su Mo opened his eyes at this moment and spoke softly. A cold and gloomy aura reverberated in the violet ink palace. Su Shue, your father is doing this for your own good. What's done is done, focus on becoming the champion and getting close to Yi Xian, don't talk nonsense. Then, he looked at Su Tian, a spark was burning in his eyes. Su Tian, next time, without my order, don't make a decision on your own. This is the first time, I won't argue with you, but if there's a second time, you're done for. Su Mo was never just trying to scare others. General Mo, I know I was wrong. Su Tian quickly lowered his head and said. Su Shue moved her lips, she wanted to say something but stopped. Finally, she changed her tone and said, General Mo, I will definitely complete the task that you gave me, I will help you get the right to use the Red Lotus Jade Pendant as soon as possible. All right. Sumo nodded. Just like that, the matter was over. In the following days, although Long Chen was eliminated, he would sit next to Yi Xian and watch the battles every day. In fact, if Long Chen didn't participate, Yi Xian wouldn't even want to come, but since Long Chen was there every day, he was dragged here by Long Chen. Long Chen, who hadn't participated in the battle and could only watch, was gradually forgotten by the spectators. They watched as Su Shue defeated all her opponents without being able to withstand a single move. Perhaps they would look at Long Chen on the high platform. He was the only person who had the strength to compete with Su Shue. Unfortunately, he was already eliminated. Lian Yun, who had a divine forbidden talisman, encountered Su Shue in the battles in the following days. In the eyes of the audience, it might be because Lian Yun used the divine forbidden talisman on Long Chen, making Su Shue lose her opponent, which angered Su Shue. Lian Yun was killed by Su Shue in one move. This martial competition was extremely cruel. When two people fought, one would definitely be injured. Death was a normal thing in the martial competition. After all, to win the competition, one had to use all their strength, and it was difficult to control their strength. From the beginning of the competition, many people had died. Lian Yun's death didn't bother many people, and no one would guess that it was Su Shue who destroyed his body. In fact, the divine forbidden talisman had nothing to do with Su Shue, it was Su Tian who did it on his own. As the days passed, the audience's expectations for the champion decreased. From the current situation, there was no doubt that Su Shue would become the champion. On the last day, after almost 20 battles, the two people who had never been defeated became the champions. One of them was definitely Su Shue, and the other was the strongest person under the age of 50 from the Fu clan in the Ghost City, Fu Yi. Fu Ye's strength was similar to Gongsun Wudi, who Long Chen had fought. Before Yi Xian had come, before Su Shue had come back, they were publicly recognized as the strongest people in their age group in the Ghost City. Normally, after reaching the Sky Martial Realm, 100 years old was the most suitable age to cultivate. After that age, if one wanted to break through, it would take dozens of years, hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Sometimes, it would be impossible to make any progress. The difficulty of the martial path was reflected in this place. Although there was less expectation, the competition had lasted for almost 20 days, so people still wanted to watch it. On that day, there were more than 100,000 people. It was a sea of people. Even some people who had been eliminated before were there to watch the competition. They wanted to see the champion with their own eyes. Among the crowd, there were Song Yang and Song Yuchen. Su Shui is going to win, said Song Yuchen, his eyes sparkling like stars. If that Long Chen didn't encounter the God-forbidden talisman, then there might be some suspense. But now, Su Shui is definitely going to win. She has become Yi Xian's direct disciple, and her status is even higher now. Song Yang said emotionally. Grandpa, don't overestimate Long Chen. I think he can at most compete with Fu Yi. He's still very far away from the God martial realm, said Song Yuchen disdainfully. Plus, he's already eliminated, what right does he have to be mentioned by others? Song Yang shook his head and said nothing. To be honest, it was a pity that he couldn't see the battle between Long Chen and Su Shui. At this moment, under the arrangement of several God martial arts realm experts, Su Shui and Fu Yi stepped onto the largest arena of the Spectre martial arts field. This arena was completely black and made of metal. It was incomparably hard. This level of metal could simply be used to forge God-level divine weapons. Chapter 946. Fu Yi is definitely not Su Shui's match. After all, there is a huge gap between their cultivation levels. Yeah, it's a pity that Long Chen was eliminated. I didn't get to see the outcome of the battle between him and Su Shui. That makes sense. Su Shui won in the end. She hasn't fought against Long Chen, so I can't be sure if she is really stronger than Long Chen. That makes sense. Before, Long Chen easily suppressed Gongsun Wudi, who was at the same cultivation level as Fu Yi. Now, let's see if Su Shui can easily suppress Fu Yi. I'm really looking forward to their battle. Without Long Chen, I feel that this martial arts competition is meaningless. Such discussions could be heard everywhere. After hearing this, Su Shui's face turned ice cold. She gradually clenched her fists. A cold chi exploded from her body and swept through the surroundings. This was the power of the divine martial realm. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. They knew that Su Shui was angry, so they could only retreat and shut their mouths. Long Chen. Clenching her fists, Su Shui raised her head and looked at Long Chen, who was sitting on the high platform. At that moment, Long Chen was also looking at her. Feeling the unwillingness in her eyes, Long Chen faintly smiled. He raised his hand and made a gesture on his neck. Long Chen's provocation made Su Shui even more furious. She believed that she could definitely win against Long Chen. Those people were saying that Long Chen was on par with her. These words stimulated Su Shui's pride. The sparks between Long Chen and Su Shui could obviously be felt by Yi Xian. She had a premonition that Long Chen was going to do something. This young man had always been very bold. From the fact that he dared to save Yi Xian from the hands of a cultivator of the second layer of the divine martial realm, it could be seen. Next, it was the battle between Su Shui and Fu Yi. Fu Yi indeed had Gongsun Wudi's methods. He had everything that Gongsun Wudi had. Moreover, Fu Yi was a talisman master. He had many talismans in his hands. From the beginning, he used talismans to bombard Su Shui repeatedly. Soul Ice Beast Talisman. A large expanse of ice instantly covered the entire 1,000-meter arena, freezing Su Shui under layers of ice at the same time. 9 Heavenly Fire Talisman. Another rune unfurled and a flame suddenly split into 9 flames. Each flame flew toward Su Shui in 9 different directions. At this time, Su Shui was still frozen in ice. With her strength, an explosion sounded out and countless pieces of ice flew in all directions. But at this time, the 9 heavens' true flame rune descended. Cold and hot mixed together and a terrifying energy rumbled toward Su Shui. Fu Yi was the first person who could attack Su Shui. Child's play. Su Shui groaned coldly. To her, Fu Yi was the same as Gongsun Wudi. She had to defeat Fu Yi even faster than Long Chen had defeated Gongsun Wudi. Only then could she be considered as stronger than Long Chen. Surprisingly, she was being compared to a cultivator of the Tian Qi layer. To her, that was something she couldn't accept. Underworld Ghost Hand. At this moment, Su Shui vanished from her original location. The 9 heavens' true fire talismans all struck empty air, causing the entire stage to rumble. With an extremely high speed, Su Shui instantly appeared in front of Fu Yi. Her right hand abruptly grabbed out, and instantly, a strange dark green mist began to emanate from her slender arm. It abruptly expanded, transforming into a malevolent gigantic arm. Countless ghostly shadows coiled around it, and this ghostly hand grabbed towards Fu Yi in a bizarre manner. This scene caused Fu Yi's scalp to go numb, and he retreated a few steps in fear. This woman was truly abnormal. Fu Yi was very clear about each other. This woman was vicious and merciless. If he really angered her, he would definitely pay the price with his life. Protective Talisman. The protective talisman that could block the attack of a cultivator of the first layer of the divine Qi layer was used. That gigantic transparent vortex blocked the underworld ghost hand. Taking advantage of that opportunity, Fu Yi immediately escaped from the arena. He was sincerely admitting defeat. He wasn't Su Shui's opponent to begin with. That was the most correct decision. He didn't need to worry about others ridiculing him. After Fu Yi escaped, Su Shui's hand of the underworld finally broke through the protective talisman and shattered his transparent vortex. When she opened her eyes, Fu Yi had already disappeared. Although Su Shui had won, there was no smile on her face. That result was decided very quickly. Seeing that Su Shui was the only person standing on the arena, after a short moment of surprise, everyone burst into a wave of cheers and applause. Su Shui. Champion, champion. Although it was a bit regretful, such a great beauty had become the champion. She had become the direct disciple of the beautiful city leader. Although Su Shui's appearance was a bit inferior to Yi Xian's, after all, she was still young. She was still a bit immature. But in reality, Su Shui wasn't immature anymore. Looking around at those who were cheering for her, she suddenly felt that it was a bit ironic. She had won the championship very easily. At that moment, the judge announced that the champion of the martial arts competition was Su Shui. Next, let's invite our most beautiful city leader, Yi Xian, to present the prize to Miss Su Shui. At the same time, she will also accept Su Shui as her direct disciple. City leader Yi Xian, please. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Yi Xian helplessly stood up. This martial arts competition is far grander than the previous ones. The process was also very successful. Every young man and woman's performance made me very proud. However, according to the rules, I can only present the prize to the champion. Yi Xian's clear and gentle voice reverberated in everyone's ears. Everyone was captivated and revealed an intoxicated expression. At that moment, Yi Xian took out a long sword from her storage ring. In an instant, a powerful killing intent erupted from the long sword and swept across the entire ghost martial arts arena. The majestic and ferocious killing intent and the smell of blood made it seem as if the sword had already pierced into everyone's heart, causing them to feel a chill down their spines. A bloody mist rose from the long sword. A large amount of bloody mist condensed and formed a bloody giant beast above Yi Xian's head. It roared ferociously and a soul-stirring and terrifying power was emitted from the bloody mist. Long Chen stood closer and was somewhat shocked. This is the prize for the champion of this martial arts competition. The third grade divine rank sword, floating blood. Our Yi family has a total of 2 floating blood swords. One of them is a battle saber, which is in the hands of my younger brother. The other one is the floating blood in my hands. This is the weapon I used before. Now, it will be awarded to the champion of this martial arts competition. He is. At this point, Long Chen suddenly stood in front of her and interrupted her. Long Chen, what are you? Yi Xian was startled. Long Chen causing trouble at this time seemed to be somewhat inappropriate. However, Long Chen's boldness exceeded her imagination. He said, Sister Yi Xian, I haven't lost yet. These days, Long Chen followed Yi Xian and called her that. However, if he became Yi Xian's disciple in the future, he could only call her master. You haven't lost yet. Yi Xian vaguely knew what Long Chen was going to do. At this time, after Long Chen apologized to her, he jumped up from the high platform and directly fell on the platform where Su Shui was standing. With a rumbling sound, Long Chen's legs made 2 huge dents in the metal platform. The entire platform was trembling because of his strength. Even Su Shui was forced to take 2 steps back. Under the gaze of thousands of people, Long Chen raised his head. In his eyes, there was a crazy fighting spirit. Roar. Facing Su Shui, Long Chen issued a provocative roar. Long Chen's sudden action made many people stunned. After a while, people reacted. Long Chen wanted to challenge the champion. Long Chen, you have already lost. Quickly get down. The 3 judges were all God martial realm experts. At this time, one of them quickly said. The martial arts competition had its own rules. Even if Long Chen was under Yi Xian's care, he could not act recklessly. Long Chen did not move. On the high platform, when Yi Xian was about to speak, Yi Xian stopped her and said with a smile, I know that Long Chen is not a person who is willing to admit defeat. Sister, you should cooperate with him. He will give you a surprise. Seeing the trust in her brother's eyes, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and suddenly smiled. I can't stand you 2 kids. Long Chen's arrival caused an uproar in the audience. The confrontation between these 2 people was the battle that they were looking forward to the most. At this time, in response to the judge's words, Long Chen gradually transformed into his dragon soul transformation state. Blood-red scales and blood-red bone spurs made his appearance very ferocious. He was filled with the same killing intent as the blood-red longsword and floating blood. He looked at the 3 judges with cold blood-red eyes and suddenly said with a smile, Who said that I lost? Who said that I lost to Su Shui? Su Shui, tell me, have I ever lost to you before? Long Chen gave all the pressure to Su Shui. He could understand Su Shui's thoughts. This woman had shown dissatisfaction with him from the beginning. Fight, let them fight. This is the real battle. The champion just now did not count. Long Chen, you're a real man. You've got guts. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. Hurry up and get rid of this woman. If you don't defeat Long Chen, you can't be considered the champion. The audience and some of the eliminated martial artists were more or less interested in this matter as Long Chen had expected. The rest was to see Su Shui's reaction. Everyone's gaze shifted to Su Shui. Chapter 947. After saying that, Long Chen smiled mockingly and said, I think I'd better forget it. You're just a woman, you certainly don't have the guts to compete with me and lose the championship in vain. I think I'd better get off the stage, so as not to spoil the mood of the so-called champion. I can offend anyone, but I can't offend a beauty for nothing. What do you guys think? Long Chen's disguised provocation caused the crowd to burst into laughter. For a moment, the entire Spectre martial arts field was drowned in laughter. Many people began to feel that Long Chen was a bit cute as a hooligan. Thunderous cheers rang out. All of this, for Su Shui, made her extremely angry. She clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and looked at Long Chen with bloodshot eyes. Finally, she took a few steps forward, and when the referee was about to drive Long Chen away, she used the nether ghost hand to instantly attack Long Chen. Die! The huge nether ghost hand instantly covered the top of Long Chen's head. Too slow. Long Chen laughed, his body turned into a golden lightning bolt, instantly escaping. The nether ghost hand covered the ground, immediately causing the earth to shake. Do you mean you agree to what I said before? Asked Long Chen indifferently from 3 meters behind Su Shui. You're courting death, of course I'm happy. If I lose, I'll give the championship to you. Just as Long Chen had thought, Su Shui angrily announced to everyone. Nether ghost hand. This was Su Shui's reply to Long Chen. A large amount of dark green fog gushed out from Su Shui's left and right arms. This fog condensed into 2 huge arms, on which countless ghosts were entwined, emitting ear-piercing screams. Su Shui suddenly turned her head, and the nether ghost hand on her left and right hands rushed towards Long Chen. This time, Su Shui had learned her lesson, and her movements were even faster. The 2 soaring nether ghost hands instantly moved in front of Long Chen. I will let you understand what the real God martial arts realm is. From within Su Shui's body came a majestic and abnormal power. What Long Chen saw wasn't a small human, but an incomparably large beast crawling in front of him. On this beast's body, there were a total of 9,999 acupuncture points and 100,000 meridians. Each acupuncture point was like a resplendent star hanging in the sky, and the meridians were the channels between the stars. Between the acupuncture points and the meridians flowed a vast amount of energy. This was divine origin energy. The body of the God martial arts realm was countless levels higher than that of the earth martial arts realm and the sky martial arts realm. Long Chen found that he had some understanding of the God martial arts realm. In terms of divine origin, such a small body couldn't contain such a huge amount of energy, but it was different for the God martial arts realm. There was a saying that a Mount Sumeru can be contained in a mustard seed. In fact, this was the same principle. The warriors of the God martial arts realm were like natural rings. In their own world, their bodies were incomparably huge, but in the eyes of outsiders, the size of the body didn't change. With such a huge amount of true essence, the nether ghost hands was something that Long Chen's current true essence couldn't resist. However, Long Chen had a speed that surpassed Su Shui's. In every inch of his body, golden lightning emerged, and densely packed golden lightning wrapped around his body. The soul-chasing hell thunder had given Long Chen excellent speed. At this time, Long Chen lightly shouted, and suddenly his body turned into lightning, and his speed soared again. Using the power of lightning, Long Chen's body passed through the 2 nether ghost hands. Human Emperor's Art, Sovereign's Descent. Human Emperor's Art, Martial Galaxy. With his left hand, a golden fist technique disdainfully looked down on the world, with a will that made people crawl on their knees. With his right hand, a black fist seal, violent and domineering, full of indomitable momentum. Such a battle made Long Chen's blood boil. He let out a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar, and his voice was filled with endless excitement. He found that he was a little crazy, like the pride of a dragon, especially the ancient blood spirit dragon's bloodthirst and slaughter. It made him feel like his whole body was about to explode. The sleeping bloodline awakened in his body, and together with Long Chen's attack, it was like there were billions of divine dragons roaring on his body. Long Chen had a premonition that he seemed to have inherited more essence blood. Compared to the last time he inherited Long Chen's, he was much stronger, and the time was almost up. 1 left and 1 right fist technique, 1 yin and 1 yang, blasted towards Su Shui at the same time. This was the fist technique that Long Chen performed with all his strength, and the power it created was not weaker than Su Shui's previous 2 moves of Ghost Hand. For the onlookers, Long Chen did not let them down. At the beginning of the battle, he showed that his fighting skills were not weaker than his opponents, and he was much stronger than Fu Ye's. When he showed his god-level cultivation method, it was almost to the point of perfection. Under Long Chen's ruthless attacks, the entire arena began to tremble. Insignificant skill. You still don't know the difference between the divine martial arts realm and the sky martial arts realm. Such an attack only made Su Shui laugh. She didn't leave her position, but just casually threw a punch. The divine martial arts realm is the path that belongs to you. You don't understand my path. This casual punch gave Long Chen a dark and strange feeling, leaning towards the cold kind. It looked like a simple attack, but it had a kind of power that made people's hearts palpitate. This is the divine martial arts realm, Su Shui's Dao. Through Long Chen's true martial emperor soul, Su Shui's attack was immediately broken up by the true martial emperor soul. As Long Chen fought, he concentrated on studying Su Shui's Dao. This kind of power can partly trigger the cold power, and it also has a kind of pressure from the soul. It should be the feeling I get from the God martial spirit. The Tao of the divine martial arts realm, a casual punch could create the effect of a god-level battle skill. Under such circumstances, Long Chen's two punches were unexpectedly broken by Su Shui's casual punch. The two punches both disappeared. Su Shui sneered and punched again. The suffocating Tao rushed towards Long Chen again. Experience it myself. At this time, Long Chen made a decision that shocked even Su Shui. Not only did he not retreat, but he directly rushed forward. Like Su Shui, he also punched. In the sky martial arts realm, he could trigger the power of the world and form his own domain. The power of this domain collided with Su Shui's Tao of the divine martial arts realm. Whether it was comprehension or spiritual essence, Long Chen was completely defeated. Boom! Long Chen was directly shaken by the terrifying power. He turned a few times in the air and fell to the ground. It could be seen that Long Chen staggered a few steps. His face was a little pale. It was obvious that in the confrontation just now, he was already at a disadvantage. No matter how much you boast, it is nothing more than this. It seems that my decision was wrong. I should not have given a trash like you a chance at all. After repelling Long Chen with one move, Su Shui was in a good mood. The depression caused by Long Chen before had all disappeared. You can get out of the arena. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you can survive under my next move. Su Shui waved her hand and said disdainfully. The onlookers also had a look of pity on their faces. It seems that Long Chen is no match for Su Shui. That's right. No matter how strong the sky martial arts realm is, in the end, it is not a match for the divine martial arts realm. Even Long Chen can't overcome this gap. In the first battle, Long Chen had magically defeated Gongsun Wudi, which had already made people raise his position very high. Seeing that there was no hope of victory, would Long Chen be defeated? He didn't. Long Chen straightened his back. While Su Shui was laughing at him, without saying a word, he roared again and attacked Su Shui. This time, Long Chen's momentum was even more terrifying. He was like an ancient ferocious beast, his whole body emitting a terrifying bloody and murderous aura. Those scarlet scales made people want to kneel down and worship him. The battle has just begun. Using the power of the golden lightning, Long Chen gathered all the spiritual energy in his body and punched again. It was also a simple punch, but unexpectedly, it contained the willpower that only the high-level God martial arts realm could have. Void shattering. Rumble. The space shook and rumbled towards Su Shui. Su Shui didn't care at first, but when she used this combat skill, which was equivalent to a second-grade divine skill, she also felt a suffocating power. The Long Chen in front of her was like a king of slaughter that looked down on all living things. He was also like a super ferocious beast. That untamed and unruly aura of a king mixed together to form an attack that had a great impact on her god martial spirit. What a madman! Su Shui found that she was a little impressed by Long Chen. This guy was completely unleashing a combat power that was far beyond his strength. A crazy killing intent, something that even Su Shui didn't have. On the high platform, in Yi Xian's hand, the floating blood sword seemed to have sensed Long Chen's willpower. It let out a series of excited cries and trembled violently in Yi Xian's hand. It has found someone who is truly suitable for it. Yi Xian comforted the floating blood sword and said in shock. Of course, I have full confidence in Long Chen. Yi Xian smiled slyly. Even though Long Chen was at a disadvantage, he still believed that Long Chen could win. The power of void shattering made Su Shui anxious. She calmed down. Fine, I'll kill you. Peace and quiet. After saying that, Su Shui put her hands together and quickly formed a seal. A dark green rune appeared in her palms. In a short moment, the rune expanded, turning into a dark green circular formation that spun rapidly. Killer God Heart Sutra, Demon Slaughtering Formation. A cold shout rang out, and the entire place fell silent. Rumble. An explosion sounded out as the dark green formation suddenly changed. A dark green stream of energy burst out from the formation. The enormous stream of energy turned into countless ghostly figures filled with a murderous aura. Waves of sharp and cold light formed a formation that surrounded Long Chen. Chapter 948. Strengthen my great fantasy. Chapter 949. It had to be said that the attack of the demon slaughtering formation was really terrifying. It was hard to believe that it was also a move of the Killer God Heart Sutra. The Killer God Heart Sutra was a first-grade magic skill, and this demon slaughtering formation should have reached the level of a second-grade magic skill. It was on the same level as Long Chen's void breaking. However, the difference was that his opponent had 9,999 acupuncture points and had far more divine spirit than Long Chen. Such a terrifying attack aroused Long Chen's endless excitement. It could be said that for him, who was boiling with excitement at the moment, it was even more exciting. Break. Long Chen's fists danced. As the void breaking in his right hand was completed, his left hand suddenly shot out. This time, it was a cold punch. It also carried the will of Long Chen's Renhuang, the will to break the void. Back in the Myriad Lands territory, the Renhuang had used this move to directly break the void of the Myriad Lands territory. Of course, the void of the three imperial regions was incomparably stable. It was difficult for Long Chen to break it at this level. However, this will, in addition to Long Chen's indomitable momentum, was still very shocking. Boom! Two fist prints, one golden, the other black, the other een and cold. Sword chi that could tear the sky and the earth burst out from the fist prints. They clashed madly with Su Shui's demon slaughtering formation. In Su Shui's hand, the dark green formation was still constantly spinning, emitting a large amount of energy. Long Chen, with his hot blood, was competing with Su Shui's divine martial arts realm combat skills of the same level. There was a trace of shock in Su Shui's eyes. To be able to do this with the divine spirit of the sky martial arts realm, you do have some ability. It is not an exaggeration to say that you are the first person under the divine martial arts realm. However, compared to the real experts of the divine martial arts realm, you are still too far away. After saying that, Su Shui's mouth curved into a cold smile. With a twirl of his hand, the speed of the dark green array formation instantly increased by dozens of times. A large amount of cold aura was released, condensing into a huge ice-cold claw. This claw tore through the two fist energies of Long Chen and directly hit Long Chen's body. Once again, Long Chen was sent flying back, blood spurting from his mouth. This time, his injuries were even more severe, and his entire body was sent flying. Long Chen. Yi Xian and the rest all stood up, their faces filled with nervousness. Long Chen had been hit head-on, and it was very likely that he had already lost the ability to fight, which meant that he had lost. Yi Xian originally thought that Long Chen would use that lightning attack. He didn't expect that Long Chen would choose to face Su Shui head-on. With Long Chen's current strength, how could he not lose? Long Chen, hurry up and use that move of yours. Yi Xian was burning with anxiety. He spoke very loudly. Logically speaking, Long Chen should have heard him. Has he already lost? Seeing Long Chen lying on the ground, the crowd said with some regret. After all, he is not a match for the divine martial arts realm. But this Long Chen is worthy of us being proud of. In that case, hurry up and admit defeat. Although it seemed that Long Chen had lost, no one laughed at his ignorance and arrogance. Instead, they felt that his courage and spirit of challenge were very admirable. The only people who looked down on him were probably Song Yuchen and Song Yang. Hee, what a miserable defeat. Su Shui didn't even use the purple fire phoenix body. Long Chen was not a match for her at all. You have no strength, yet you still went up to embarrass yourself. You are really disgusting. Song Yuchen pinched his middle finger and scolded. His face was filled with disdain as he looked at Long Chen, who was in the arena. Su Shui smiled. She giggled for a while. While signaling the referee to announce the winner, she said, I've said it before. An ant like you dares to clamor in front of me. I've held back this time and didn't take your life. Next time, I won't be so polite. Don't make me do it. Get out of here. That disdainful attitude made Yi Xian, who was on the grandstand, really disgusted. Even Yi Xian, who was next to him, felt that Su Shui's personality was not what she had expected. At that moment, a burst of cheers came from the Spectre martial arts field. Because they saw that the seriously injured Long Chen was struggling to stand up again. His physique was much stronger than ordinary people. Even if he was injured, he could quickly stand up. More importantly, his will was much stronger than ordinary people. Is this the attack of the divine martial arts realm? That's all there is to it. Under the amazed eyes of the crowd, Long Chen stood up straight and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The true martial imperial soul was still flashing gray light between his eyebrows. A large amount of information from Su Shui was copied by Long Chen and transferred to him. He's not dead. Su Shui was a little shocked. The domineering and unyielding look in Long Chen's eyes made her flinch. She always felt that she had encountered a battle maniac who did not care about his own life. Taking a step back, Su Shui's eyes became even colder. She waved her hand and said with a smile, all right, if that's the case, let's do it again. Let's see if you can still hold on. The demon slaughtering formation of the Godly Killer Sutra was activated again. The dark green light formation spun in Su Shui's hand, and a large amount of mist gushed out, condensing into thousands of ghosts and attacking Long Chen. Just a little bit more. Seeing such an attack, everyone cried out in surprise, but only Long Chen smiled. Under Su Shui's strong threat, Long Chen felt that his own martial spirit was advancing by leaps and bounds. Just a bit more and he would have been able to reach the 8th level of the Heaven Realm in advance. Once he reached LV8 of the Divine Martial Realm, his pure chi would rise to the peak of the Divine Martial Realm. With the Yin-Yang Sword Spirit, he was confident that he could deal with a cultivator who had just reached LV1 of the Divine Martial Realm. Now, Long Chen was only a hair's breadth away from Su Shui. It's the demon slaughtering formation again. No matter how tough Long Chen is, he's done for this time. A look of pity appeared on the faces of the crowd. Yi Xian was about to save Long Chen, but her brother next to her said firmly, don't go. He's not an idiot, he's very smart. He must have a reason for doing this. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, Yi Xian had already treated Long Chen as a brother. He knew that although Long Chen was crazy and adventurous, everything was under his control. Once again, Long Chen was like a roaring bloody beast, roaring and resisting Su Shue's attacks. Every time he punched, Su Shue's demon-slaughtering formation would be shaken back. However, Su Shue's divine qi was too strong. Just like before, after she increased the power of her attacks, Long Chen was blown away again. Furthermore, the result this time was even more disastrous. Everyone could see the blood splattering from Long Chen's body. He's dead. There's no way he can survive such an attack. What a terrifying person. Long Chen's unyielding spirit deeply shocked everyone. Seeing Long Chen being blown away again, everyone was in awe. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Long Chen didn't die, but he managed to break through the last barrier under Su Shue's pressure. His martial spirit underwent a rapid change and reached the 8th layer of the Heaven Martial Realm. Long Chen's body was much stronger than others. His recovery ability was also top-notch. Su Shue's second attack didn't cause too much damage to his body. On the contrary, it helped him break through. In the Great Virtual Realm, the blood of the nether beasts that Long Chen hid was absorbed by Long Chen into his meridians. He refined the blood into qi and turned it into blood-red pure origin that merged with Long Chen's pure origin. His pure origin skyrocketed and rose again and again. And during this process, Long Chen steadily landed on the ground. A huge amount of quintessential essence surged through every inch of his body. It even slightly healed the injuries in his body. Dragon blood had a powerful regenerative ability. Judging from the fact that Long Chen could land steadily on the ground, not only was he not dead, but he had also become even more powerful. Everyone noticed that Long Chen's quintessential origin energy was rising rapidly. Impossible. Isn't his pure origin already at the Heaven Martial Realm? How can it increase to such a degree? Could it be that he hasn't used his full strength before? He's been suppressing himself. He waited until now to use his full strength. Is the real battle starting now? No matter what, this young man called Long Chen is really a monster among monsters. Looking at the man bathed in blood, his eyes were sharp, his expression was crazy, and his strength was rapidly rising. A huge amount of blood spread around. Almost everyone felt respect and admiration. Long Chen had endured until now and he had finally achieved his goal. Actually, he could have defeated Su Shue at the very beginning. He had a lot of divine gems now. He estimated that if he burned 1/3 of his total wealth, he could have directly defeated Su Shue. But he didn't choose to do that. He fought with Su Shue with force. He wanted to use the pressure Su Shue gave him to make him reach the 8th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. With that kind of willpower, Long Chen reached the perfect 8th level of the Heaven Martial Realm in the battle. His strength improved again. He wasn't far from the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. As long as he reached the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, he wouldn't be far from the God Martial Realm. Long Chen had a premonition that with his body, which was different from everyone else's, when he reached the God Martial Realm, there would definitely be different changes. It would definitely bring an incomparably huge leap to Long Chen's cultivation. The cheers made Long Chen enjoy it very much. For this moment of glory, his previous patience didn't matter anymore. On the stage, Yi Xian revealed a beautiful smile. She helplessly looked at Yi Xian and said, "It seems like you know him quite well." Chapter 950. You believe that he will win in the end? Asked Yi Xian. I can guarantee that he will definitely be the champion. In the crowd, Song Yang and Song Yuchen's expressions were very ugly. Song Yuchen curled his lips and said, "So what if he has increased in strength? He will still die in the end." The increase in Long Chen's strength made this final battle full of suspense. This small martial arts competition was full of twists and turns and was full of interesting points. Everyone felt that this trip was not in vain. Even if they did not win the championship, they could still brag to others when they returned. In the Netherworld army, Su Tian was a bit uneasy. It's nothing. Even if he has increased in strength, he is still not a match for Shui, said Sumo decisively. Su Tian finally calmed down. Because they were in the range of Yi Xian's divine awareness, they did not talk too much. On the fighting stage, the crowd was cheering for Long Chen. That made Su Shui's expression sink bit by bit. That did not make sense. Su Shui was obviously a great beauty, but everyone seemed to be on Long Chen's side. Su Shui was half disdainful of that calm young man and half worried about him. His disdainful gaze and the killing intent that was bursting out of his body made that young man extremely terrifying. Su Shui suppressed the discomfort in her heart. Under the gazes of the crowd, Long Chen's cultivation level increased to the 8th Tian Qi layer. The injuries on his body were gradually recovering. Even if he was injured, it would not affect Long Chen's willpower at that moment. I didn't have enough fun just then, let's do it again. Long Chen walked step by step toward Su Shui. Golden lightning was flowing all over his body. He could easily reach Su Shui in 1 or 2 steps. Idiot, I will let you experience the power of my Su family's purple flame phoenix body. At this time, Su Shui was enraged. A muffled sound was heard as if something inside Su Shui's body had exploded. Suddenly, a purple flame soared into the sky and burned on Su Shui's body. Long Chen saw that on Su Shui's body, a phantom of purple feathers had appeared and covered her whole body. Behind her, a pair of huge phoenix wings spread open. Of course, it was also a phantom, but this phantom contained a terrifying power. A scorching heat surged towards Long Chen. Under this purple fire, even the metal platform gradually turned red. If Su Shui had stood on it for too long, she might have melted. As soon as the violet fire phoenix physique appeared, Su Shui displayed a super terrifying might. The Su family's bloodline seemed to have a slight connection with the ancient phoenix. That was why they were able to display such might. The king of all birds was standing in front of Long Chen just like that. Su Shui gently flapped her wings and in a flash, the purple flame turned into a ball and its speed was countless times faster than before. However, Long Chen had the divine dragon's bloodline, moreover, it was the ancestral dragon. How could the ancestral dragon be afraid of the phoenix? The Su family's bloodline originally had a suppressive might against their enemies. However, that might was completely useless against Long Chen. Furthermore, Su Shui had a feeling that after using the violet fire phoenix physique, she felt a natural fear towards Long Chen in the depths of her heart. How could this be? Su Shui's heart was pounding. Anger was burning in her chest. No matter what, I have to kill this brat first. After displaying the purple flame phoenix body, her battle prowess had increased once again. At that moment, she clasped her hands together and abruptly raised them. Immediately, countless illusory feathers enveloped by purple flames appeared behind her. Thousands upon thousands of them charged toward Long Chen. The purple flame feathers filled the entire sky. Each and every one of the purple flame feathers was like a blade burning with flames. Furthermore, they were filled with enormous power. Violet flame feather. This speed, Long Chen was like a ghost. Everyone was worried about him, but now, his speed seemed to have increased. The golden soul chasing hell lightning was tempering his body. Among the countless purple flame feathers, Long Chen turned into a flash of golden lightning. What stunned everyone was that the countless purple flame feathers didn't even touch Long Chen. Without a doubt, the speed of the purple flame feathers was very fast. However, the current Long Chen was even faster. Impossible. Su Shui was stupefied. That many purple flame feathers had consumed most of her divine origin energy. However, there was no effect at all. Long Chen, who was madly rushing towards her, was like an ancient ferocious beast emitting boundless murderous qi. Su Shui felt a kind of fear deep in her bones. The Su family had a part of the ancient divine beast's bloodline. And in ancient times, the millions of divine dragons that ruled over the continent were the true rulers. All living things had to submit to the rule of the dragons. It was normal for Su Shui to have such a feeling. Sovereign's descent. Martial galaxy. Long Chen's speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. After his strength increased, his current speed was probably something that a martial artist at the first level of the divine martial realm, such as Yi Xian, wouldn't be able to surpass him in terms of speed. The two fist skills were both yin and yang. However, the attack this time was much stronger than before. Long Chen's estimation was not wrong. Although Su Shui had awakened the violet flame phoenix body, her strength was only at the initial stage of awakening. She could only use the violet flame feather. Therefore, Long Chen still had hope of winning. Roar! Long Chen's whole body was burning with the flames of battle. Su Shui could only helplessly resist his crazy attacks. Although she was strong, the speed of the violet flame feather was not comparable to Long Chen's speed. Even the current slaughtering demon formation was unable to lock onto Long Chen. Everyone was stunned. In the arena, Su Shui was very passive. She could only deal with Long Chen's attacks from all directions. Long Chen's body flickered around Su Shui. Golden lightning covered the entire arena. It's over. Hearing this voice, Su Shui turned around in shock. However, there was nothing behind her. I've been tricked. Su Shui was shocked and changed her direction again. However, this time it was too late. Long Chen's shattering the void had already arrived in front of her. The previous shattering the void had almost resisted the power of her slaughtering demon formation, not to mention now. Rumble. The devil slaughtering formation was shattered by Long Chen. The dark green formation in Su Shui's hand was like glass, instantly shattering. Long Chen's powerful fist energy slammed into her body. He didn't have the slightest intention of going easy on her. Break! With a loud roar, the crowd seemed to hear countless shattering sounds. Ripples appeared in the air and spread behind Su Shui. Boom! Su Shui screamed. Her body was like a rocket. She was directly shaken out of the arena by Long Chen. Under Long Chen's precise control, she fell into the arms of martial sumo. Puff! Su Shui spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale. She looked at Long Chen with an extremely unwilling expression. Blood gushed out from all parts of her body. She even had serious internal injuries. The damage caused by Long Chen's punch has exceeded the damage she caused to Long Chen. Martial Mo.I. Su Shui said a few words full of regret and sadness. She was dizzy from the dizziness in her head. Bastard! Su Tian, who was at the side, was burning with rage. He was about to kill Long Chen, but when he saw Su Mo's cold eyes, he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly stopped and hugged Su Shui into his arms. Suppressing the anger and hatred in his heart, he said, "Martial Mo, I'll take her back to heal first." Sumo took out a small bottle from his storage ring and said, "Let her drink this. She will recover in 3 days." "Thank you, Martial Mo." After Su Tian finished speaking, he disappeared from Sumo's side. His speed was hundreds of times faster than Long Chen. If Long Chen fell into Su Tian's hands, he would definitely be killed in a second. Su Tian's strength was in the third layer of the divine martial realm, the celestial realm. The celestial realm warriors were one with the heaven and earth. They could perfectly display the power of the domain. When fighting, they could draw the power of the heaven and earth. They were extremely powerful. Fighting against a celestial realm warrior was like fighting against the entire heaven and earth. In the arena, At this time, the young man who was covered in blood but had an incomparably fiery look in his eyes was still standing there. He gradually withdrew his dragon soul transformation. His body shook and he almost fell to the ground. However, his eyes were still burning. Today's battle had consumed most of his strength. There were many reasons why he didn't want to use the little golden lightning beast to deal with Su Shui. On one hand, Long Chen didn't want to expose this skill in front of everyone. On the other hand, he didn't have many divine crystals. He could use them to save his life in the future. Long Chen didn't want to waste them at this time. On the other hand, he wanted to train his battle strength and improve his realm. If he kept relying on the little golden lightning beast's power, it would be very difficult for him to improve. Therefore, he crazily persevered. Then, he obtained his own success and won the respect of everyone. An earth-shattering cheer suddenly rang out at this moment. Long Chen, Long Chen. Almost everyone was shouting that name. From Long Chen's body, they saw the word hero. That day, Long Chen was absolutely dazzling. From that day on, the entire Spirit Main City would know Long Chen's name. Moreover, he was the first person to defeat a cultivator of the divine martial realm in front of everyone with the strength of the 9th layer of the Tian martial realm. He had won in such a beautiful way. The entire Spirit Main City was immersed in endless cheers. Chapter 951. Grandpa, how are you compared to Su Shui? Song Yuchen said in a trembling voice. His voice was full of expectation. Song Yang said helplessly, Su Shui is young and invincible, and she has awakened the purple phoenix body. I am no match for her. Song Yuchen was desperate. Didn't that mean that Long Chen was stronger than his grandpa? If so, how would he dare to offend Long Chen in the future? Moreover, Long Chen was about to become Yi Xian's disciple. Whether it was in terms of status or identity, Long Chen was far superior to Song Yuchen. At this moment, Song Yuchen sadly felt that the disdainful young man standing on the stage was like a mountain that he would never be able to surpass in his life. Let's go back and cultivate. Song Yang seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. All right. Song Yuchen nodded blankly. They squeezed out of the cheering crowd with great difficulty. On the stage, even Yi Xian, who knew Long Chen very well, was shocked. He didn't use that move, he defeated Su Shui with his own strength. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with admiration. He felt that compared to the first time they met, Long Chen's strength was much stronger. Yi Xian, who was standing next to him, had a praising look on her face. This young man is an incredible genius. He might be a little slow in cultivation, but in other aspects, his fighting skills, willpower, and experience, he is top-notch. Even Yi Xian, who was at the 5th level of the God Martial Realm, a wind-fire-thunder tribulation cultivator, was praising Long Chen. It was obvious that Long Chen's performance today had won everyone's hearts. Suddenly, the divine sword floating blood in Yi Xian's hand moved by itself. With a buzzing sound, floating blood turned into a blood light and flew into Long Chen's hand. When Long Chen grabbed floating blood let out a buzzing sound. It could be seen how much this sword liked Long Chen's aura. From floating blood's body, Long Chen felt a kind of cold and sharp energy. This was a kind of bloody killing intent. By relying on Long Chen's yin-yang sword soul, he was able to draw out the power of floating blood's divine sword and explode out with 10 times the killing power. With God's sword floats blood, the sharp sword chi spat out in all directions. It was even more terrifying than Hades' king breaks ranks. Countless blood-red sword chi whizzed around Long Chen, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Blood-red scales, ice-cold eyes, and a blood-red sword. At this moment, Long Chen was like a god of death. The king of slaughter. No one disturbed Long Chen. Long Chen imbued his yin-yang sword soul into floating blood. Floating blood, floating blood, floating blood, this was a sword intent realm. The golden sword soul was extremely young, while the black sword soul was extremely yin and cold. The dragon-shaped sword soul split into two and entered floating blood. They didn't change floating blood's blood-red color. Instead, they left two intertwining dragon-shaped marks on the blood-red blade. One was golden, one was black. Instantly, floating blood buzzed. Whether it was in terms of might or strength, it had increased by a lot. After being imbued by Long Chen's dragon-shaped sword soul, floating blood seemed to have gained spirituality. Its killing intent was revealed and it became even more terrifying. Only then did Long Chen put floating blood away. After he learned Yi Clan's killing calamity, Long Chen's strength would increase by leaps and bounds when he used floating blood. Looking at Yi Xian on the high platform, Long Chen revealed a smile. At this moment, the judge finally reacted and announced excitedly, "Now, I will announce that the champion of this competition is Long Chen. He has gained the recognition of the third-grade divine sword, floating blood. At the same time, he will become our strongest and most beautiful city lord, Yi Xian's direct disciple." The applause was like a tidal wave, rolling over. Yi Xian lightly tapped the ground with the tip of her foot. She looked like a dreamy goddess as she walked down from the stage. Her purple dress was fluttering in the wind. This peerless woman who looked like she had walked out of a legend was standing in front of Long Chen. There was a peaceful smile on her beautiful face, and her eyes were filled with praise and satisfaction towards Long Chen. "Congratulations. From today onwards, you will be my, Yi Xian's, only disciple." Long Chen hurriedly half-knelt on the ground. He definitely had to pay respects to this revered master. Since this revered master could help him, it didn't matter if he called her revered master. There were many benefits. The two sisters of the Yi clan gave him a very good feeling. Long Chen greets master. Long Chen's voice could be heard by everyone. With this, their master-disciple relationship was established. The waves of applause swept across the place again and did not stop for a long time. After 20 consecutive days of martial arts competition, everyone is tired. Now that the final result has come out, everyone should disperse. Yes, it was all over. If it was another city master, he or she might throw a banquet for 3 days and 3 nights, but Yi Xian wouldn't do that. Her personality was mostly quiet and indifferent, that kind of lively atmosphere didn't suit her at all. The people of the city lord's mansion began to maintain the order of the departure. The details of this martial arts competition would be spread to the ears of countless people through the mouths of these people. The most discussed person was undoubtedly Long Chen. Good brother. Yi Xian didn't feel unfamiliar with Long Chen since a long time ago. After a fierce hug, Yi Xian laughed and said, "From today onwards, you will have to call me uncle. Little Chen, hurry up and call me uncle." Long Chen punched him and said with a smile, "Let's do our own thing. It's none of your business." At this moment, everyone else had left. Yi Xian walked in front of Sumo. Seeing that Sumo still had a smile on his face, Yi Xian relaxed a little and said, "I am really sorry this time. I couldn't control the situation after that, don't be like that. I saw that you have good eyesight. It's none of your business. Besides, Long Chen does have some good points in terms of fighting. If you teach him well, he will have the chance to become a powerful warrior in the future." Sumo said with a smile, as if he did not care too much about it. "But, Su Shue's injury, I have already made her take the medicinal pellet I made. She will recover in 3 days. You don't have to worry about her anymore. This kid has always thought highly of herself. This time, she suffered a bit, it will help her. The competition has just ended. You still have a lot of things to take care of. I will go back first." Sumo stood up and helped Yi Xian lift her long hair and put it behind her ear. This action made Yi Xian blush a little. Yi Xian nodded lightly. The two of them had been together for a long time. Many things had become natural. Sumo quickly left with the captains of the underworld army. Dugu Jun could take care of the rest. Yi Xian brought Long Chen, Yi Xian, and the others back to the Castellan palace. Long Chen had officially become Yi Xian's disciple. A lot of news had spread to the Castellan palace. Now, when the soldiers of the Castellan palace saw Long Chen, they would call him young master. Long Chen's original purpose for coming here was the nether battlefield. He did not expect to stay in the Castellan palace. After the battle with Su Shui, he realized that he had many shortcomings. Yi Xian's injury had not healed, so Long Chen did not plan to go to the nether battlefield for the time being. He had just found a cheap master. He must get some benefits first. Inside the city lord's mansion, after Yi Xian told Long Chen about the things he needed to pay attention to, she took out a small red stone from her sumeru ring and said, "Calamity Slaughter, this is the most famous third-ranked godly skill of our Yi clan. It's inside this Calamity Slaughter stone. Whether you can learn it or not, it's all up to you. Using drifting blood and this killing calamity, as long as you have enough true yuan, your fighting strength and killing power will be greatly increased. Although it's a grade 3 godly skill, it's not impossible for it to explode with the might of a grade 4 godly skill." Long Chen did not have much to say. He would repay others' kindness with his actions. "Thank you. There's no need. You fought for it yourself. My little brother has a good relationship with you, and you're his friend. Not to mention that you're my apprentice, just based on your relationship with my little brother, I'll take good care of you. In the future, no one will dare to touch you in the Spectre Lord City." With Yi Xian's words, Long Chen was relieved. "What do you plan to do next?" Yi Xian asked. "I will focus on practicing the killing calamity for a while. At the same time, I will consolidate my cultivation and try to reach the God Martial Realm as soon as possible," Long Chen said. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction and said, "If you have any questions or need a sparring partner, I will arrange it for you. My brother's injuries have not recovered yet. I think he wants to go to the nether battlefield. I think you are someone who can't stay idle. You can go with him. Aren't you afraid that someone will try to assassinate him again?" Long Chen asked. "At that time, I will ask Grandpa Dugu to follow you. Don't tell him that Grandpa Dugu is a warrior at the 3rd level of the divine martial arts realm. With his protection, I will be much more relieved. Moreover, this time, I will definitely find the murderer. If you have any news, you can tell me." Thinking about this killer, Yi Xian had a headache. Although she had a good temper, someone had touched her brother. She could not let them do as they pleased. "I think that Sumo is the person you are looking for. After all, in the entire Spirit City, only he has the strength and courage." Long Chen suddenly said something shocking. "Impossible." Yi Xian was shocked. She shook her head and said, "I have been with him for many years. He is not that kind of person. Plus, he has no reason to attack my brother." "Long Chen, how can you think like that?" Long Chen smiled and said, "Nothing, I was just joking. Okay, I will go back to practice now. When the time comes, I will go to the nether battlefield with Yi Xian." The secret of the nether blood river was still waiting for Long Chen to find out. After speaking, Long Chen left. Looking at Long Chen's back, Yi Xian's face became serious. "Su-mo, oh Su-mo, even he suspects you. Could it really be you? But, why is he doing this?" Chapter 952. About half a month later, the heat of the martial arts competition slowly dissipated. However, Long Chen, the tough and crazy young man, was forever engraved in people's hearts. Now, when people talked about what happened that day, they still took great pleasure in talking about it. Long Chen was the first person in history to be able to defeat an expert in the God martial arts realm with the strength of the Sky martial arts realm in front of so many people. He became the personal disciple of the beautiful city lord, which was also what everyone expected. Now, in the hearts of the people, Long Chen's position was almost the same as Yi Xian's. They were both talented young men under Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian was the brother of the beautiful city lord, there was a big gap in their age. When the heat of the martial arts competition gradually died down, Su Shue's injuries finally recovered. This was the first time she saw Sumo after her recovery. In this spacious and spacious purple ink palace, only Sumo and Su Shue stood here. Compared to before, Su Shue was much more restrained. Her face was full of guilt. She knelt in front of Sumo and said, "General Mo, this time it was my fault. I was too careless, so the opponent took advantage of me and made you lose face. Su Shue deserves to die." Sumo shook his head with a smile. He gently waved his arm, and Su Shue was under his control. She was pulled toward Sumo. After a while, Su Shue was already sitting on Sumo's lap. Su Shue moaned and fell into Sumo's arms. Her eyes were full of tears. That youth called Long Chen, although his cultivation level is not high, he is a high-level sword martialist. He also has many tricks up his sleeves. More importantly, he has a tenacious temperament. You can't compare to him. This kind of person must have fought his way up from the bottom. The battles he has experienced are thousands of times more than yours. It is reasonable for you to lose to him, so don't blame yourself. Okay. Su Shue nodded obediently and said, "Even so, I still won't let him go. The next time we meet, if there's a chance, I'll definitely end the battle quickly and kill him. Don't worry about it. The martial arts competition has backfired. If we do anything in a short period of time, Yi Xian might really get suspicious. We have to lay low for a while. I have been working hard for the Red Lotus Jade Pendant for hundreds of years. A little more won't make a difference. Are we going to lie low?" Su Shue's eyes were filled with reluctance. Not only did Sumo not blame her, but he actually cared about her. That moved Su Shue. Suddenly, her eyes glittered, and she gritted her teeth as she made a decision. "General Mo, when I was on a mission, I happened to obtain a type of pill. I think you should be able to use it," Su Shue suddenly said boldly. "What is it?" Sumo's interest was piqued and he asked curiously. Su Shue took out a box that was emitting a pink mist from her storage ring. Suddenly, an enchanting atmosphere filled the surroundings, causing Sumo and Su Shue to become restless. They felt their bodies become extremely hot. That desire rose out of nowhere. Without any warning, the hot body in his arms made their bodies boil. Feeling Sumo's hot aura, Su Shue quickly put the box back into her storage ring. "Shue, what on earth is this? How can it arouse people's lust and make them lose their minds?" Sumo asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Su Shue giggled and said, "This thing is not made by the people of our serene hell mansion. It is said that it came from Emperor Dong's palace. Only one person can make this kind of pill. Therefore, countless women were raped by him without being able to resist. They were even reluctant to leave him afterwards. However, because he had committed too many crimes, Silver Demon was killed by someone sent by Emperor Dong's palace. This is probably the only third-level pill he left in the world. Although it is a third-level pill, even women at the fifth level of the divine martial realm can't resist its characteristics." Sumo's eyes lit up. Obviously, he had also heard about Silver Demon's shocking deeds. At this moment, he held Su Shue's hand excitedly and said, "Shue, the pill in your hand is the pill of outstanding beauty and fragrance." Su Shue nodded obediently and said, "That's right, as long as you let that bitch Yi Xian consume this great beauty pill, she will definitely lose herself, and her desires will skyrocket. She will flirt with you like a dragon and a phoenix, entangling with you until one of them dies. She might even listen to everything you say after that. Tell me, with this great beauty pill, the right to use the red lotus jade pendant will be ours. Sumo's body shook, then he laughed crazily. Even the heavens are helping me. Shui, you really are my lucky star. Don't worry, even if I have Yi Xian, I will not abandon you. You are my, Sumo's, real treasure. Hearing this, Su Shui was relieved. She didn't take out the pill of outstanding beauty and fragrance because she was worried that Sumo would forget about her after he had Yi Xian. After losing to Long Chen, she finally decided to take out the pill of outstanding beauty and fragrance. General Mo, when do you plan to make your move? Su Shui asked curiously. It's June now. On the 15th of the 8th month, the Spirit City will hold a citywide lantern festival. It will be very lively. Yi Xian is easily influenced by the atmosphere. I will be alone with her then. As long as I control it well, my chances of success will be very high. Yi Xian, you have been guarding against me for so many years. This time, you are finally going to fall into my trap. As he spoke, Sumo started to take off Su Shui's clothes. No, I just recovered. Su Shui put up a show of resistance. Sumo didn't care. In his fantasies, the girl under him was already Yi Xian. The beautiful body that he had desired for so long was now under him. Sumo's fighting spirit was ignited. After everything in the Spirit City settled down, Long Chen started to familiarize himself with the floating blood in his hands. At the same time, he started to practice the calamity slaughter that Yi Xian had taught him. Both Yi Xian and Long Chen had practiced this battle skill before, so they could help Long Chen a lot. Long Chen's comprehension was already very high, and under their guidance, his mastery of the calamity slaughter improved by leaps and bounds. The main reason was because he had the ancient blood spirit dragon's inheritance, and the calamity slaughter battle skill focused on killing. That was why Long Chen was able to learn this battle skill so easily. This battle skill was extremely compatible with his own attributes. In Yi Xian's hand was a saber, also named Floating Blood. Both swords had the same characteristics as Long Chen's longsword, so they should have originated from the same place. Floating Blood Sword. Dragon Slayer. Sword of Chaos Demon. Calamity Slaughter. In the training field of the City Lord's mansion, Long Chen and Yi Xian turned into two shadows, fighting at high speed. This was a new training method that they had found not long ago. Yi Xian's strength was at the peak of the first level of the divine martial realm. He was stronger than Su Shui, so when he fought with Long Chen, he always won. But at the same time, Long Chen had the same speed as him, so he would not lose too badly. When fighting with Yi Xian, Long Chen also opened the true martial emperor soul, constantly learning new knowledge. The help that Yi Xian had given him was also very great. A blood-red saber and a blood-red longsword were flying up and down in the training field, neither giving way to the other. A series of whistling sounds rang out in the martial arts arena. This time, Yi Xian suppressed his divine energy. He had already fought with Long Chen for more than 4 hours. This kind of battle allowed Long Chen to fully hone his skills. The only difference was that Long Chen was not in the nether battlefield, so he could not display the murderous aura of calamity slaughter while fighting with Yi Xian. Therefore, the improvement was not as obvious as Long Chen had imagined. Go to hell, you pervert. Dragon Slayer. The saber in Yi Xian's hand turned into a blood-red waterfall, rushing madly towards Long Chen. This waterfall was like a huge saber, quite terrifying, much more terrifying than the demon slaughtering formation that Su Shui had used before. After all, calamity slaughter was a third-grade divine skill. Sword of Chaos Demon. Long Chen's sword surged wildly, and a blood-red vortex appeared on his sword. Within the vortex, there were countless sword shadows in the shape of dragons. A powerful strangling force appeared, tearing apart Yi Xian's dragon slayer completely. I can't do it anymore. After executing the third move of Calamity Slaughter and destroying Yi Xian's second move, Long Chen retreated pathetically. In terms of quantity, his true energy could not be compared to Yi Xian's. Therefore, by the time he had fought to this extent, his true energy was almost empty. However, Yi Xian reckoned that he still had a lot more. You pervert, you finally admit defeat to this young master. Yi Xian also stopped. He and Long Chen collected floating blood at the same time, then he smiled and walked towards Long Chen. He looked at Long Chen as if he was looking at a monster and said, "It's not an exaggeration to say that you are a pervert. Even I spent countless years to successfully learn the 4 moves of Calamity Slaughter. You actually learned all of them in less than 2 months. Moreover, you executed them so skillfully. What the hell?" Calamity Slaughter was a genuine battle skill of the 3 great Emperor regions. Compared to the Emperor technique, it was a 3rd-grade divine skill. The simplest move, Floating Blood Sword, was much more powerful than the Void Break that Long Chen had executed before. Moreover, Long Chen had floating blood as his weapon. If he encountered a warrior at the same level as Su Shui, Long Chen would not have a hard time fighting. He could defeat his opponent with just a few moves. Actually, the gap between him and Yi Xian was not that big. With Long Chen's current skills, as long as he reached the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, he would be able to defeat Yi Xian. Chapter 953. The two of them had been training for more than a month. Long Chen's biggest gain was that through his own and Yi Xian's execution, he'd completely learned the battle skill of killing tribulation. At the same time, he'd also familiarized himself with the usage of floating blood. It had been a long time since he'd used a sword, but now that he was using it, he still had a feeling of proficiency. Another harvest was in the area of martial arts. Long Chen was now only 1 step away from being a real expert. As long as he broke through the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Arts realm, he wouldn't be far from the God Martial Arts realm. The God Martial Arts realm was the time for him to truly transform. He believed that as long as he reached the God Martial Arts realm, he would absolutely cause a huge shock. Stars. 9,999 acupuncture points appeared in his body. Long Chen was also looking forward to it. However, 2 months had passed. Long Chen felt that if he continued to fight like this with Yi Xian, he wouldn't gain much. After all, the two of them weren't fighting to the death. He didn't have the feeling that one wrong step could lead to death when he fought with Su Shui. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "My injuries have recovered. Brother Chen, why don't we go to the nether battlefield to practice? With you there, you have the ability to escape. The person who tried to assassinate me won't be able to do anything." Yi Xian's words were exactly what Long Chen wanted. Moreover, Long Chen wanted to see the Nether Blood Sea. Kitten said that there was a huge seal there. Even Kitten was so interested in it. Long Chen believed that there would definitely be something extraordinary in there. Long Chen didn't have any scruples. Yi Xian had already predicted that her brother wouldn't be able to stay, so she sent Dugu Jun, an expert in the complete 3rd level of the God Martial Arts realm, to secretly protect them. In fact, even in the governor's mansion, Dugu Jun was also secretly protecting the 2 youngsters. "Alright, but we have to say goodbye to your sister." Long Chen nodded. "She probably won't let us go." Yi Xian said worriedly. "I won't." Long Chen took the lead and followed Long Chen to the Zishuan Palace where Yi Xian usually took care of business. Yi Xian was currently dealing with the affairs of the Spectre main city, and Long Chen didn't want to disturb her work, so he directly told Yi Xian the reason for their visit. To Yi Xian's surprise, Yi Xian actually agreed without hesitation. Sister, you really don't have to worry. With Long Chen around, I feel much more at ease. Yi Xian chuckled softly. Long Chen's personality was more mature than Yi Xian's. Yi Xian knew Long Chen very well. Although Long Chen was in the same generation as Long Chen, in terms of personality, Yi Xian had always treated Long Chen as her peer, a trustworthy person. Of course, the reason why they were at ease was because Dugu Jun was secretly protecting them. With Dugu Jun's strength, he could be considered a top expert in the entire Spirit Hell Prefecture. The third level of the God Martial Realm, the Celestial Realm, a warrior who could use his domain to its peak. When do you want to leave? Yi Xian then asked. Since we've decided, we can leave now if there's nothing else. Long Chen didn't have the habit of procrastinating. I see. Yi Xian said a little regretfully, in about 20 days, it will be the 15th of August. At that time, there will be a very beautiful lantern show in the Spectre main city. If you go now, you won't be able to see it. Pfft, who would want to see that kind of thing? Yi Xian looked at his sister with disdain. Alright, then be careful. Yi Xian thought about it and felt that Long Chen and the others wouldn't be interested in this kind of lantern show, so she didn't argue with Long Chen and Yi Xian. After saying goodbye to Yi Xian, Long Chen and Yi Xian changed into their Netherworld armors and headed towards the Netherworld Legion's training camp. Although they had left the Netherworld Legion's training camp for a long time without any reason, which was against the rules, with Yi Xian and Sumo's relationship, no one would care about it. Long Chen's soul-devouring demonic eyes could see within 1 mile, but the divine sense of the third level of the divine martial realm couldn't reach that far. In fact, Long Chen knew where Dugu Jun was, but in order to avoid Yi Xian's displeasure, he didn't say it out loud. Yi Xian had actually told Dugu Jun that both Long Chen and Dugu Jun were going to train. If it wasn't for the fact that their lives were in danger, or if there was a sudden crisis, Dugu Jun wouldn't intervene. Although Dugu Jun wasn't a member of the Netherworld Legion, because of his relationship with Yi Xian, it was very easy for him to enter the Netherworld battlefield. When he came to the Netherworld Legion again, Long Chen's identity was different. From an unknown person, he was now a well-known young genius, and even the direct disciple of the beautiful city lord. Just this point alone made Long Chen jealous. However, when they realized that Long Chen's strength could actually defeat Su Shui, who was in the divine martial realm, everyone's jealousy turned into awe. Moreover, Yi Xian was standing next to Long Chen, so who would dare to act rashly? The guards at the entrance of the training camp today weren't Song Yang's men, so Long Chen easily entered the training camp and headed in the direction of the life and death camp. On the way, no one dared to stop Long Chen and Yi Xian, and many people even greeted them. In terms of military rank, they were the lowest in the Netherworld Legion, but in terms of strength and status, ordinary centurions wouldn't dare to act rashly in front of them. The centurions guarding the life and death hall had already heard about the martial arts competition. When they knew that the newcomer called Long Chen had actually defeated Su Shui, who was an expert in the divine martial realm, they felt like they were dreaming. But now, Long Chen and Yi Xian had appeared in front of them, and the dream had become reality. Young Master Yi Xian, and Brother Long Chen, are you going to enter the nether battlefield? Long Chen nodded. A few centurions hurriedly took out the booklet and served him well. If I don't come out this time, you won't use a red pen to cross out my identity, right? Long Chen looked at them mockingly. No, absolutely not, the centurions said awkwardly. A few of the centurions said awkwardly. Last time, it was their mistake. Under normal circumstances, Long Chen would not have survived. Who knew that Long Chen was an abnormal person? After signing their names, Long Chen and Yi Xian passed through the life and death hall and arrived at the nether battlefield. And their news quickly spread to the Purple Ink Hall. Commander Mo, there's news of Long Chen and Yi Xian. Su Shui said excitedly as soon as she entered. Oh. Sumo raised his head. The two of them just entered the nether battlefield. The two of them just entered the nether battlefield. This is a great opportunity. Commander Mo, hurry up and send people to get rid of the two of them secretly, especially that Long Chen. Although Dugu Jun from the City Lord's mansion also followed them in, with our strength, not only do we have you, the 5 great underworld generals are also in the Nether Blood River. Getting rid of them should be very simple. Thinking of Long Chen, Su Shui's heart was filled with hatred. But it could be said that Long Chen had destroyed the confidence of the first half of her life. She wished she could hack such a person into pieces. Can you have a bit of brain? Sumo's voice suddenly became cold. He stared at Su Shui and said, "Let me tell you, we absolutely can't make a move against them at this time. I've already made a move against Yi Xian twice, but I still haven't killed him. If anything happens to the two of them, if I don't stop Dugu Jun and let him tell the truth to Yi Xian, then wouldn't all my years of effort be wasted?" Sitting back on the chair, Sumo continued, "So, not only can we not make a move against them, we have to serve them well and not let anything happen to them." Yi Xian obviously didn't pass the Red Lotus Jade Pendant to Yi Xian. This is a good opportunity. There's still about 20 days left until the 15th of the 8th month. If they leave, I'll have a higher chance of success with the Heaven Fragrance Pill. This time, no matter if it's the Red Lotus Jade Pendant or the Godslayer's inheritance, they'll all be mine. Thinking of this, Sumo's heart was filled with excitement. The heavens are really helping me. Su Shui finally understood what was going on. She had to admit that her opinion just now was a bit too impulsive. You're still young, there's still a lot for you to learn in the future. Don't worry. Sumo was in a good mood and said with a smile. After saying that, Sumo stood up and said, "Later, I'll go talk to Yi Xian and discuss the program on the 15th of the 8th month. Now that there's no one to disturb us, I'll make her happy. The thing on the 15th of the 8th month will definitely be a success. After I succeed, I'll send people to kill those small fry like Long Chen and Yi Xian. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Old ginger is spicier." Su Shui admired Sumo from the bottom of her heart. In the Nether battlefield, the experts from the Spirit City, as long as they were above the God Martial Realm, normally wouldn't wander around in the outskirts. Instead, they would return to the Nether Blood Sea. There were many warriors there, and the Nether Blood Sea was the birthplace of nether beasts. There were also many God Realm nether beasts. Speaking of nether beasts, Long Chen suddenly thought of Xiao Lang. It was a bit ridiculous. It had been a year since he separated from Xiao Lang, and Long Chen's strength had already surpassed the 6 demons. However, it would probably be much more difficult for him to find Xiao Lang this time. Long Chen would definitely go back to Mo Xiao Lang. He believed that Xiao Lang would have a wider space to develop in the Desolate Emperor domain. If Long Chen took his time to find him, he wouldn't blame Long Chen. However, he couldn't do it on Lingxi's side. He hadn't heard from her for so many years, so Long Chen had to find her as soon as possible. For the sake of his original promise, he would never stop moving forward. As he advanced towards the God Martial Realm, he felt that Lingxi's footsteps were getting closer and closer. One day, he would proudly hold her in his arms. Chapter 954. After the two got familiar with each other, they didn't have too many misgivings when they spoke. "Fuck off." Long Chen immediately pounced forward, and the two of them once again flew up and down and fought together. Fighting without saying a word had already become their habit. Floating Blood Sword. Zhan Long, eat my move, Sword of Chaos God and Demon. Sword of Chaos God and Demon, I know it too, but I'm Blade of Chaos God and Demon. The two of them fought for more than 2 hours before they used up all of their true essence. Long Chen also swallowed a lot of true essence from nether beasts. Right now, the two of them were sitting beside the wide Nether Blood River, looking at the endless grey world in front of them, then looking at their miserable companions beside them. They both laughed out loud. To be honest, being able to meet you at this time is really the most wonderful thing in my life. In the past, I didn't look up to many people, but you, Long Chen, even though your strength is not as good as mine, you make me admire you very much, and you're even my savior twice. After saying that, Yi Xian looked at Long Chen with a burning gaze. Sorry, I'm only interested in women. Long Chen looked at him with disdain. Scram, eat my move. Zhan Long, cut off your family jewels, I'll let you be interested in women. Chop chop chop. Long Chen used floating blood sword. The long sword in his hand turned into a tiny blood thread, sweeping past Yi Xian's neck, cutting off a strand of Yi Xian's long hair. Abnormal, his speed is actually so fast. Yi Xian was a little shocked. If he didn't dodge fast just now, Long Chen would have cut off his head just now. Of course, Long Chen would definitely stop in the end. Let's go to the Nether Blood Sea, that's the real battlefield. If the two of us work together, we can barely try with a warrior at the second level of the divine martial realm. Yes. On the way, it could be said to be leisurely. Occasionally, he would fight with Yi Xian, occasionally kill nether beasts, occasionally tease those heaven realm martial artists, and rob their money. Only after spending roughly half a month's time did the two of them arrive at the Nether Bloody Sea. On the way, because of the large number of battles, Long Chen took another big step towards the 9th level of the heaven realm. At the same time, the friendship between him and Yi Xian also developed to a very good stage. Along the way, Long Chen made many friends. Yi Xian could be considered the strongest among them. Part of his personality was similar to Xiao Lang's, but Xiao Lang was slightly quieter. Yi Xian had been a young master since he was young, but he had such a good temper, which was relatively rare. After arriving at the Nether Blood Sea, that terrifying murderous aura descended upon Long Chen's head once again. Last time, he was in a hurry to save Yi Xian, so Long Chen did not have the time to carefully experience this murderous aura. Are you alright? Yi Xian knew that without reaching the God realm and without the God martial spirit, it would be very difficult to resist this kind of murderous aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. After many heaven realm martial artists came here, their eyes would be confused by the murderous aura to the point that they would have hallucinations. They would feel that there were corpses everywhere, and that there was fighting everywhere. This was the power buried within the Nether Bloody Sea. I'm fine. Blood and slaughter. These were the characteristics of the ancient blood spirit dragon. Although Long Chen was not in the God realm, this was absolutely not a problem for him. It could even be said that bathing in this murderous aura, he felt very comfortable. It's good that you're fine. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. We haven't even gotten close to the Nether Bloody Sea. After we get there, we need to be more careful. There are quite a few nether beasts in the Nether Bloody Sea, and also quite a few God realm martial artists. If we don't know each other, it's very possible that there will be a fight as soon as we meet. Yi Xian's words made Long Chen's entire body excited. His body thirsted for battle even more than his soul. The two of them gradually approached the Nether Bloody Sea. Although Long Chen got close last time, he didn't really see the sea of blood. After roughly turning around a low mountain peak, the sound of waves came from the front. However, compared to the waves of the real sea, the sound was still different. The waves rushed up into the sky, rumbling as they rolled into the sky, and first entered Long Chen's eyes. As expected, even if it's the blood that was thrown into the air, the restriction still exists. Kitten, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly woke up from his sleep and said in a daze. Just as his voice fell, Long Chen and Yi Xian had already arrived at the edge of the Nether Bloody Sea. It was the first time he saw so much water, and it was all blood. Long Chen was a bit shocked for a moment. In front of him was a vast ocean, with no end at all. In the distant sky was a thick blood mist, blocking Long Chen's line of sight. But what could be predicted was that this sea of blood should be very big, so big that it was boundless. Rumble. A huge blood wave surged in front of Long Chen, and the blood splashed onto Long Chen's body. The blood was still there, and there was indeed a lot of real blood. There was human blood, but most of it was beast blood. How is it? Spectacular, right? Looking at the vast blood-red ocean, Yi Xian said with a smile. That's right. Long Chen nodded. At this moment, he still hadn't reacted. Such a huge sea of blood was actually covered by a seal. Just how big was this seal? Basically, the nether beasts in the nether battlefield are all born in the nether bloody sea, and then through the blood river network, it is equivalent to being transported to every place in the nether battlefield. However, there are still a large number of nether beasts left in the nether bloody sea. What I mean is that there are a large number of nether beasts in the nether bloody sea, and the majority of them are above the god level. Every god level nether beast has its own territory. If we rush in like this, the god level nether beasts will not let us go. Yi Xian had a cautious expression on his face. Just as well. If we can deal with it, we'll kill it. If we can't deal with it, we'll run. Long Chen laughed, and there was not the slightest worry in his eyes. Instead, his face was filled with hot blood. He was the first to go forward, and his feet stepped on the water of the nether bloody sea. Although he hadn't reached the god martial realm, and Long Chen couldn't fly, his true essence was almost there. Stepping on the water, he could borrow a certain amount of force. Although he was slightly affected, it didn't matter. If it really didn't work, he could use the power of the soul-chasing hell lightning. Yi Xian felt speechless at Long Chen's boldness. The two of them looked after each other, and cooperated with each other. They began their life of killing in the nether bloody sea. The person who tried to assassinate Yi Xian last time didn't appear again. After advancing for about half a day, they were surrounded by a vast expanse of blood-red seawater. Even the shore from before had disappeared. The cold wind howled, and the smell of blood in the air made people feel very depressed. It's coming. Through the soul-devouring demon eye, Long Chen could see the scene in the nether blood sea very sensitively. Through the soul-devouring demon eye, he could already see a huge nether beast in the sea that was already heading towards him. It's really big. Feeling the size of this nether beast, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. It was really too big. It was even bigger than all the demon beasts that Long Chen had encountered before. Without a doubt, this nether beast was the legendary god-level nether beast. This is the golden horn blood shark. Yi Xian said with some surprise. Just as he finished speaking, the nether blood sea's seawater in front of him suddenly became violent. The seawater that was flying up and down caused the two of them to fly backwards. With a rumble, the entire sea surface exploded. An incomparably huge golden mountain that was a few hundred meters tall soared into the sky, shining with golden light. This is the golden horn of the golden horn blood shark. Just the horn alone is a few hundred meters. You can imagine how big its body is. Yi Xian said with some shock. Long Chen didn't need to imagine. His soul-devouring demon eyes couldn't see the tail of the golden horn blood shark. In front of him was the turbulent seawater. A deep-sea giant beast gradually emerged from the bottom of the sea, and the water spread to both sides. Such a huge nether beast, Long Chen didn't know how to kill it. But at this moment, the body of the nether beast began to shrink. High-level nether beasts also had the mystique ability to shrink their bodies. Nether beasts were also considered a kind of demon race. With such a huge body, shrinking by 1%, one could imagine how condensed the body was. As the golden-horned blood shark shrunk, the entire sea level was dropping. For Long Chen and Yi Sisi, shrinking wasn't a good thing. The golden-horned blood shark's abilities were all gathered together. The explosive power was terrifying, especially the golden-horned blood shark's body. After countless refinements, it had reached a terrifying level. Such a body was already equivalent to the god tier, or at least the 3rd or 4th grade god tier and above body refining combat skills. Humans of the same level, no matter how many body refining combat skills they practiced, would not be a match for the nether beast in terms of body strength. Similarly, the demon race had a much stronger advantage than the human race in terms of body refining. At this moment, the golden horn blood shark had shrunk to the extent that it was only 10 meters long. The golden horn on its head seemed to be only half a meter long. The 10-meter-long blood-red shark gradually floated in the sea, revealing its incomparably ferocious face. A huge bloody aura swept towards Long Chen from the body of the golden horn blood shark. Yi Xian and Long Chen's expressions changed. This golden horn blood shark is very strong, stronger than the other nether beasts I've killed before. Yi Xian said with a frown. Not only is it strong, but it's also bloodthirsty. In terms of ferocity, it surpasses other demonic beasts, but... Long Chen smiled and said without fear, I'll deal with this nether beast. Yi Xian, you hold the line for me. Can you do it yourself? Yi Xian was a little doubtful. The strength of this golden horn blood shark was even stronger than Su Shui. We'll know if I can do it or not. The blood-red longsword appeared in Long Chen's hand, buzzing excitedly. Chapter 955. When everyone heard Long Chen's words, they actually wanted to laugh. They felt that this youth really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now that he was about to lose his life, he still said such arrogant words. He was merely trying to impress the crowd. However, when they saw the dense aura of blood and slaughter on Long Chen's body, they were dumbfounded. It was as if the youth before them was simply the symbol of slaughter. Although his current strength was still very weak, if he was allowed to become truly strong, then the outcome would be rather terrifying. I swear on my blood. Within half a year, I'll surely come and take your life. Wash your neck clean and wait. Long Chen's gloomy voice reverberated in everyone's ears. Those who didn't see him would think that he was just bragging before his death. However, those who saw his current appearance were mostly infected, and they felt that he probably wasn't lying. The primeval cemetery was open for a total of a year. The goal that Long Chen gave himself was to reach the realm where he could kill the divine race's young master within half a year. If it was according to the cultivation speed of the divine Wuxia sage dynasty, it would absolutely be impossible. Therefore, he needed to break through endlessly. Long Chen's blood was boiling. I'm really unresigned today. I want to become stronger. Long Chen emitted such an intense desire in his heart. At this moment, the divine race's young master's astonished face was firmly engraved in his heart. There would be a day when he would return and tear him into pieces. After listening to Long Chen's words, the divine race's young master was first stunned, and then he laughed exaggeratedly. He waved his hand and said, Bastard, are you daydreaming? Men, take this kid away and kill him. He's dirtying my eyes. This kind of ant also dares to grumble in front of me. The way of the world has really changed. Could it be that all of you don't know what the divine race is? The divine race's young master didn't even look at Long Chen as he muttered to himself. Long Chen laughed instead. Xiao Lang, take care. After speaking in the language of spiritual beasts, Long Chen looked at the experts of the celestial race who came to capture him. They claimed to be from the celestial race, but they were still humans. Yet, Long Chen had such an impressive title. Long Chen truly felt a little ashamed. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Long Chen knew that even if he used the 3 blood sacrifices, he still wouldn't be able to defeat this young master of the god race. The only thing he could do right now was to temporarily avoid the sharp edge and wait for the day when he would make a comeback. Long Chen knew that he would let this young master of the god race know what cruelty was. Big brother, take care. Xiao Lang's eyes also revealed a blazing light. To be honest, he was also quite unwilling. He hoped to roam the world with Long Chen. However, he had no choice but to disguise himself in front of the young lord of the divine race. Let's see who's stronger the next time we meet. Long Chen laughed. He took one last look at the young lord of the god race. The cold killing intent in his eyes made the young lord of the god race feel a little panic. It was as though the person in front of him was not a human, but a peak behemoth from the primordial era. That kind of nobility in bloodline made the young lord of the god race feel like he was very low level. In terms of bloodline, he was an ant in Long Chen's eyes. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly transformed into a sanguine light and vanished in front of everyone with unparalleled speed. No one expected that Long Chen actually had such a mystical escape technique. They originally thought that Long Chen was dead for sure this time. They did not expect that he still had such a trump card. Only now did everyone realize that what Long Chen had said previously was in preparation for the current blood escape technique. The young lord of the god race did not chase after him. He was first frightened by Long Chen's cold gaze. When he recovered, he laughed mockingly and said, Wu Guangyu, how could you be fooled by an insignificant trash? Forget half a year, he won't be able to surpass you even in his lifetime. Furthermore, the inheritance of the Green Lotus Emperor, one of the 7 lords, is still waiting for you. With this sun-devouring demonic wolf, you will be like a tiger that has grown wings. When he thought of this, the young lord of the god race was incomparably excited. This primordial cemetery was simply a treasure land in his life. He had just arrived here, and he already had such good luck. Young lord, that youth has escaped. Shouldn't we chase after him? One of the god race powerhouses came before Wu Guangyu and asked cautiously. With our status, do you think it's appropriate to chase after a fearless ant? The young lord replied with a question. He looked at the sun-devouring demonic wolf with a grin. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Seeing that Long Chen was safe and powerful, Xiao Lang finally felt slightly at ease. He knew that Long Chen was someone that he did not need to worry about at all. He also believed that within half a year, Long Chen would absolutely kill his way back. The vow he made would definitely be fulfilled. Thus, Xiao Lang quietly concealed the killing intent he had towards the young lord of the god race and recovered the ferocious and ignorant expression that was unique to demonic beasts. The young lord smiled and left with the powerhouses of the god race with extreme excitement. The spectators that stayed behind looked at each other. The development of today's matter was rather dramatic. One of them asked in a stupefied manner, "Everyone, do you think that youth will be able to resist the young lord of the god race one day? Your head is rusty. This is clearly a joke. With his strength, he would be dead if he didn't remember anything in the primordial cemetery. Who would even put him in their eyes? Only you would remember the boasting of such a minor character." They completely didn't think that they were minor characters. After they finished speaking, they dispersed without any interest. However, it was very likely that today's matter would be spread throughout the entire primeval cemetery because of their mouths. A nobody called Long Chen actually dared to speak such words of challenge to the dignified young master of the God clan. This would become a laughing stock in addition to everyone's slaughter. The God race was one of the 2 largest clans in the entire Myriad Kingdom's territory. It was the symbol of the strongest power in the Myriad Kingdom's territory. There were billions and billions of people in the Myriad Kingdom's territory, yet only one God race was born. Within the God race, the patriarch had such a son. A minor character like Long Chen, whose name was unknown, actually issued a challenge to him. If this wasn't a laughing stock, then what was? Regardless of identity or status, just in terms of strength, this was already a joke enough. The young lord of the god race, Wu Guangyu, was a super expert that was renowned throughout the entire Myriad Kingdom's territory. His cultivation had reached the acme of perfection, and he had already reached a mythical level. Long Chen was merely at the third level of the Earth Martial Realm. If he wanted to reach this level, he wouldn't be able to do so without several decades, let alone within half a year? Even if it was Long Chen, he didn't know whether he could succeed or not. His purpose in coming to the primordial cemetery was only to pass through the primordial cemetery. But now, he only had one goal left, and that was to kill the young lord of the god race, so that his brother, Xiao Lang, would return to his side. No matter how many hardships there were, Long Chen didn't mind. Although everyone would treat this matter as a laughing stock, Long Chen didn't think so, because he had the bloodline of the primordial blood spirit dragon, one of the 10 great ancestral dragons of the primordial era. He was a supreme existence, and all he needed was time to grow. Faith was the first element of cultivation. After Long Chen used the blood escape technique and left the range of 5 kilometers, he didn't dare to be negligent. While using the power of the blood escape technique, he used the king crystals to restore his vital energy. During the Wuxia Sage dynasty, Long Chen had killed many people and finally brought out 3,000 king crystals. However, 3,000 king crystals weren't enough for him now. Of course, Long Chen could also use the essence and blood of demonic beasts to restore his vital energy, but he hadn't seen any demonic beasts that could help him. After fleeing through the lush forest for a long time, no one caught up with him. After Long Chen confirmed that the people of the god race couldn't find him, he found a quiet and secluded cave and hid his body inside. The first thing Long Chen did was take out thousands of king crystals to restore his vital energy. The densely packed king crystals surrounded him. The rich martial energy was swallowed into Long Chen's body and turned into his dragon soul's vital energy. Today, in front of such a powerhouse, Long Chen's nerves were stretched taut and his blood was boiling with anger. At this time, he had just relaxed and his strength was steadily increasing. Long Chen unexpectedly felt a refreshing feeling. God race young master. Half a day had passed by the time he had completely restored his vital energy. Long Chen stood up in the cave and looked in the direction he had just been in. His eyes flashed with the flames of hatred. This enmity had already been sown and the oath had already been made. Long Chen knew that the god race was powerful and he also knew that he would be regarded as a laughingstock by others. However, he didn't care. A true powerhouse wouldn't care about other people's mockery. In the dynasty of the god Wuxia Sage, Long Chen had outshone others. However, after coming to the archaic cemetery, he gradually understood that he was only at the lowest level. He was at a level where others could easily trample on him. Nothing is more important than cultivation. Only when I am strong can I control my own destiny. Long Chen sighed helplessly. Of course, the fighting spirit in his heart was still incomparably high. Hua. In this narrow cave, Long Chen began to practice the Earth Martial Arts Fist Manual of the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. After reaching the 3rd level, Long Chen began to work hard for the 4th level. While practicing the Red Emperor Burning Heaven Seal, Long Chen didn't forget to improve his realm. After more than a month's time, and after being suppressed by the God Race young master just now, Long Chen had accumulated enough energy. After a few days, Long Chen attracted an opportunity to break through. Ha! In this narrow cave, Long Chen's fists moved in a mysterious trajectory, stirring the power of the earth and completely fusing with the entire ground. His speed first became faster and faster until it became a blur that couldn't be seen clearly. Then it became slower. The slower it was, the more magical and beautiful it was. Chapter 956. In this small cave, the soil on all sides was under Long Chen's control. The wind from his fists left densely packed fist marks on the walls of the cave. When the cave was completely filled with fist marks, Long Chen had been practicing punching for 4 consecutive days. He was the kind of person whose strength would explode more fiercely when he was in adversity. The reason why he was able to break through to the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm this time had a lot to do with the suppression he had suffered from the young master of the God clan. The powerful momentum of the young master had suppressed Long Chen's body, causing Long Chen's genuine essence to explode. During the cultivation, the dragon-shaped martial soul in his sea of consciousness gradually grew stronger, more and more solid, and the power it had was also more and more terrifying. The dragon-shaped martial soul made Long Chen feel frightened when he saw it, but he also understood that this martial soul was actually him. Humans had a spirit and a martial soul. The spirit was responsible for thinking and was divided into 3 souls and 7 spirits. The martial soul was cultivated and transformed from the physique. It mainly controlled the genuine essence of the body and was the core of the battle. It was also the original consciousness of Long Chen in the sea of consciousness. The evolution of the martial soul represented the evolution of Long Chen's strength. More and more earth-vein spiritual qi from the vast earth poured into Long Chen's body, allowing him to control more and more dragon soul genuine essence, and his strength became stronger and stronger. Boom! A violent power was stimulated from Long Chen's body. The 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm is already so powerful. If the young master of the God clan really fought, he could probably crush me to death with one finger. Long Chen was deeply aware of the gap between the two of them. It was impossible for the young master of the God clan to reach the sky martial arts realm, but presumably the gap was not very big. That level was not something that Long Chen could fight against now. However, he was not in a hurry. You want Xiao Lang? Since that's the case, I'll let you raise Xiao Lang until he's strong enough. When the time comes, I'll get Xiao Lang back. I really don't know how wonderful your expression will be when that happens. Is Xiao Lang someone you can tame? After a few days, Long Chen's cultivation had stabilized at the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. If he used the Dragon Soul transformation, he could reach the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Moreover, he still had many magical powers, especially the Red Emperor Heaven-Burning Print. Before, he already had the power to kill someone at the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm, let alone now. It was impossible to improve by staying in one place forever. After stabilizing his strength, Long Chen adjusted his mentality and set off on his journey again. Fight to the end. Shuttling through this dense forest, Long Chen used the soul-devouring demon pupil. This forest was incomparably huge and lush, and there were even many elixirs growing within it. Long Chen discovered that some places were in a mess. Obviously, there were traces left behind by a fight, and it was obvious that those people fought for the elixirs. More than 10,000 people were scattered in this primordial cemetery. Since the primordial cemetery was so big, Long Chen did not see many people along the way. However, there were quite a few traces of fighting. There were even some places where big trees were uprooted, and there were also many traces of demon beasts' blood. The fighting in this primordial cemetery is indeed quite tragic. Long Chen squinted his eyes and walked past these traces. There are sounds of fighting ahead. There should be people. After a while, Long Chen was able to roughly hear the voices in front of him. He noticed that in this primeval cemetery, the thing he was most isolated from was information. He didn't understand things that everyone understood, and this would cause him to be in an extremely passive state. So he had to understand these things, so he had to start from others. Hearing the sounds of fighting, Long Chen hurriedly rushed over. In the process of moving forward, he actually discovered that the surrounding trees were actually decreasing. This is already the edge of this forest. Long Chen realized this point. The trees and flowers were all decreasing, and the environment with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers was also gone. In the process of moving forward, Long Chen exited the forest and suddenly had a feeling of being suddenly enlightened. In front of him, there was a dazzling metallic light. Long Chen squinted his eyes as he looked at the scenery in front of him. In front of them was a large area that was completely different from the forest. This place was more in line with the primordial cemetery in Long Chen's eyes, but it was slightly different. In front of him was a barren land that basically didn't have any plants or trees. The only thing was a piece of barren dark brown land. Long Chen looked carefully and noticed that this dark brown land was actually covered densely with fine metallic sand. Everywhere in front of him was this type of fine metallic sand. Although the dark brown land was still soil, it looked more or less like metal and steel. Even in the distance, there were quite a few huge pieces of steel that directly protruded out from the ground. They were ferocious and sharp, and under the illumination of the sunlight, they emitted a fierce cold light, and there were even some bloodstains on them. In front of him was a world of steel. This world wasn't even smaller than the world in the forest from before. Primordial Cemetery, the treasures of the 5 emperors. I understand now. It's very likely that this primordial cemetery is divided into 5 areas. The area I was at earlier should belong to the wood area, and the area before me now should belong to the metal area. From this, it could be seen that this primordial cemetery was really incomparably mystical. After seeing this vast dark brown land and the occasional large pieces of metal that occasionally protruded from the ground, Long Chen's gaze was attracted by the sounds of fighting. This was a battle between humans and demonic beasts. The first thing that attracted Long Chen's attention was the demonic beasts. This was a small pack of demonic wolves, and there were about a dozen of them. Each of them was about the size of a horse, but Long Chen knew that this should be their transformation to adapt to the battle. Their size should be about the same as Xiaolang's. This primordial cemetery was terrifying, and even the demonic beasts in it were quite terrifying. The demonic wolves that were fighting those people in front of him were at least grade 4 monarch level. So many grade 4 monarch level demonic beasts actually appeared here. It was really a bit terrifying. One must know that the grade 4 monarch level heavenly phoenix divine bird could dominate the god Wuxia sage dynasty. The most amazing thing about these demonic wolves was that they didn't look like demonic beasts, but metal. That's right, these gray demonic wolves looked like they were made of a kind of gray metal. This gray metal was hard in places that needed to be hard, and tough in places that needed to be tough. Even if a blade slashed their bodies, it would be very difficult to hurt them. At the same time, they could move flexibly, unlike the rigid metal puppets. Their bodies were much stronger than Xiaolang's. If Long Chen hadn't sensed the blood in their bodies, he would have mistaken these steel demonic wolves for puppets. Each demonic wolf had 1 or 2 human opponents. These steel demonic wolves were quite strong. As they pounced and clawed, the fine metal sand on the ground flew wildly. The steel-like ground was smashed into a large pit, and the attacks of those humans usually couldn't cause such an earth-shaking effect. Brothers, stop. Kill these demon wolves and sell their limestone gold and demonic cores. That way, we can get a lot of imperial crystals to buy other things. The limestone gold is very expensive. A hoarse voice came from the crowd. Long Chen looked over. This man was tall and burly with dark skin. His face was full of ferocity, and the most hideous thing was the scar on his face. Isn't this guy Venomous Vulture who is with Xiaoyu? On the astrolabe, the fat man named Xiaoyu had introduced a lot of things to Long Chen. It was also because of him that Long Chen knew the young master of the Shen clan. If Venomous Vulture was here, then Xiaoyu must be here. Long Chen searched the crowd for a while and found that the fat Xiaoyu was fighting alone with a demonic wolf. Xiaoyu was a warrior at LV4 of the Earth martial arts realm. He was holding a huge black broadaxe that emitted a cold light. Under his control, the broadaxe slashed towards the steel demonic wolf. For a moment, the fight was quite fierce. However, Long Chen found that the steel demonic wolf was very agile and didn't fight head-on with Xiao Yu. At this time, Xiao Yu was already panting. The others were almost winning, but he seemed to be running out of strength. "Boss Leijio, help me." Xiao Yu's face was pale when his genuine essence was almost exhausted, but the steel demonic wolf didn't seem to know fatigue. The more it fought, the fiercer it became. The steel demonic wolf's fighting methods were quite fierce. This set of fighting methods had been passed down for several generations. Under their refinement, it had reached the peak. Their claws and teeth were the real steel of sword shadow. They could leave deep marks on Xiao Yu's broadaxe, but Xiao Yu's broadaxe couldn't kill them. Such a demonic beast would be invincible in the Wuxia sage's dynasty. Even the martial emperor Zhao Wuji might not be able to deal with such a terrifying demonic wolf. Their strength was too strong. Even the divine phoenix might not be able to deal with an iron demonic wolf. The boss venomous vulture, who was leisurely dealing with his opponent, obviously heard Xiao Yu's cry for help. However, he pretended not to hear it and continued to deal with his opponent easily. This venomous vulture was at least at LV6 of the Earth martial arts realm, much higher than Feng Xian. It was very easy for him to deal with the steel demonic wolf, but he didn't do anything. Boss venomous vulture. Xiao Yu was already desperate. A dozen of them had agreed to come together, but among this group of people, he was the weakest. Venomous vulture usually didn't think much of him. At this time, he didn't even try to save him. Xiao Yu felt a chill in his heart. At this time, the steel demonic wolf in front of him let out a terrifying roar. Its steel mouth suddenly opened wide and instantly pounced on Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was shocked and quickly used his broadaxe to block in front of his eyes. Clang! Chapter 957. The steel demon wolf's eyes turned blood red. The steel on its body made a sharp grinding sound as it twisted. It was quite terrifying. It suddenly exerted strength and Xiao Yu's broad axe was flung away. The huge force pulled Xiao Yu's body forward. At this moment, the steel demon wolf let out an excited roar and bit at Xiao Yu's neck. "My life is over." Xiao Yu's complexion turned pale. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. His opponent's strength was frighteningly great. Every single move of his had the power to move mountains and fill up seas. Xiao Yu had no way to resist. Seeing that the teeth of the steel demon wolf were about to bite his neck, Xiao Yu's eyes were filled with despair. And at this time, a powerful aura suddenly came from behind Xiao Yu. An attack instantly passed through Xiao Yu's body and ruthlessly hit the demon wolf's chin. This kick directly sent the demon wolf flying. Dang! Boss Vulture. Xiao Yu was saved from death. He thought that Vulture had saved him. His eyes immediately showed a grateful expression. He looked towards the person in front of him. He didn't expect to see the back of a young man instead of Vulture. When he turned around, Xiao Yu looked at him in confusion. He seemed to have seen this person somewhere before. "You are..." "Ah, I remember. You are Long Chen I met on the astrolabe?" A shocked expression appeared on Xiao Yu's face. He remembered that Long Chen's strength was only at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm, but now, he could actually send the demon wolf flying so easily? "You still remember my name?" Long Chen smiled. His appearance stunned the others. When Xiao Yu called out Long Chen's name, they remembered that there was such a person. However, when he saw him, Vulture thought that Long Chen was also a piece of trash who would drag the team down. Xiao Yu's heart was filled with gratitude and shock. He didn't know what to say. The demon wolf that had just been sent flying behind Long Chen rushed over angrily. After being kicked by Long Chen, the iron demon wolf's ferocity was completely stimulated. "Long Chen, be careful. Dodge." Just now, Long Chen's attack was purely a sneak attack. He was definitely not a match for the Iron Demon Wolf in a head-on battle. That was why Xiao Yu was so worried. He suddenly rushed towards Long Chen, wanting to help Long Chen break the attack. However, he didn't know that his broad axe had already been sent flying. Long Chen turned around and looked at the bloody demon wolf. He didn't even frown. At this moment, part of his left hand had transformed into the dragon soul. His entire arm was covered with blood-red dragon scales. Those sharp claws were like the sharpest blades. The demon wolf howled. Long Chen's body looked much smaller than the others, so the threat he posed was definitely much smaller. It did not expect that Long Chen would actually dare to attack it. It was a disgrace to be attacked by a weakling. Although the Iron Demon Wolf's body was hard, its speed was quite fast. Its movements were like the soul. As it rushed forward, it flashed a few phantoms. In an instant, it rushed in front of Long Chen. Those cold teeth bit towards Long Chen's head. Be careful. The Iron Demon Wolf pounced over, but Long Chen didn't seem to react. Xiao Yu was frightened. He wanted to save him, but it was too late. Hua! Just as the Steel Demon Wolf was about to engulf Long Chen's dragon claw suddenly moved. The movement of his arm was much faster than the Steel Demon Wolf's. The blood-red claw instantly pierced into the Steel Demon Wolf's jaw. Dang dang! The sharp sound of metal rubbing against metal rang out. The Steel Demon Wolf let out a terrified howl. At this moment, Long Chen's claws had pierced deep into its lower jaw. Even Xiao Yu's axe couldn't penetrate it, but Long Chen's claws had directly pierced through it. It could be seen that his strength and claws had reached an unimaginable level. At this time, Long Chen grabbed the Iron Demon Wolf. He suddenly exerted strength. The Iron Demon Wolf, which was as heavy as a mountain, was directly thrown up by Long Chen and smashed into the ground. Instantly, the earth shook. You beast, you want to eat me? Long Chen sneered. His fingers pierced deeply into the other party's lower jaw, and he flung the other party's head into the air. Then, he smashed the other party onto the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Gotcha! The Iron Demon Wolf's head was directly grabbed by Long Chen. Beheaded. In this way, the Steel Demon Wolf could not be any more dead. After Long Chen killed the Iron Demon Wolf, his body's blood-refining qi was activated. The Iron Demon Wolf's skin was very hard, but the inside was still flesh and blood. The blood essence was completely swallowed by Long Chen. The ferocious Iron Demon Wolf completely shriveled up and became a dry corpse. This essence could only increase Long Chen's true essence to the peak. From the moment he appeared to the moment he killed the demon wolf in front of him, only a short period of time had passed. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, especially Xiao Yu, who was dumbfounded. He had been worried that Long Chen would be killed, but now it seemed that his worries were completely unnecessary. Long Chen's strength far surpassed the Iron Demon Wolf. As for the others, they naturally didn't understand how this ordinary young man could have such fighting strength. Vulture's eyes gradually narrowed. He felt that this young man was at most at the third level of the Earth Martial Realm. But from the true essence he had just displayed, he should have reached the fourth level of the Earth Martial Realm. Has he broken through? This young man must have a lot of secrets to be able to display such fighting strength. I have to keep him here. Vulture's mind was spinning with these thoughts. I wonder what level of fighting strength this young man can display at most. I'll keep him here for now. I'll make a move after I figure it out. Otherwise, I may fail miserably. As for Xiao Yu, Vulture didn't care about him. Just now, when Xiao Yu was in danger, Vulture didn't save him. Instead, it was Long Chen who saved him. A friend in need is a friend indeed. In his heart, Long Chen's position quickly surpassed Vulture's. Who was a good person and who was a bad person, it was clear at a glance. Because of Long Chen's outstanding performance, the others were shocked for a while. Originally, many people were on par with the Iron Demon Wolves, but now that their movements were a little slower, the Iron Demon Wolves seized this opportunity and displayed their fierce methods. For a moment, they actually made those people retreat. Focus on your own opponents. Vulture shouted and sped up his movements. Not long after, he had already killed his opponent. At the same time, he also threw himself into the battle of others and helped them kill their opponents. More and more people were free, and the Iron Demon Wolves were killed one after another. Long Chen didn't help them in their battle. Xiao Yu went to take his own broad axe back. This black broad axe already had many cracks. It probably hadn't been used for long. A faint black light overflowed from the fracture. Little brother Long Chen, I didn't expect you to be so strong. This time, thank you very much. Xiao Yu's face showed a grateful expression. I happened to pass by here, and didn't expect to meet you here. I can only say that we are quite fated. Long Chen chuckled. Xiao Yu smiled honestly. He suddenly thought of something and said, Little brother, where are you going next? Are you going to the Glazed Gold region with us? Or are you going back to the Greenwood region or somewhere else? Long Chen didn't answer. Instead, he asked, Do you know a lot about the Primordial Cemetery? Where are you going? Xiao Yu scratched his head and said, Not really, but at least I know more than you. We're going to the Steel City of the Glazed Gold region. Steel City? Why are we going there? Long Chen asked. There are too many things you don't know. Little brother, why don't you come with me? I'll slowly tell you everything I know. What do you think? Xiao Yu said with great anticipation. There was some anxiety in his eyes. Long Chen roughly knew what he was thinking. From Vulture's behavior just now, it could be seen that he didn't care about Xiao Yu's life at all. If he stayed with them, Xiao Yu would soon die. It was not easy to meet a young expert like Long Chen. He also wanted to keep Long Chen by his side. This way, he would be much safer. At this time, Vulture had already led the others to kill all the Iron Demon Wolves. The others were excitedly collecting the corpses of the Iron Demon Wolves. Vulture walked over with a few warriors in the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm. He looked at Long Chen with a smile on his face and said, Little brother, thank you for saving our brother just now. I couldn't get away for a moment and almost let Fatty you die. I'm really ashamed. Long Chen clearly remembered that Vulture called him trash on the astrolabe. He didn't expect that his attitude would completely change so quickly. At this moment, for the sake of preserving his life, Xiao Yu hurriedly asked, Boss Venomous Vulture, Brother Long Chen came to the Primeval Cemetery by himself and doesn't know anything. Why don't you let him join us and head to the Steel City with us? You should have seen his strength, right? He was worried about his own life, and that's why he spoke first. Long Chen didn't blame him, as Long Chen himself was a free person. He wanted to figure out the situation in the Primeval Cemetery now, and it wouldn't be too late for him to leave after he figured it out. Vulture was waiting for Xiao Yu to say this. He didn't want to miss Long Chen, a young man with a secret, so he quickly nodded and said, Brother Long Chen's cultivation is superb. At such a young age, of course, he is qualified to go with us. Xiao Yu rejoiced when he heard Venomous Vulture's permission. He hurriedly looked at Long Chen in anticipation. Long Chen thought for a moment and nodded. In that case, thank you for your care, Venomous Vulture. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 958. Long Chen's confidence made Yi Xian have no choice but to believe him. After fighting with Long Chen for so long, to be honest, he was very familiar with Long Chen's strength. With Long Chen's usual performance, it was still a little lacking to kill this first-grade god-level monster. But fortunately, with the sharpness of the floating blood divine sword, it could pierce through the skin of the golden-horned blood shark. If it could pierce through, with Long Chen's speed, it meant that there was a possibility of killing it. Although your speed is fast, when you reach the Nether Blood Sea, with the obstruction of the seawater, your speed will be greatly reduced, but the opponent's speed will be greatly increased. So, you must not dive into the seawater to fight this golden-horned blood shark. While retreating, Yi Xian did not forget to remind Long Chen of this matter. Long Chen nodded. The fierce light in his eyes had already attracted the attention of the golden-horned blood shark opposite him. Creatures that trespassed into its territory were unforgivable. They were competing with it for territory, especially creatures like Long Chen, which had always been a great enemy of the golden-horned blood shark. Hiss! The golden-horned blood shark let out a terrifying roar, and immediately, a wave of blood water blasted towards Long Chen. This was a powerful shockwave, and Long Chen's feet lightly tapped on the water, and like a golden bolt of lightning, he soared into the sky, instantly dodging the golden-horned blood shark's attack. At this time, Yi Xian had already given the battlefield to Long Chen, but he did not dare to go too far. If anything happened to Long Chen, he would be able to rescue Long Chen in time. In this world full of Emperor spiritual qi, Long Chen did not have enough true yuan to support himself to fly, so he quickly landed. The golden-horned blood shark turned into a blood-red light and rushed towards where Long Chen landed. The speed of the golden-horned blood shark in the water was much faster than Su Shui, but it was not as fast as Long Chen. It's time for you to truly experience the power of my killing tribulation. The most important aspect of the killing calamity was killing intent. Long Chen didn't have any killing intent when he was fighting with Yi Xian, which resulted in him not being able to fully display the might of the third-grade divine skill. However, things were different now. The dragon soul transformation instantly strengthened Long Chen's body. A bloody energy that surpassed the golden-horned blood sharks was emitted from Long Chen's body. He gently raised floating blood in his hand and gently aimed at the golden-horned blood shark. Before it arrived, the deafening sound of the golden-horned blood shark tortured Long Chen's ears. So noisy. When the golden-horned blood shark was more than 20 meters away from Long Chen moved. The corner of his mouth curved into a sneer, and a huge blood qi rose from his body. In the eyes of the golden-horned blood shark, Long Chen was more like a super-fierce beast that came from afar. The blood-red longsword was like its teeth that it used to bite. Floating blood sword. With a soft sound, Long Chen turned into a blood-red light. The speed of this light was 10 times faster than the speed of the golden-horned blood shark. It was an unstoppable light. If the golden-horned blood shark was alone, this move of Long Chen's would have swept across its neck, causing blood to float. Speed and sharpness were the true meaning of floating blood. Pfft. From the moment Long Chen used it to the moment the sound came out, only a moment had passed. However, when this sound came out, it was accompanied by fresh blood and other turbid things floating in the air. Long Chen held floating blood sword in his hand and brushed past the golden-horned blood shark. A man and a beast passed by each other. Blood floated up. Then, there was the crazy roar of the golden-horned blood shark. This was a tragic cry of pain. When Long Chen turned around, he had already seen the golden-horned blood shark spinning crazily in the entire sea. Its left eye was bleeding, and it was a mess from the collision. It could be seen that the floating blood sword that Long Chen had just used had blinded its left eye. In the distance, Yi Xian was extremely emotional. It seems that when Long Chen fought against me in the past, he still hid his strength. This move is so fast that even I might not be able to dodge it. After its left eye was blinded by Long Chen, the golden-horned blood shark fell into a state of madness. Soon, it used its remaining eye to see Long Chen. In an instant, it let out an earth-shattering roar. The seawater rumbled and fluctuated. That rich killing intent erupted from its body. In an instant, the surrounding monsters that had not reached the god level trembled. On its head, the golden horn erupted with a blazing golden light. Strange golden runes appeared on the golden horn and rotated rapidly. Be careful, the attack of its golden horn can easily penetrate your body. Yi Xian warned from afar. Is that so? Long Chen sneered. Golden lightning flashed on his body. Long Chen's body instantly disappeared. Surrounding the golden-horned blood shark, Long Chen spun at a high speed. Ordinary people could not even see his body clearly. With such a fast rotation, it was not easy for the golden-horned blood shark to aim at him. A large amount of demonic power condensed around the golden horn of the golden-horned blood shark. It was very likely that as long as it aimed at Long Chen, it would be able to release destructive lethality. However, what made the golden-horned blood shark anxious was that this warrior's speed was so fast that it could not aim at him at all. Although the wound on its eye had begun to heal, the terrifying pain still made the golden-horned blood shark extremely irritable and impatient. This was the difference between the nether beasts and the human clan. The human clan had intelligence, and so did the demon clan. However, a part of the demon clan, the nether beasts and the ferocious beasts, did not have this advantage. Finally, the golden-horned blood shark could not bear it anymore. In a fit of anger, a blazing golden light beam erupted from its golden horn and blasted towards Long Chen. Under this golden light beam, the surrounding seawater evaporated and disappeared without a trace. In the originally flat seawater, a channel was concave. This blazing golden light beam was somewhat similar to the golden eye of annihilation of the Jin clan, one of the 9 major clans in the Myriad Kingdoms domain. However, in terms of power, this golden light beam was countless times stronger than the golden eye of annihilation. Rumble. The blazing golden light beam was blasted away. Long Chen's face was suffused with a golden radiance. He could see that the golden light beam was heading towards him. However, Long Chen wasn't worried. He was advancing at a high speed. In an instant, he increased his speed. In a flash, the blazing golden light beam brushed past his body. So hot. Fortunately, it brushed past him, so it did not hurt Long Chen at all. However, the degree of heat still made Long Chen feel a little uncomfortable. If he was hit directly, Long Chen's entire body would probably melt. The golden light beam brushed past him and poured into the seawater. In an instant, a large amount of blood-colored seawater was evaporated. Good chance. After executing this attack, the golden-horned blood shark had fallen into a state of exhaustion. This was the best opportunity for Long Chen to kill it. At this moment, Long Chen escaped into the seawater and turned into a golden lightning. He instantly approached the golden-horned blood shark. The golden-horned blood shark was in a daze and did not discover Long Chen's position. At this moment, Long Chen rushed into the sky and slashed down with his sword. Zhan Long, in an instant, the blood-colored sword light was like a waterfall. There were countless tiny sword lights in it. It slashed down densely like a huge knife. Before the golden-horned blood shark could react, the floating blood sword swept past the body of the golden-horned blood shark. Poochie! An ear-piercing sound was heard. Long Chen directly cut off the spine of the golden-horned blood shark. He then rushed out and lowered his head. The golden-horned blood shark could no longer scream. This was because the golden-horned blood shark had already been split into 2 by Long Chen. It was already dead. A large amount of fresh blood gushed out and merged with the nether blood sea. Long Chen quickly used the devouring blood world to gather all the blood and put it together with the corpse of the golden-horned blood shark into the great void realm. Don't let the beast's soul go. The beast's soul of a god-level demon beast is very precious. If it is given to a talisman master, it can be used to create a spirit beast talisman and have other uses. While Long Chen was cleaning up the corpse of the golden-horned blood shark, Yi Xian immediately came over. He took out a high-level soul-gathering pearl and put the golden horned blood shark's almost physical beast soul into the soul-gathering pearl. The beast soul is the difference between the nether beasts and the demon clan. The beast soul of the nether beasts, other than being stronger, there is no evolution. However, the beast soul of the demon god level demon clan is almost the same as our god martial soul. Even if the physical body dies, their beast soul can survive. Perhaps this is the reason why the demon clan can transform into human form. At the place where the beast soul was collected, Yi Xian said with some emotion. So that's how it is. Long Chen remembered it in his mind. At this time, Yi Xian gave the soul-gathering pearl to Long Chen and said, "For you, this is your spoil of war." Long Chen did not say anything and kept it. Although he did not need this thing, Yi Xian's family background was much better than his, so he also did not need this thing. After finally finishing off the golden horned blood shark, Long Chen and Yi Xian both heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Yi Xian looked at Long Chen with a monstrous gaze and said, "You really are a monster. You killed the golden horned blood shark so easily. I thought I would have to do it. Screw you." Long Chen looked around and said, "There is such a big commotion here, and there is also the smell of blood. Let's leave quickly." The two looked at each other and headed towards the depths of the Nether Blood Sea. In this Nether Blood Sea, it was difficult to have any traces of battle, especially since Long Chen had already taken away all the things of the golden horned blood shark. Chapter 959. However, it was still a great help to Long Chen in honing his ability to kill. Especially by collecting the blood essence of this kind of deity-level nether beast, Long Chen could use blood refinement qi to replenish his quintessential qi in battle. Just as Long Chen and Long Chen left, Dugu Jun came to where they were. Looking at the traces of the battle between Long Chen and the golden horned blood sharks, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "This is bad. How did these two guys get into such big trouble when they just arrived here? These golden horned blood sharks are nether beasts that live in groups. Moreover, the direction they are heading in." Thinking of this, Dugu Jun's expression changed. His body flashed and instantly disappeared on the spot, chasing ahead. Long Chen and Yi Xian moved forward for a short distance before Long Chen stopped. Suddenly, Long Chen frowned. "What's wrong?" Yi Xian also felt a thick bloody and murderous aura emanating from the surroundings. At this moment, in Long Chen's perception, the entire Nether Blood Sea shook. The blood water that soared to the sky danced in the sky. With a loud bang, the entire world was filled with blood water. Long Chen and Yi Xian were both trapped in a small space of blood water. "Break!" Yi Xian made a prompt decision and sent out a punch. Suddenly, a huge force was released and the huge force blasted out a huge passage. Yi Xian was a person who could fly. At this moment, he pulled Long Chen along the passage and rushed into the sky. The blood water that soared to the sky caused the entire sea to boil. In this boiling sea, more than 10 golden horns appeared. These horns were exactly the same as the golden horned blood sharks from before. Obviously, there were more than 10 golden horned blood sharks around them. How can this be? So many golden horned blood sharks suddenly appeared. Yi Xian's face revealed a shocked expression. With so many golden horned blood sharks, even he was a little nervous. Long Chen counted, there were a total of 14 golden horned blood sharks surrounding them. At this moment, 6 or 7 rays of blood-colored light shot towards Long Chen. This was the effect of the golden horned blood shark using the power of the seawater to rush into the air and form a flying effect. Even if Yi Xian was in mid-air, he might be killed by so many golden horned blood sharks. A single golden horned blood shark was already very troublesome for Long Chen to deal with. In terms of demonic energy, the golden-horned blood shark was similar to a warrior who had just entered the first LV of the divine martial realm. Yi Xian was a warrior who had completed the first LV of the divine martial realm. It was still possible for him to deal with a few or even 10 of them. There were a total of 14 terrifying golden-horned blood sharks. This would depend on the ability of Long Chen. Yi Xian originally wanted to pull Long Chen away. But at this moment, he found that not only did Long Chen not leave, but he also displayed the dragon soul transformation. At the same time, the cold and bloodthirsty divine sword Floating Blood also appeared in Long Chen's hand and was tightly grasped in his hand. Let's see who can kill more. This is a rare opportunity. With a laugh, Long Chen broke free from Yi Xian's restraint and turned into a golden lightning, descending rapidly. Yi Xian widened his eyes and immediately smiled helplessly. He admitted that Long Chen was a madman. The biggest difference between him and Long Chen was that Long Chen was more ruthless and bold than him. This also made Long Chen more terrifying when he fought with him. Only by constantly breaking through the limits could there be greater progress. The dozen of golden-horned blood sharks in front of him, a first-grade divine realm nether beast, was a limit. Puff! Following closely behind Long Chen, Yi Xian also held the blood-red long saber in his hand. The blood-red long saber was also floating blood. Its overall strength was similar to Long Chen's floating blood saber. The sword was the king of weapons, while the saber was the overlord of weapons. This kind of relationship was like a lion being the king of beasts and a tiger being the overlord of beasts. Two floating blood sabers appeared at the same time. Long Chen chose to fight recklessly, while Yi Xian also chose to accompany him. When Long Chen descended, there were already 2 golden-horned blood sharks that had leaped out of the deep sea and surrounded Long Chen. From Long Chen's body, they could feel the aura of their dead companion. From this, they could confirm that Long Chen was the enemy who killed the golden-horned blood sharks. They were social animals, and they valued the lives of their companions very much. However, this kind of ferociousness was exactly what Long Chen wanted to face. Generally speaking, at a critical moment of life and death, people could unleash their hidden potential and burst out with even more powerful strength. When the blood-red, jade-like sharp longsword approached the 2 golden-horned blood sharks, it suddenly spun. In an instant, a huge blood-red vortex formed on the sword. This entire vortex was formed by tiny blood-red sword chi. Because Long Chen's sword soul was a dragon-shaped martial soul, Long Chen was an ancient blood spiritual dragon, the sword chi also contained a kind of majesty that came from an ancient super-overlord, causing a strong deterrent force to these golden-horned blood sharks. Chaotic Sword Demon. After the stirring blood-red vortex sword chi enveloped the 2 golden-horned blood sharks, there was an ear-piercing sound in an instant. This was the sound of the sword chi hitting the golden-horned blood sharks. Long Chen's speed was very fast, so the speed of his sword was also very fast. Under the execution of this move by Long Chen, the golden-horned blood sharks couldn't dodge at all. A blood-red shadow quickly swept past the 2 golden-horned blood sharks. It could be seen that these 2 golden-horned blood sharks let out miserable cries. Their bodies were full of bone-deep wounds. At this moment, they were already covered in wounds and were on the verge of death. Long Chen suddenly turned around and retreated. A soaring sword chi slashed down and directly split the 2 golden-horned blood sharks in half. At the same time, he quickly put away the bodies of the 2 golden-horned blood sharks. This was because at this moment, Long Chen had almost landed on the surface of the sea, and more golden-horned blood sharks noticed the murderer, Long Chen. They roared angrily at Long Chen. At this moment, there were a total of 3 golden rays aimed at Long Chen. On the golden horns of the 3 golden-horned blood sharks, there were golden runes rotating. A huge amount of power was accumulated on their horns, and they were ready to use a fatal blow on Long Chen. However, Long Chen was not the slightest bit afraid. Instead, he revealed an excited look. Looking back, Yi Xian was holding the floating blood sword in his hand. He had already used Zhanlong and killed 2 golden-horned blood sharks directly. It seemed that they felt that Yi Xian was even more powerful. 6 of the remaining 10 golden-horned blood sharks charged towards Yi Xian. On Long Chen's side, there were a total of 4 golden-horned blood sharks. 3 of them had already launched an attack on Long Chen, while the other one used its super-strong physical strength and dashed towards Long Chen. It opened its bloody mouth and a nauseating stench appeared. Its sharp teeth were obviously going to tear Long Chen in half. At this moment, Long Chen had a plan. He did not retreat, but directly rushed towards the golden-horned blood shark that was preparing to bite him. The floating blood sword in his hand suddenly slashed down. Because Long Chen had used Zhanlong before, it had left a deep impression on the golden-horned blood sharks, so the golden-horned blood shark subconsciously dodged. With your intelligence, you want to fight with me? Long Chen laughed in his heart. This was just a feint. When the golden-horned blood shark dodged, he suddenly accelerated and turned into a golden bolt of lightning. He instantly rushed to the side of the golden-horned blood shark. His hands were claws that clasped the body of the golden-horned blood shark tightly. The sharp claws directly pierced into the body of the golden-horned blood shark and dug out a large piece of flesh. Therefore, Long Chen was also glued to the body of the golden-horned blood shark. Hiss! The golden-horned blood shark let out a cry of pain. It frantically shook its body, trying to throw Long Chen off its body. At this moment, it still did not know Long Chen's purpose. At this moment, the other 3 golden-horned blood sharks finally charged towards Long Chen with the golden blazing light pillars that they had accumulated for a long time. They had to release the power that they had accumulated. Otherwise, the huge power would probably cause them to explode. Rumble. With 3 consecutive explosions, the golden light pillars lit up the entire Nether Blood Sea. In the gray sky with the color of blood, 3 blazing golden light pillars shot towards Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen had just clasped onto the body of another golden-horned blood shark. Turn. Under Long Chen's control, the golden-horned blood shark was in great pain. It quickly turned its body and blocked Long Chen, becoming Long Chen's shield. Many thanks. Long Chen laughed out loud. With a push of his feet, he turned into a golden lightning bolt and escaped at the fastest speed possible. As for that golden-horned blood shark, because of the attacks of its 3 partners, it was vaporized into ashes in a very short period of time. It was dead. At the same time, a lot of the Nether Blood Sea's seawater also disappeared. A huge cloud of steam formed, blurring everyone's vision. This was a great opportunity. After the other party finished casting its ultimate skill, Long Chen's golden lightning formed an arc and quickly approached the 3 golden-horned blood sharks that were shrouded in mist. Zhanlong, another golden-horned blood shark, was put into the Great Void Realm by Long Chen. When Long Chen was ready to kill the remaining 2 golden-horned blood sharks and then help Yi Xian, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. This aura was 100 times more terrifying than the golden-horned blood shark in front of him. It was a power that Long Chen could not resist at all. It directly told him that he had to escape quickly. Otherwise, he and Yi Xian would both die in this place. Go. With Yi Xian here, Long Chen could not use the blood escape for a while. After all, he could not leave his brother alone. Turning into a golden lightning bolt, Long Chen rushed towards Yi Xian. He did not need to say much. He was sure that Yi Xian also knew that danger was approaching. Chapter 960. At this moment, the mist caused by the battle had completely dissipated, and Long Chen's vision became clear. Those golden-horned blood sharks gathered 50 meters in front of him, looking in a certain direction. In their eyes, there was a kind of worship mentality. Not good, there must be a stronger nether beast appearing. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat as this thought appeared in his mind. At this moment, Yi Xian also came in the direction of Long Chen. His expression was also somewhat anxious. It was obvious that he had also realized that an even more terrifying danger was approaching. This kind of danger was much more terrifying than the danger of the dozen golden-horned blood sharks. This kind of danger could instantly take Long Chen's life. Just before Yi Xian got close, Long Chen felt an incomparably huge soul fluctuation in the direction where the golden-horned blood sharks were worshipping. A suffocating aura was released unscrupulously, making people feel terrified. At this moment, as if it was very normal, a small shark that was about 1.5 meters long surfaced from the sea. This was a small silver shark. Other than the silver color of its body being different from the blood color of the golden-horned blood sharks, it also had a golden horn. Golden-horned silver shark. Yi Xian shouted this name in shock. This is one of the legendary overlords of the Nether Blood Sea. I didn't expect it to really exist. The golden-horned silver shark is a supreme king born from the golden-horned blood sharks. Its strength is at the 3rd grade of the divine level. A 3rd grade divine level nether beast. In other words, this cute golden-horned silver shark that was only 1.5 meters long was a warrior of the netherworld general level. A warrior of this level could simply kill Long Chen and Yi Xian in an instant. In front of this golden-horned silver shark, Long Chen and Yi Xian didn't have the slightest bit of resistance. In an instant, their faces turned extremely pale. The people of the Netherworld army could only guess the existence of the golden-horned blood shark. If they were sure of its existence, Yi Xian probably wouldn't have provoked the golden-horned blood shark from before. In the end, this super overlord of the Netherworld Blood Sea was drawn out. Looking at the current situation, the consequences were simply unimaginable. Long Chen wasn't as nervous as Yi Xian. His face was deathly pale because he knew that Duge Jun was nearby. Duge Jun was heading towards Long Chen at an astonishing speed. In a very short period of time, Duge Jun would arrive. At this moment, the golden horn and silver shark was already looking at Long Chen and Yi Xian. Its 2 silver eyes were full of silent deterrence. This golden horn and silver shark might look cute, but when it looked at its eyes, even Long Chen felt a kind of fear deep in his soul. It wasn't just fear, it was terror. This golden horn and silver shark was definitely the most terrifying demonic beast that Long Chen had ever seen. Such a demonic beast had definitely existed for thousands of years. It was definitely an old monster. At this moment, Yi Xian had already reached Long Chen's side. Long Chen was prepared to let him enter the Great Void Realm, but it was already too late. A silver halo suddenly appeared in the eyes of the golden horn and silver shark, heading towards the direction of Long Chen and Yi Xian. Although it was very slow, but Long Chen and Yi Xian had a feeling of being completely imprisoned, unable to move at all. Death was so close to the two of them. Yi Xian. Duge Jun's voice was mournful. The turbulence of the seawater was caused by the rage of the golden horn and silver shark. When Duge Jun appeared, the golden horn and silver shark focused its attention on Duge Jun, who was at the same level as it, and poured its anger onto Duge Jun. In this urgent situation, Duge Jun originally wanted to let Long Chen and Yi Xian escape from danger first, while he fought alone. However, he was a step too late. In the crazy turbulence of the seawater, Long Chen and Yi Xian were swept away in a short moment. Duge Jun originally wanted to catch up, but the super overlord of the seawater, the golden horn and silver shark, blocked him. Since they were here, it would not be so easy to leave. The golden horn and silver shark was the super emperor of this sea area. It was not easy to escape from its territory. Although Duge Jun was an expert at the peak of the 3rd level of the divine martial realm and was much stronger than the golden horn and silver shark, the Nether Blood Sea was the territory of the Golden Horn and Silver Shark. Naturally, his strength would be greatly reduced. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen and Yi Xian were swept away by the turbulent seawater. Anyway, I put the child leaf on Yi Xian. With the mother leaf given to me by the city lord, I will definitely be able to catch up with him. I just hope that he can survive when I deal with the Golden Horn and Silver Shark. Dugu Jun decided to deal with the annoying Golden Horn and Silver Shark first, and then look for Yi Xian. When he left the city lord's mansion, Yi Xian gave him a magical leaf. That was the mother leaf. This child leaf and mother leaf were a kind of magical leaf that could sense each other's existence. As long as the distance between the two did not exceed 100,000 miles, they could sense each other. Yi Xian had the child leaf given by his sister. Therefore, although Dugu Jun did not know where Yi Xian had gone, when he calmed down, he could look for Yi Xian. Before that, the only thing he had to do was to repel the annoying Golden Horn and Silver Shark. Dugu Jun's eyes instantly turned cold. When the seawater was turbulent, Long Chen realized what would happen. The entire sea area was under the control of the Golden Horn and Silver Shark. With such a huge seawater turbulence, Long Chen could not withstand it. Therefore, at this critical moment, he could only ensure that he and Yi Xian would not be separated. Hold me. He stretched out his hand. As expected, Yi Xian also realized the same thing. Both of them grabbed each other's arms. In the next moment, they were swept to some unknown place in the Nether Blood Sea by the impact of the huge seawater. That huge force simply caused Long Chen and Dugu Jun to be bruised and swollen. Their arms that were grabbing each other almost loosened. However, at this critical moment, a person's desire to win was very strong. Without the strength to resist, Long Chen could only endure. After about an hour, the two of them were finally rushed out of the Golden Horn and Silver Shark's area of rampage. The surrounding blood-red sea area began to stabilize. A huge wave of water pressure pressed on the two of them. Even with Long Chen's body, it was difficult for him to withstand the huge pressure of the blood water. With great difficulty, the two of them recovered and heaved a sigh of relief. We have reached the bottom of the Nether Blood Sea. Long Chen felt that it was so dark that he couldn't see anything. He realized that his feet were actually stepping on the ground. From this, it could be seen that they had already reached the bottom of the sea. Grandpa Dugu actually followed us. This matter made Yi Xian very surprised. After pondering for a while, he continued, "Forget it. This time, the two of us were too rash. We didn't understand the horror of this Nether Blood Sea and thought that killing a Golden Horn blood shark would be fine. Now, we should hurry up and escape from this Nether Blood Sea, then wait for Grandpa Dugu to find us." Long Chen also felt that it should be so. He nodded. At this moment, when the two of them were about to leave, they suddenly realized that there seemed to be a demonic red light not far away. What is that? A refreshing fragrance came from that direction. Smelling this fragrance, the two of them felt a sense of tranquility. Even the fragrance on their bodies seemed to be gradually recovering. Demon Blood Red Lotus. Yi Xian's eyes instantly lit up. What is it? Long Chen hurriedly asked. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing in this place. Our Yi clan has a red lotus jade pendant. Legend has it that it was formed from a demon blood red lotus. Of course, it's impossible to have two red lotus jade pendants. However, the demon blood red lotus is a divine grade 2 elixir. The lotus seeds formed from the demon blood red lotus can be given to alchemists to refine many kinds of elixirs. They all have great effects. The biggest effect is to increase one's perception and comprehension ability. This is very important. Long Chen used his spirit-devouring demon eyes to take a look. Within a mile, there seemed to be no danger. Let's go and take a look. The two of them looked at each other and hurriedly walked over. However, when they got closer, Yi Xian suddenly frowned and said disappointedly, "This demon blood red lotus is actually dead. It's impossible for there to be any more lotus seeds. What's left is just a shell. Even if it's just a shell, it still has such a refreshing fragrance." However, Long Chen felt that this demon blood red lotus was a little strange. The two of them continued walking forward. Soon, they arrived above the demon blood red lotus. They could see that this demon blood red lotus was round in shape, with a diameter of about 10 meters. The outer layer was still a demonic red lotus, while the inner layer was dry. Indeed, the precious red lotus seeds were long gone. "Let's go. This demon blood red lotus has no value anymore," Yi Xian said helplessly. Chapter 961. At the same time that Long Chen saw the groove, Yi Xian also noticed it. He didn't think that it was the groove of the red lotus jade pendant at first. The shape of this groove seems very familiar. Yi Xian observed it carefully for a while, then clapped his hands and said excitedly, "Isn't this the shape of the red lotus jade pendant that has been passed down in my family? Why is it here?" Long Chen knew that there was a huge seal in the Nether Blood Sea. Countless restrictions formed a seal. The demon blood red lotus in front of him was born at the bottom of the Nether Blood Sea, and there was a groove in the middle of the lotus platform. Didn't this mean that the key to the Nether Blood Sea was in the demon blood red lotus? Without saying anything, Long Chen extended his hand and touched the groove. Suddenly, a gentle red light was emitted from the groove. Long Chen and Yi Xian quickly retreated. The red light from the groove gradually scattered and condensed into dozens of small red words. A majestic power was emitted from these small words. Long Chen and Yi Xian read them word by word. As long as the descendants of Yi Wuxiang hold the red lotus jade pendant, they can open the Godslayer's tomb. After passing through all the checkpoints, they can obtain my inheritance treasure. Reading these words, Long Chen didn't think much of it. After all, he didn't know who Yi Wuxiang and the Godslayer were. However, Yi Xian's expression changed. There was a huge shock on his face. It could be said that this matter was completely out of his expectations and gave him a huge shock. Yi Wuxiang, Yi Clan, Red Lotus Jade Pendant. This information made Yi Xian's brain short-circuit. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "The Red Lotus Jade Pendant is an inherited treasure of your Yi Clan. In other words, this Yi Wuxiang is 100% an ancestor of your Yi Clan. I'm guessing that if you place the Red Lotus Jade Pendant into this groove, you will be able to enter the Godslayer's tomb." Long Chen wasn't shocked, and his analysis became much clearer. Hearing this, Yi Xian's face revealed an even more shocked expression. "What's going on? This Yi Wuxiang is a very abnormal person," Long Chen asked. Yi Xian nodded and muttered to himself, "Yi Wuxiang was the most famous person in the Netherworld Prefecture tens of thousands of years ago. He was the founder of the Netherworld Army, the first Netherworld Emperor. At his peak, he reached the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm, the heavenly Tao of heaven and earth. Even the Lord of the Netherworld Prefecture at that time had to bow down to him. Yi Wuxiang, because he created the killing Tao, was called the Godslayer of his generation. His strength was at the top of the Eastern Royal Region. Even the true Martial Emperor Palace had invited him. This person is simply the strongest person in the history of the Netherworld Prefecture, a legend. He is actually the ancestor of my Yi clan. Yes, our Yi clan has the 7-kill bloodline, and Yi Wuxiang's surname is also Yi. We also inherited the Red Lotus Jade Pendant. Obviously, we are related to Yi Wuxiang. I didn't expect Yi Wuxiang to be our ancestor. I have to tell my sister this important news as soon as possible. Brother Chen, let's hurry back to the City Lord's mansion of the Ghost City." Long Chen thought about it for a while, then nodded. An expert at the 8th level of the divine martial realm, the heavenly Tao of heaven and earth. Thinking about this, Long Chen was a little shocked. An expert at the 8th level of the divine martial realm wasn't just an ordinary expert. He was at least one of the top experts in the 3 great imperial domains. The inheritance left by such an expert would attract all the experts of the Netherworld Prefecture. In the entire Eastern Royal region, there were not many warriors at the 8th level of the divine martial realm. In a place like the Netherworld Prefecture, the strongest warrior was only at the 5th level of the divine martial realm, who had just passed the 9th heaven thunder tribulation. Not only the Netherworld Prefecture, but also the people of Emperor Dong's palace, who heard that Yi Wuxiang's inheritance had appeared, would come to fight for it. Back then, because Yi Wuxiang had killed too many people, he was smashed into pieces by the palace lord of Emperor Dong's void-breaking power, and disappeared without a trace, leaving nothing behind. I didn't expect that he had left a mausoleum in the depths of the Nether Blood Sea. This important news will bring great changes to our Yi clan, so we can't leak it. At the same time, we have to go back and tell my sister this news. After they understood everything, they sat down and were ready to leave. Long Chen also realized the importance of this matter. Of course, he didn't want to covet the inheritance of the Yi clan, after all, it was left to them by their ancestors. However, Yi Xian was Long Chen's brother now, and Yi Xian was Long Chen's master. If there were others who coveted the inheritance of the killing god, he wouldn't be polite. The killing god of the generation, no wonder the whole Nether Blood Sea would burst out such a huge murderous aura. The restriction seal of the Nether Blood Sea was probably set up by the killing god Yi Wuxiang himself. Yi Wuxiang is neither good nor evil. It's hard to tell. He has already killed millions of people, and millions of people died in his hands. However, most of the millions of people were evil. His merits and demerits are not clear even in history. But my sister seems to hate this kind of person. She never thought that such a nature-defying person was the ancestor of our Yi clan. No wonder our Yi clan seems to have a special origin. In the process of leaving, Yi Xian murmured. Long Chen was about to speak, but at this moment, his expression changed greatly again, because he felt that there were a total of 5 super experts that Long Chen couldn't figure out, coming in the direction of the demon blood red lotus at an incomparably fast speed, arriving in an instant. It's Dugu Jun and the golden horn and silver shark, causing such a huge commotion. Dugu Jun came here, luckily he didn't notice the demon blood red lotus. Oh no, there's someone beside the demon blood red lotus. The 5 people, who were 5 meters away from Long Chen, were chatting. When they neared, one of them sensed the presence of Long Chen and Yi Xian. In an instant, the 5 experts burst out with a speed that shocked Long Chen, appearing in front of Long Chen and Yi Xian in an instant. The 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, were all middle-aged, and their physiques were different. The only similarity was that they were all wearing the Netherworld armor of the Netherworld army. With one look, one could tell that it was a very high-level Netherworld armor. Most importantly, among these people, there was one person that Long Chen recognized, and that was one of the Netherworld generals under Sumo, Su Tian. 5 great Netherworld generals. Yi Xian took a step back and sucked in a breath of cold air. He and Long Chen were both in despair, because they realized that under the suppression of these 5 heaven realm experts, they were almost unable to move. That's right, Long Chen realized to his dismay that these 5 experts were on the same level as the golden horn blood shark. Their gazes directly suppressed Long Chen and Yi Xian, rendering them unable to move. Yi Xian was only 3 meters away from Long Chen, but Long Chen couldn't get close to him, not even a finger. Yi Xian, Long Chen. Su Tian walked to the front, looked at Long Chen and Yi Xian for a while, then laughed and said, I didn't expect the 2 of you to come here. What a pity, especially you, Long Chen. That day, when I saw you kick my daughter out of the arena, my heart ached for a long time. Oh, this is City Lord Yi Xian's brother, and this is her new personal disciple. You can wear out iron shoes everywhere, but you found them without any effort. One of the bewitching men covered his mouth and said with a chuckle. At that moment, Long Chen's brain was spinning rapidly. Obviously, these people should have been guarding here for a long time. The 5 generals knew about the existence of the demon blood red lotus. This meant that Sumo was sure about the existence of the demon blood red lotus and the inheritance of the killing god. Sumo didn't tell Yi Xian about it, but asked the 5 generals to guard here. There must be something fishy about this. The other party didn't seal their mouths, so Long Chen and Yi Xian could only speak. Yi Xian and Long Chen didn't have a good impression of Sumo. At that moment, Yi Xian said, "Why did you seal us? What do you want?" "Oh, you're still in the dark." Su Tian laughed coldly. His appearance was originally tall, skinny and cold. At this moment, when he laughed, it was exceptionally scary. "You guys have probably seen the secret of the demon blood red lotus. That's right, your Yi clan is the descendant of Yi Wushang. Your red lotus jade pendant is also something that can open the killing god's tomb. These are all important things to us. Since you small fries know about it, there's no need for you to continue living." From Su Tian's words, Long Chen and Yi Xian could basically confirm that Sumo was definitely an enemy. The person sent to kill me should be Sumo. At the brink of death, Long Chen and Yi Xian could only calm down and look for a chance to escape. The 5 of them separated and surrounded Long Chen and Yi Xian in the middle. They were discussing how to deal with the 2 of them. They already knew the secret of this place, so they definitely couldn't let them go. "That's right. The person who tried to assassinate you was indeed Marshal Mo." Su Tian and the others had completely suppressed Long Chen and Long Chen. They weren't worried at all that Long Chen and Yi Xian could escape. Therefore, the few of them had the intention to tease them. The feeling of solving the conspiracy one by one was very refreshing. "Why?" Yi Xian gritted his teeth and said. Chapter 962. Yi Xian finally understood what was going on. As for Long Chen, there was no need to even mention him. His brain had always been faster than others. In just an instant, he had understood everything. No wonder I felt that Sumo was very gloomy. It turned out that it was because of the inheritance of the killing god. However, it was not so easy for Master to get his hands on it. As long as Sumo did not reach the 5th level of the divine martial realm, Master would not marry him. He was worried that Master would pass the red lotus jade pendant to Yi Xian before that, so he sent people to assassinate Yi Xian. He did not expect that because of me, he would miscalculate again and again. After understanding everything, Long Chen felt even more terrified. This meant that the other party would definitely not let them go again. Yi Xian was still fine. Now that Yi Xian was in their hands and he knew the secret, they would definitely not let him go. So, the other party could imprison Yi Xian and then they could negotiate with Yi Xian. However, Long Chen was different. He had no value. In other words, Long Chen guessed that the other party would kill him first. Thinking of this, Long Chen felt a headache. He had to force himself to calm down, otherwise, he would definitely die. After knowing the whole truth, Yi Xian became extremely angry. He looked at the 5 generals of hell with his blood-red eyes and sneered, I see. I did not expect the Su family to have such an idea. I have not liked Sumo for a long time. I did not expect him to not only be a bad person, but an evil bastard. However, my sister is still much stronger than Sumo. As long as Sumo does not reach the 5th level of the divine martial realm, he will not be able to meet my sister. Really? Martial Sumo is a very charming man. No matter how strong a woman is, she will still be ridden by a man in the end. Therefore, the inheritance of the killing god is definitely not far away from Marshal Mo. Besides, we have you in our hands. Even if things go south in the end, with you as a hostage, with how much Yi Xian loves you, she will definitely take out the Red Lotus Jade Pendant. Isn't she the one in charge of the Yi clan? Hearing that he was going to be a hostage, Yi Xian became even more furious. He gritted his teeth and glared at the 5 netherworld generals. Calm down. Long Chen's voice finally calmed him down a little. In fact, Long Chen's scalp was tingling. Our only hope is Dugu Jun. Long Chen pondered for a while. He knew that Dugu Jun was definitely looking for them now. Although he didn't know if Dugu Jun could resist them, he was at least a ray of hope. He had to let Yi Xian know about this. Long Chen was silent, but his spirit-devouring demon eyes were paying attention to every movement around him. As for this person, he should be the young man who ruined General Mo's plans twice. He is truly handsome. I heard that he even defeated Su Shui. Unfortunately, he no longer has any value to us, the young underworld general said with a charming smile. Since that is the case, then kill him. Give his head to my daughter. My daughter will be very happy. Su Tian laughed coldly. Yi Xian panicked and shouted, if you dare, I will not let you get anything. You mean you will commit suicide? The young netherworld general looked at Yi Xian with interest. It doesn't matter if I commit suicide. Anyway, Marshal Mo will have a big plan on the 15th of August. When that time comes. She didn't continue speaking. Instead, she laughed. Every netherworld general was someone who had lived for thousands of years. Long Chen and Yi Xian were just rookies in front of them. These words simply angered Yi Xian to death. Who will do it? I haven't seen blood in a long time, the young netherworld general said. Let me do it. Su Tian stepped forward. As long as he made a move, Long Chen wouldn't have any strength left. Seeing that he was only one step away from the god martial arts realm, could it be that he had to use the blood sacrifice again? If he used the blood escape technique, even if Long Chen had no way to defeat these people, he still had a way to break their bindings and escape from here. Seeing Su Tian approaching, Long Chen was ready. At this moment, Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eye sensed the presence of Dugu Jun. Judging from the path Dugu Jun was taking, he clearly knew where Long Chen and Yi Xian were. For a martialist at the 3rd tier of the divine martial realm, a 5-kilometer distance was covered in an instant. When Long Chen discovered Dugu Jun, he arrived in front of Long Chen and Yi Xian in less than the blink of an eye. Dugu Jun's arrival made the hearts of the 5 netherworld generals tense up. Among the 5 of them, one was a warrior at the exceptional LV3 of the divine martial arts realm. The other 4, including Su Tian, were all warriors at the initial LV3 of the divine martial arts realm. The warrior at the exceptional LV3 was as strong as Dugu Jun, while the other 4 were weaker than Dugu Jun. After Dugu Jun arrived, he still didn't understand what was going on. He only knew that the 5 of them had imprisoned Long Chen and Yi Xian, and their faces were filled with killing intent. What do the 5 of you mean by this? From your looks, it seems like you want to attack the people of the city lord residence, Dugu Jun guessed when he saw Yi Xian's angry expression. Su Tian and the other 4 looked at each other and knew that this was not good. Dugu Jun was a very difficult character to deal with. This was going to be troublesome. For Yi Xian and Long Chen, Dugu Jun was simply a life-saving straw. However, Dugu Jun had already broken their imprisonment. Yi Xian hurriedly ran to Dugu Jun's side. Before Su Tian and the others could speak, Yi Xian said anxiously, Grandpa Dugu, there's a shocking secret. Our Yi family is the descendant of the killing god, Yi Wushang. The killing god's tomb is here, and the red lotus jade pendant is the key to opening it. The Su family is trying to seize the inheritance of the killing god, so when we found out about the secret, they wanted to kill me and Long Chen. Time was running out, so Yi Xian had no choice but to keep it short. Dugu Jun was also a person who had lived for thousands of years. From Yi Xian's words and the situation just now, he could guess most of the matter in an instant, especially since there was a demon blood red lotus not far from here. Dugu Jun was older than everyone present, and he knew more than anyone else. In fact, he had once suspected that the Yi family was a descendant of Yi Wuxiang, and had heard of similar news. However, that was a long time ago, and now that Yi Xian mentioned it, it proved that this was a possibility. Thinking about how Sumo tried every means to get close to Yi Xian, and if he became the son-in-law of the Yi family, he would be able to obtain part of the rights to the Red Lotus Jade Pendant. From this point of view, Dugu Jun understood very well that based on the current situation, he and the 5 people in front of him were simply mortal enemies. At the first moment, Dugu Jun protected Long Chen and Yi Xian behind him. It was impossible for him to fight 5 people alone, and Dugu Jun still had Yi Xian and Long Chen, the 2 burdens, so he was having a headache now. Enough. At this time, one of the 5 underworld generals walked forward. He was also an old man who was about the same age as Dugu Jun, and his thick aura was very similar to Dugu Jun's. Like Dugu Jun, he was also in the 3rd tier of the divine martial realm, a warrior in the celestial realm. He was the leader of the 5 underworld generals, and he was also a direct descendant of the Su family. In terms of status, he could be considered as Sumo's uncle. Compared to Su Tian, who was a branch family member, his status was much higher. Dugu Jun, since you already know, I'll cut to the chase. Su Tian, Qinli, capture those 2 brats. You must keep Yi Xian alive. The rest of you, follow me to kill Dugu Jun. His strength was about the same as Dugu Jun's, so it was impossible for him to keep Dugu Jun here alone. Grandpa Dugu, hurry up and leave. Tell my sister this news. If you escape, they won't be able to catch up to you, Yi Xian said anxiously. No. Dugu Jun's face darkened. He waved his hand and said, I can't leave. You guys go, I'll stop them. The 2 of you, remember, you must hurry back to the city lord residence and tell the city lord about this news. Let's spoil the plans of these unscrupulous people. Then, he looked at the old man among the underworld generals and said, Su Er, you're my old rival. It's been almost 100 years since we last fought. Today, let me see how much you've improved. As he spoke, Dugu Jun spread his arms and laughed mockingly. A strange wave emanated from his body and spread in all directions. The expressions of Su Er and the others changed instantly. This is his domain of solitude. Do it, Su Er reminded. In an instant, everyone split up. 3 of them went for Dugu Jun, while Su Tian went for Long Chen with a sinister smile. The young woman named Qinli went for Yi Xian. In this battle between super experts, Long Chen and Yi Xian could not do anything. They could only watch helplessly. At this moment, Long Chen truly realized how insignificant he was. In a battle between people who were thousands of years old, his life was at the mercy of others. This made Long Chen very indignant, but there was nothing he could do. Anger had long been brewing in his heart. I'm still so far away. Forget about getting Lingxi, I can't even do something like this with my current strength. I really can't accept this. He was extremely indignant. He could only watch helplessly as the other party trampled on him. At this moment, it was time for an all-out attack. Everything was on the verge of exploding. The 2 of you, don't move. Although there were people attacking Long Chen and Yi Xian, Dugu Jun was not in a hurry. With a soft grunt, he spread out his arms. In an instant, a blue ripple spread out, forming a translucent blue ball of light, trapping everyone in it. It's indeed the domain of solitude. When Dugu Jun used this technique, the other party did not panic at all. Chapter 963. There were only about 5 days left until the 15th of August. Long Chen clearly remembered that they had mentioned that Sumo seemed to have some sort of plan for Yi Xian and the others on the 15th of August. The blue ball of light had a diameter of more than 3 miles, trapping everyone within it. The fact that it could even trap someone like Su Er for 3 days showed how powerful the field of solitude was. It could be said that it was a well-known technique. Only with Dugu Jun's permission could the people inside truly leave. Long Chen and Yi Xian exchanged glances. Under Dugu Jun's control, the two of them quickly headed outside. This speed had already exceeded their original speed. Dugu Jun, you're really getting old. Do you really think that we'll just sit back and watch you send these two little fellows out? We're already familiar with your domain of solitude. Do you think that you'll succeed? Just then, Su Er burst into laughter. Under his instructions, Qin Li and Su Tian took a detour from the side. Given their speed, they should not have been able to catch up to Long Chen. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. Both Su Tian and Qin Li held a rope that was glowing with a dark green light in their hands. The devil sealing rope. Dodge. Dugu Jun's expression finally changed. He knew that even his field of solitude was within his opponent's calculations. The speed of the devil sealing rope was definitely able to catch up to the speed at which he sent Long Chen and Yi Xian out. Once he sent them out, he would be able to fight without any worries. However, the problem was that, given the speed of the devil sealing rope, there was no way that Long Chen and Yi Xian could escape. Amidst Su Tian and Qin Li's sinister laughter, the devil sealing rope transformed into a long, ferocious green snake that instantly approached Long Chen and Yi Xian. A nauseating stench assaulted them. Yi Xian. Long Chen had wanted to approach Yi Xian, but under Dugu Jun's control, there was still some distance between him and Yi Xian. At this critical moment, it was too late for Long Chen to rush to Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian was closer to Qin Li, so when the devil sealing rope was shot out, Yi Xian was quickly entangled. Qin Li laughed loudly and dragged Yi Xian in her direction. Under the attack of an expert in the third tier of the divine martial realm, Long Chen couldn't even take care of himself, let alone save Yi Xian. At this moment, Su Tian was laughing coldly. The devil sealing rope was incomparably ferocious as it shot towards Long Chen. To Su Tian, Long Chen had no value, so he used the devil sealing rope to wrap around Long Chen's neck. It seemed that with a gentle twist, he could break Long Chen's neck. At this moment, Long Chen had no choice but to use the blood escape. Whoosh! A bloody light suddenly appeared. Although the devil sealing rope was very fast, the speed of Long Chen's blood escape was slightly faster than the devil sealing rope. It was this slight difference that allowed Long Chen to rush out of the blue light ball and out of the field of solitude, while the devil sealing rope was blocked by the field of solitude. In the end, the devil sealing rope only managed to trap Yi Xian, while Long Chen successfully escaped. Long Chen was extremely regretful. In fact, he had long wanted to bring Yi Xian into his great void realm. However, throughout the process, he had always been under someone else's control. He couldn't even move, which resulted in the current situation of Yi Xian being kidnapped. Yi Xian. In Long Chen's vision, Yi Xian was already in Qin Li's hands, unable to move. Dugu Jun's expression changed drastically as he rushed towards Qin Li. However, Su Er was already in front of him, laughing continuously. At that moment, Yi Xian also saw the anxious look on Long Chen's face. He quickly thought of something and shouted, "Brother Chen, go back to the city lord's residence. I'll leave the task of telling my sister the news to you. Hurry, Grandpa Dugu is here, and they won't dare to touch me. You have to hurry." Yi Xian was right. He was already trapped, but the other party wouldn't kill him. At most, they would use him as a hostage. However, it was different for Long Chen. If Long Chen stayed here, he would definitely be killed. Therefore, he had to leave. He had to tell Yi Xian the news as soon as possible and ruin their plan. Yi Xian's strength was even stronger than Sumo's. The underworld generals here might be powerful against Long Chen, but against a strong cultivator like Yi Xian, they would still be easily trampled. Young friend Long Chen, the fate of the Yi family is in your hands. Don't worry, I will definitely save Yi Xian. You can leave first. Within the domain of solitude, Dugu Jun pondered for a moment and made his decision. Now that Long Chen had escaped, he could only place all his hopes on Long Chen. A heavy pressure was pressing down on him. All right. Long Chen nodded his head solemnly. Since he had promised, he would definitely do it. This was his promise. For some unknown reason, the few underworld generals didn't seem to be too worried even after Long Chen had escaped. Dugu Jun was a little puzzled about this. August 15th. It seems like there are only 5 days left. By the time this lad returns to the city lord's residence, 10 to 20 days will have passed. By then, the rice will be cooked, and it will be too late. Qin Li held on to Yi Xian and said with a smile. What do you mean? Dugu Jun's expression changed. What do we mean? You should figure it out yourself. Old geezer Dugu, you have lived long enough. I don't believe that the few of us can't kill you. As long as you are dead, this domain of solitude will not be able to hold out any longer. When that time comes, I don't believe that the few of us can't catch up to this lad. Dugu Jun's expression changed again. August 15th. Long Chen and Yi Xian exchanged glances. At this moment, Yi Xian looked at him with a resolute gaze. In his eyes, there was still the glow of trust. Even under such a disadvantageous situation, he believed that Long Chen would definitely be able to complete the mission. Good brother. Long Chen's eyes lit up. Without saying anything, he turned and left. Nothing was more important than his brother's trust in him. Even if Long Chen had to give up his life, he would still complete this mission. Su clan's netherworld army, wait for my return. Hatred grew in Long Chen's chest, burning fiercely. On the Yi clan side, one was Long Chen's brother, and the other was his master. He had long integrated with this clan. Now that someone had dared to make a move against them, it was equivalent to touching Long Chen's reverse scale. Touching the reverse scale of a dragon meant death. Right now, there was only one thing in Long Chen's mind, and that was his own mission. I have to rush back to the city lord's mansion before August 15th. But with my current strength, it seems to be very difficult. Even if his speed was extraordinary, if he rushed at full speed, he estimated that it would still take him 10 days. If he wanted to reduce this time by half, the only thing he could rely on was the blood escape technique. However, every time he used the blood escape technique, it would exhaust Long Chen's true yuan. Therefore, he needed to spend some time to replenish his true yuan. If he continued this process, he estimated that he would need another 7 or 8 days to rush back. After all, restoring true yuan was not an easy task. At this time, Long Chen had to race against time. Blood escape technique. After exhausting his strength, Long Chen used the 10-mile blood escape technique. With his current true yuan, the blood escape technique allowed him to cross the 10-mile distance in an instant. Time reversal. Every 1 to 2 days, he could use the time reversal technique. From the start to the end, it took less than 10 breaths of time. After using the time reversal technique for the first time, Long Chen's true yuan instantly recovered to its full state. After recovering to its original state, Long Chen used the blood escape technique again and finally crossed the 10-mile distance. However, for the entire journey, 10 miles was simply a drop in the ocean. This time, Long Chen's true yuan was exhausted. He needed to calm down and restore his true yuan. Fortunately, Long Chen had killed enough golden-horned blood sharks. At this time, he used the blood of the golden-horned blood sharks to refine his true yuan. This process also required a certain amount of time. If this continues, I definitely won't have enough time. With a loud bang, Long Chen punched the ground. At this time, his eyes were already blood-red. I can't disappoint Yi Xian's trust in me. Long Chen could feel that Yi Xian believed in him no matter what. Just like during the martial arts tournament, people thought that Long Chen would not be Su Shue's opponent, but only Yi Xian firmly believed that Long Chen could fight Su Shue. This trust made Long Chen very touched. At the same time, he absolutely could not let Yi Xian down. After completely restoring his true yuan, Long Chen was ready to use blood escape again. This time, he could not use time reversal. Long Chen estimated that there really wasn't enough time. However, the rise and fall of the entire Yi family was now on Long Chen's shoulders. The responsibility he bore was too great, which forced him to stimulate all his potential. It was just that Long Chen's brain was in a very chaotic state. If the distance of blood escape could be increased, it would be great. My current true yuan is no longer comparable to before, but I only moved forward 10 miles. It seems that a large amount of true yuan has been consumed in useless places. If I can gather this part of true yuan, the distance of my blood escape should be able to increase again. In Long Chen's mind, this spirit formed a force of thought. Go. This time, Long Chen used all his strength and used blood escape again. Boom. A blood-red light flew in the direction of the nether battlefield's entrance. How can I increase the distance of blood escape? In the process of advancing at high speed, Long Chen was very eager to think. Chapter 964. As if it could understand Long Chen's meaning, the mysterious dragon jade actually moved again. At that moment, Long Chen's entire body trembled. He felt as if his entire body had been sucked into his own sea of consciousness. On the mysterious dragon jade, streaks of blood vessels were revealed. The red spots of light represented Long Chen's quintessential essence, which was circulating on the mysterious dragon jade. Long Chen didn't even need to memorize the circulation routes, as Long Chen had already completely engraved them in his mind. Such a scene unfolded in front of his eyes. This was a vast and boundless void. Within the billions and billions of miles of territory, there were only twinkling stars. Some of these stars were incomparably huge, blocking out the sky and the sun. Some were spitting out fiery serpents, which were glittering golden fireballs. Some were very deathly still, but faintly revealed a very abnormal gravity. In the billions of miles of territory in the void, a blood-colored light instantly traversed the endless void. This speed simply made Long Chen feel as if time and space had been thrown into disarray. That blood-colored light faintly revealed an aura that made Long Chen have an impulse to kneel down and worship it. Long Chen felt a deep reverence for that blood-colored light. This scene only flashed past Long Chen's eyes quickly. Then, everything returned to normal. At this time, Long Chen was still in the process of using the blood escape technique. Phew. As he revolved the new blood escape technique, Long Chen discovered that although his speed hadn't increased by much, every quintessential essence was used to move forward. For him, it only took a few blinks of an eye. However, the blood escape technique never stopped. In the end, Long Chen discovered that after advancing at least 100 miles, the quintessential essence in his body had finally been completely burned away. It was very tiring. However, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. The range of blood escape has been increased from 5 kilometers to 50 kilometers. With such a range, as long as their speed doesn't exceed the speed of my blood escape, they won't be able to catch me. Especially when I have enough time reversal, when I go crazy, I can travel 200 kilometers with blood escape. Long Chen calculated that in the God martial arts realm, there would be more than 2 levels for each level. For example, although Su Shui and Yi Xian were both in the first level of the God martial arts realm, the Starry Sky realm, there was a big gap between their fighting strength. Similarly, this conversion could be applied to Su Tian and Du Gejun. In other words, Su Tian, an expert of the third level of the divine martial arts realm, compared to Long Chen's current strength of the 8th level of the heaven martial arts realm, was simply higher. It was equivalent to the 7th or 8th level of the heaven martial arts realm. Even if Long Chen's fighting capacity was equivalent to the first level of the God martial arts realm, there was still a gap of more than 4 levels between him and Su Tian. In the God martial arts realm, there had never been anyone who could surpass 4 levels. Even if it was a sword martial artist who had an outstanding understanding of the way of the sword and was very strong among the same level, they could even surpass 1 level, for example, those who could increase their strength by a dozen times, but it was absolutely impossible for them to surpass 4 levels. This was something that had never happened since ancient times. Therefore, even if Long Chen's blood escape had been improved, he was still far away from their speed. If Du Gejun hadn't used his magical field of solitude to control them, Long Chen would have been caught by now. Now that the blood escape has been improved, I won't have to worry anymore. If I can break through to the God martial arts realm, then, no matter in any aspect, there will be a huge breakthrough. Du Gejun was alone, and Yi Xian was still being held hostage. Long Chen actually knew that Du Gejun wouldn't be able to last long against their siege, and Yi Xian would probably be used as a means to threaten Yi Xian. What Long Chen hated the most was being threatened. Now that his new best friend was in the hands of others, his blood started to boil whenever he thought about it. Now that the blood escape has been improved, I can reach the city lord's mansion in 5 days. Long Chen had risked his life to reach the city lord's mansion before the 15th of August. A ray of blood-red light pierced through the nether battlefield. The people along the way could only see a ray of blood-red light appearing in the distance. It swept past in an instant and then disappeared. To them, they would think that it was an illusion. 5 days later, Long Chen saw the dark green formation. The 5 underworld generals didn't catch up in the end. Looking back in the direction of the Nether Blood Sea, Long Chen clenched his fists and said, "Yi Xian, wait for me, and Grandpa Dugu." After saying this, Long Chen turned around and entered the formation. The 15th of August was brightly lit. Night had already fallen. Today was the unique light festival of the Serene Hell Mansion. Every household in the Serene Hell main city was extremely joyous. After nightfall, the entire Serene Hell main city was quickly immersed in a sea of lights. Colorful lights could be seen everywhere. Under the control of the Talisman Masters, all kinds of lights were shining brightly in the silent night sky. In the center of the city lord's mansion, there was a tall pagoda called the Rainbow Pagoda. The pagoda lived up to its name, especially today. Under the meticulous decorations of the city lord's mansion, the entire Rainbow Pagoda had become the symbol of the Nether main city. From far away, the colorful lights of the Rainbow Pagoda could be seen. In the deep of the night, there were still people admiring the light of the Rainbow Pagoda. Countless tiny lights condensed into a huge 7-colored python that coiled around the entire 7-colored exquisite pagoda. The python's head extended all the way to the top of the 7-colored exquisite pagoda, which was more than 1,000 meters in the sky. Of course, this 7-colored python was also constructed by the Talisman Masters of the City Lord's Mansion using talismans and some tricks. The entire night was filled with laughter. This was the busiest day in the Nether main city. On top of the Rainbow Glass Pagoda, there were all kinds of programs going on. Laughter was incessant, and children were carrying fireworks and laughing. At the top of the Rainbow Glass Pagoda, there was a pavilion. Standing there, one could overlook the lights of the entire Nether main city. From below, one would think that the Rainbow Glass Pagoda was the most beautiful, but from above, one would realize that the sea of colorful lights was the most beautiful and magnificent. At the top of the Rainbow Glass Pagoda, the wind was stronger, but other than fluttering their clothes, it didn't affect the two people here. A man and a woman. The man was mature and handsome, full of charisma, and the woman was wearing a long dress and had snow-white skin. She looked like a fairy from the legends. Looking at the beautiful scenery below them, both of them stayed silent for a long time. Neither of them spoke. The strong wind blew Yi Xian's long dress, making it flutter in the wind. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind, but it still covered her snow-white skin. On her beautiful face, there was no sign of aging. On the path of cultivation, Yi Xian still had a lot of room for improvement. Therefore, in reality, she was still very young. Sumo, who was next to her, was slightly weaker than Yi Xian in terms of potential. He was already walking the path of middle age. In fact, they were about the same age, but it seemed like Sumo was older than Yi Xian. Another year of bright lights. In the blink of an eye, so much time has passed. Ever since we met, we have spent thousands of these festivals together. For cultivators, a year's time passed in the blink of an eye. The lights of last year seem to have been extinguished just yesterday. Hearing Yi Xian speak, Sumo turned around and looked at her for a while. His face showed a quiet gentleness, and there was a kind of doting look in his eyes. Yes, 10 years have passed very quickly. You are still young and beautiful, and your beauty is unparalleled, but I am old. Speaking of this, Sumo shook his head, his face full of helplessness. Yi Xian bit her lips lightly, then let go. She didn't look at Sumo, but said firmly, I am sorry, I have delayed you. It's just that. I cannot break the promise I made. Although it was a joke, we both took it seriously. After so many years, I can only keep going. Otherwise, I will always feel like there is a barrier in my heart that I can't cross. Sumo, is there something wrong with me? Saying these words, Yi Xian was actually struggling in her heart. The man next to her was her childhood sweetheart who had grown up together with her. Her life was filled with his aura. Unfortunately, because of one decision, they had messed around, and they had not been able to get together until now. A long time ago, there was discord between their families. The Su family and the Yi family had always been opposing each other. But now that they were so powerful, if they really wanted to be together, no one would be able to stop them. Especially Yi Xian, who was already the strongest in the Yi family. After listening to her, Sumo shook his head and smiled, I don't blame you. It was my own ambition that tied a dead knot. If I can't get through this, I won't have the face to marry you. Don't think too much about it. Didn't I tell you? I can feel the oblivion wind calamity coming soon. In the last 20 years, I will be able to break through to the same level as you. When saying this, Sumo was full of confidence. Is that so? Yi Xian's lips twitched, an unknown light flashed in her eyes. The night gradually deepened. Su Mo looked at the petite figure beside him, her curves fully revealed. He already felt a little thirsty. He knew that it was not the right time. He calmed himself down and the two of them gradually sat down on the high rooftop. Facing the howling cold wind, they looked down at the dazzling lights below. Suddenly, Yi Xian's face showed a nostalgic expression. Chapter 965. Sumo couldn't help but chuckle. He fell into nostalgia and said, Why do you still remember this? It's been so long that I don't even remember it. If you didn't bring it up, when he spoke of this matter, there was an obvious struggle in Sumo's eyes. Yi Xian didn't look at him. The two of them were sitting 1 meter away from each other. Yi Xian looked down at the lights and continued, Back then, you were already stronger than me, but you gave way to me and let me get the cloud dragon pellet. After that, you were beaten up by the elders of your family. You were so pitiful back then. Yi Xian giggled as she talked about this. The beautiful laughter of a nightingale added a lot of beauty to this night filled with lights. Sumo could only lower his head in guilt and laugh along with Yi Xian. However, it was a bit awkward. He couldn't believe that the difference between him and the current him was so huge. There is one more important thing. Once, I ran away from home and went to the Eastern Royal Palace. I was almost killed there, and it was you who saved me and brought me back from there. This is the most memorable thing in my life. Until now, I still haven't thanked you, but I still remember it in my heart. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have the life I have now. When she finished, Yi Xian looked at the man next to her. Her eyes were already filled with tears. This was the most touching thing in her life. Sumo avoided her eyes. Even though so many years had passed and so many things had happened, Yi Xian was still like a child. Her eyes were still so clear. Sumo, on the other hand, was no longer the hot-blooded young man who would give up everything, including his dignity and future, just because he liked someone. In this world, power and conspiracies had long since washed away his soul into incomparable turbidity. About that, actually, I didn't remember it. It's all in the past. We were good friends back then. Me saving you was the right thing to do. I believe you would have done the same. But, you don't know, because I saved a genius like you, I was punished after I went back. Sumo said emotionally. Punishment. Yi Xian frowned. She didn't know about this. After that, I haven't seen you for half a year. Yeah. Sumo nodded and said, because for that half a year, I was recuperating from my injuries. I was beaten up. Our Su family has always been like this. If you do something wrong, you must be punished. Take me for example. When I was young, I was more rebellious, and the punishment was endless. I had my hands and feet broken many times. But now that I'm strong, I've sent those who punished me to hell. Speaking of this, Sumo's face was still calm. Yi Xian shook her head. The Su family's competition rules were indeed much crueler. Especially after Sumo fell in love with a genius from a rival family, he was almost abandoned. All these years, if it wasn't for Sumo's hard work, he wouldn't have been able to stand out from the crowd and achieve what he had today. The two of them chatted about things that had happened in the past. Now that they thought about it, it was indeed hilarious. Yi Xian and Sumo both laughed from time to time. Soon, it was late at night. The night wind was cold and whistling. At this moment, Yi Xian and Sumo had subconsciously moved closer to each other. As they chatted and laughed, Sumo's eyes flashed with struggle, but in the end, he couldn't hide the coldness in his heart. What's wrong with you? You're shaking. Suddenly, Yi Xian stopped smiling. She looked at the dark sky in the distance and said. The strong wind blew her hair behind her ears, revealing her pale cheeks. Yeah. Sumo awkwardly moved his body and said, really? The two didn't continue the topic. Sumo smiled and said, it's about time. I'll give you a surprise, how about it? Yi Xian's eyes brightened. She smiled and said, hurry up. Sumo acted mysteriously. He waved his hand, and in the dead silent night sky, a few rumbling noises were heard. Look ahead. Sumo pointed at the night sky in front of them. Yi Xian quickly looked over. Colorful fireworks shot into the night sky and formed a few big words in the sky. Yi Xian, I love you. Behind them, there were two more young men who were named Sumo. This time, there should be millions of people in the Spirit City who saw the beautiful fireworks. The big words were bold and simple, just like Sumo's style. Yi Xian was stunned. Suddenly, the fireworks disappeared. But in her heart, she couldn't calm down. Sumo saw that she was deep in thought, so he didn't disturb her. Time passed slowly. Cheers came from below. In fact, in the eyes of the Spirit City's residents, Sumo and Yi Xian were a match made in heaven. Su Mo knew that this bold move of his would definitely make Yi Xian's heart waver a little. As expected, once Yi Xian wavered a little and accepted him, then he would be able to move on to the most important step, which was the great fragrance of beauty pill. To be honest, all his preparations tonight were for the sake of the outstanding beauty heavenly fragrance pill. I still have a gift for you. Su Mo stuttered. As long as Yi Xian didn't have her guard up at the beginning, once he took out the beauty pill, opened the box, and broke the pill, the two of them would be immersed in it. Not only Yi Xian, but even Su Mo himself would fall into a sea of lust when he smelled the scent of the beauty pill. Wait. At that moment, Yi Xian waved her hand and said, "Don't give me anything. I have something in my heart that I need to tell you." Su Mo was stunned. He had worked so hard to create this opportunity, and he didn't want to miss it. He insisted, "Let's talk about it after I give you the gift. All these years, I have received a lot of gifts from you. Su Mo, today is the 15th of August. Those few words you just said were the biggest gift you have ever given me. I am very touched. Therefore, I have decided that there are some things that I have been suppressing in my heart that I want to ask you." Yi Xian seemed to be a little emotional. She had made up her mind. What Su Mo had prepared before had moved her a lot. Even Su Mo himself didn't expect it. He only wanted to move Yi Xian, but he didn't expect it to backfire. "You are very nervous." Yi Xian stood up and stood in the middle of the tower. Su Mo had no choice but to stand up with her. He was so close to success, but Yi Xian suddenly changed her mind. It seemed like he would have to continue holding it in. No way. At that moment, Yi Xian's eyes were filled with a kind of insight that Su Mo couldn't look at directly. Under the moonlight, this beautiful woman actually made Su Mo feel ashamed of his own inferiority. Ever since he was young, he had never felt like this. "The reason why I told you this is because I feel that if I don't tell you now, I might hurt you. I am sorry." Yi Xian shook her head in pain. She looked at Su Mo and said, "All this time, I have liked a pure love. I like someone who treats me well and is loyal to me. A long time ago, you were willing to do anything stupid for me. You were even willing to sacrifice your life for me. I really liked you back then. I also thought that we would have a wonderful future together." As she said this, Yi Xian's eyes were filled with tears. Su Mo's heart skipped a beat. It was like under Yi Xian's gaze, he had a feeling that he couldn't hide anything, and all his secrets were exposed in front of Yi Xian. "What are you talking about?" Su Mo smiled embarrassedly. "I'm talking about. But then, you became not the Su Mo I knew. It seems like one day, I realized that you had the scent of other women on you. All kinds of women. You kept more and more things from me, and I couldn't see through you anymore. I had to be careful when dealing with you. Even today, you still have the scent of Su Shui on you. Su Mo, do you know why I never let you touch me all these years? It's because of your carelessness. I am stronger than you, and I can sense a lot of things that you can't predict." Su Mo was completely dumbfounded by these questions. It was like a bolt out of the blue. Su Mo was stunned. In fact, he often asked himself why he had given so much, but still couldn't get this woman. Sometimes, he didn't want to give up, and he thought that Yi Xian was just acting all high and mighty, but in her heart, he was no longer the same person he used to be. So, even until today, we still haven't had a good ending. Yi Xian bit her pink lips, her voice was filled with sorrow. Su Mo took 2 steps back. He didn't know what to say at this moment, and his heart was in a mess. After taking 2 steps back, Su Mo's face turned ferocious. He raised his head and asked, "You will only blame everything on me. If it wasn't for you, would I have changed like this? If it wasn't for me giving you so much, but you still wouldn't accept me, would I be so disheartened, and wouldn't even be able to control my own body? Besides, even if I have the scent of other women on me, so what? I am a normal man, and I need to vent. You changed me. At this moment, Sumo's emotions were stirred up, and he completely forgot about the outstanding beauty heavenly fragrance pill. Chapter 966. Who was right and who was wrong? There was no conclusion. Looking at Yi Xian, who was looking at him with disappointment in her eyes, as well as her words, Sumo's eyes gradually turned blood red. A demon was slowly growing in his heart, and he opened his bloody mouth wide. Sumo laughed coldly and said, "Yes, I am useless. I, Sumo, am useless, and I am not even as good as you, a woman. But have you ever thought about it? It was all because of you that my life changed, that I was pushed aside by my family, that I suffered so much. Every time I was beaten up, I didn't even tell you, and you, on the other hand, could just stay at home and wait for your man to work hard to get you." Hearing this, Yi Xian did not feel good, and the argument between the two gradually escalated. "Did I not work hard? Just like you, I did not want to tell you. It was you who did not persevere, and you have so many excuses. Are you still a man?" The conflict that had been accumulating for so long finally exploded today. Before this, Sumo was still polite in front of her, but after that mask was torn off, everything changed. To be honest, Yi Xian only had one man in her heart, and that was Sumo. She had tried so hard to be with him, but just as they were about to succeed, he seemed to have changed into a different person, which made her feel bad. When they could finally be together, she retreated, because she felt that the person in front of her was no longer the one she liked and liked. There was too much resentment and revenge in his heart. "I am not a man." Sumo laughed angrily, very loudly, then looked at Yi Xian coldly and said, "Do you doubt that? Yi Xian, don't act all high and mighty in front of me. To be honest, I have seen through you a long time ago. You are just a woman, and I, Sumo, can have as many as I want. I play with one every night, and there is no repeat. I have stayed by your side for so many years just to make you lower your guard against me, but I never thought that in your heart, this is the image I have. Sad, sad. It seems like the last gift I prepared for you is not going to be of any use. From tomorrow onwards, I will apply to leave the spirit city. After all, what I have persevered for so many years has not come to fruition, and I do not have the face to stay here anymore." Amidst the sarcasm, deep in Sumo's eyes, there was still a trace of savagery. His words were 70% true, and 30% false. The last present. Yi Xian took 2 steps back in a daze. She realized that her confession tonight might not have made him turn back, but had made him leave her completely. The feeling of being cut off was extremely painful. She looked at the man in front of her, who seemed to be in pain as well. She believed that the first half of what he said was just an unintentional blurting out of excitement. "Don't worry, I will give you this gift, and then I will leave." Sumo took 2 steps forward, feeling a little nervous, because he had finally found an opportunity. He knew that Yi Xian must be in a mental breakdown right now, and she might even be sad. Under such a situation, she would definitely not be on guard against him. If he took out the fragrance of beauty pill now, it would definitely be effective. "Bitch, I will let you act all high and mighty, step on me under your feet. Once you get hit by this fragrance of beauty pill, I will take you to the highest place in the spirit city and play with you 100 times. I want to see, when you are panting under my crotch, if you still dare to look at me, Sumo, with that arrogant look in your eyes." Thinking about this, Sumo was extremely excited. "Are you going to leave after giving me this?" Actually, Yi Xian did not mean to do this. After seeing the fireworks that Sumo had carefully prepared for her, she actually wanted to tell him all the questions in her heart. As long as Sumo could give her a reasonable explanation, there would be no more barriers between the two of them. However, she did not expect that in the end, it would turn into an argument between the two of them, and then Sumo would decide to leave. A man who had lived with her for so many years was going to leave her. Yi Xian felt empty in her heart, an inexplicable sense of loss made her feel lost. She looked at Sumo coming closer to her in a daze. She looked at him blankly, and was about to take out the last gift he had prepared for her. For this gift, I have been preparing for more than 10 years, hoping to propose to you today. I never thought that it would end like this. I, Sumo, really do not have this kind of fate. Sumo laughed at himself. Of course, it was just an act. With this sentence, Yi Xian was even more looking forward to the gift. In her eyes, there was not the slightest bit of vigilance. Good chance. Sumo's eyes grew cold, and he was just about to take out the outstanding beauty heavenly fragrance pill from his storage ring. As long as he took it out and crushed it, he would be able to imagine not only this self-righteous woman, but also the most important god-slaying inheritance. You don't know, I have been staying by your side until now, not because of you, but because of the killing god's inheritance. Sumo laughed in his heart. Just when they were about to succeed, their divine senses sensed that someone was rushing up from the bottom of the tower. At the most crucial moment, they were interrupted. Who is it? The two of them took a few steps away from each other and looked down. Soon, a human figure slowly walked out from the darkness. It was a young man covered in blood. His face was pale, and his body looked extremely weak. However, that pair of sharp and cold eyes, and the blood-red long sword in his hand made Yi Xian and Sumo's hearts skip a beat. More importantly, on the young man's shoulder, there was a young girl wearing the netherworld battle armor. Right now, fresh blood was dripping from the young girl's body onto the ground. The young girl had already fainted from her injuries. Long Chen. Su Shui. Yi Xian and Sumo both let out a cry of surprise. In fact, if they had used their divine senses to check, they would have already discovered Long Chen. It was just that they were too focused on their own matters to notice what was happening down below. Obviously, Long Chen had injured Su Shui and carried her here. What had happened? Yi Xian's expression changed. She had already recovered from her previous state. In fact, Long Chen had already used his spirit-devouring demon eyes to check and found that Sumo didn't succeed. That was why he was at ease and slowly walked up. At this moment, there was a mocking smile on his face. Long Chen, what happened? Yi Xian's heart was in a mess, and she quickly asked. Sumo's gaze changed again and again. He still didn't know what had happened in the nether battlefield, but Su Shui was his subordinate, and his woman at that. Being held hostage by Long Chen like this, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. As soon as he saw Long Chen, Sumo made his move. However, Yi Xian was faster than him. With a claw, a huge force brought Long Chen to her side. Long Chen put Su Shui down, and then the divine sword floating blood lightly rested on Su Shui's neck. He stood beside Yi Xian, and a pair of cold and bloodthirsty eyes stared at Sumo without any scruples. He sneered, after returning from the nether battlefield, I've learned many shocking secrets. From Su Shui, I've also seen through your plan. Master, you must protect my life. Don't let Sumo attack me. Let me tell you in detail all the secrets that you don't know. Long Chen's words made Yi Xian and Sumo's expressions change. Yi Xian's change was because of what Long Chen said. Sumo actually had other secrets. Also, when Long Chen returned from the nether battlefield, where did Yi Xian and Dugu Jun go? As for Sumo, he himself had shocking secrets, especially the secret of the Nether Blood River. Long Chen did go to the Nether Blood River, and just now, the good thing that was about to succeed was interrupted again. Sumo's eyes gradually turned red. Actually, if he truly had killing intent towards a person, holding Su Shui hostage would be completely useless. From Sumo's eyes, Long Chen saw this. What do you want to say? Sumo's words carried a powerful mental pressure. If it was a normal Heaven Realm expert, one sentence from Sumo could force them to death. Unfortunately, because of what Long Chen said before, he was already under Yi Xian's control. Let him finish speaking. Don't be in a hurry to attack. Hold Su Shui hostage, he will give you an explanation. Yi Xian protected Long Chen and took a few steps back. She was so close to Long Chen, and no one could kill Long Chen in such a situation. Once everything was safe, Long Chen's blood left a deep mark on Su Shui's fair neck. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a cold smile, "First, I learned the first secret from Su Shui. Someone had an important plan for the lanterns on the 15th day of the 8th month. He planned to use the opportunity to move the heart of a beautiful city lord to take out a Tier 3 divine pill, the outstanding beauty pill, which was said to be the ultimate trump card of the silver demon. His goal was to forcefully possess her, pill of beauty and fragrance." Yi Xian frowned. Very quickly, she thought of the name of the pill of beauty and fragrance. Her face changed. Yi Xian was a bit sorrowful, and even looked at him in disbelief. She asked word by word, "Sumo, your so-called gift is this pill of beauty and fragrance?" Things had already failed. Sumo's mind was blank. He took a few steps back in fear. His face was gloomy, and he didn't dare to answer. Seeing Sumo's situation, Yi Xian knew that everything was true. Instantly, tears gushed out of her eyes, and her heart fell to the bottom. The demon in front of her, was he still the person who liked her and she liked him? Chapter 967. After hearing Long Chen's words, Sumo's face became gloomy. He knew that Long Chen had come back from the Nether battlefield, but he didn't know what had happened in the Nether battlefield. Does he know what happened in the Nether Blood Sea? Impossible. The demon Blood Red Lotus is located in a remote place in the entire Nether Blood Sea. There are many strong beasts on the way. Ordinary people can't go deep into that place, even Du Gujun couldn't find it, so this little guy shouldn't know. Although Sumo wanted to kill Long Chen as soon as possible, the problem was that Long Chen was under Yi Xian's protection. Yi Xian wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and calmed herself down. She looked at Sumo, waved her hand and said to Long Chen, "Tell me what you know, no one can touch you behind me." Behind this expert in the 5th level of the divine martial arts realm, who had passed the Oblivion Wind tribulation, Long Chen could feel the boundless power in her body. It was as if this woman's body contained the power of the entire world. If she wanted to release her power, Long Chen reckoned that he would directly suffocate in front of her. The difference between the 1st and the 5th level of the God martial realm seemed to be only 5 levels, but in fact, there was 1,000 years of difference. It could be said that the 4 basic levels were the foundation of the 3 martial realms, and among the 3 martial realms, the Earth martial realm and the Sky martial realm were the foundation of the God martial realm. Everything was prepared for the God martial realm. Only when one reached the God martial realm could he be considered to have truly entered the next level and be qualified to be called a master. The difference between the 1st level of the God martial realm and the 9th level of the God martial realm was similar to the difference between Long Chen's strength and his current strength. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Long Chen was now fearless, and he had Su Shui as his hostage. Su Shui was the accomplice of a villain. She was the one who provided the outstanding beauty heavenly fragrance pill. Such a person was not worthy of forgiveness. Previously, when Long Chen came out of the Nether battlefield and was on his way to the City Lord's mansion, he met Su Shui by chance. If he couldn't defeat Su Shui would definitely call for people to kill Long Chen. In the Netherworld Legion, there were many warriors at the 2nd level of the divine martial arts realm that Long Chen couldn't deal with. Listen to the secrets that I'm about to tell you. It might have a huge impact on you, but I'm sorry. If you're still kept in the dark about these things, it will only cause you more harm. Long Chen's words caused Sumo's expression to change again. What he didn't want to happen seemed to be gradually becoming a reality. Therefore, under Yi Xian's protection, Long Chen began to uncover the secrets of the Red Lotus Jade Pendant. Grandpa Dugu helped us block the golden-horned silver sharks, but we were washed away by the huge waves formed by the golden-horned silver sharks. When we woke up, we found that we were already at the bottom of the Nether Blood Sea. At the same time, we found a demon blood red lotus here. I heard from Yi Xian that the Yi family's inherited treasure, the Red Lotus Jade Pendant, is related to the demon blood red lotus. We were very surprised and thought that we got a treasure, but when we got closer, we found that the demon blood red lotus had withered, and there were no lotus seeds on the lotus platform. On the lotus platform, we found a groove for your Red Lotus Jade Pendant. When Long Chen said this, Sumo lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. What he didn't want to happen the most was still known to Long Chen. Hearing the groove of the Red Lotus Jade Pendant, Yi Xian's body trembled as she vaguely remembered something. You guessed it right. When I touched the groove, a sentence appeared, which was, all descendants of me, Yi Wuxiang, with the Red Lotus Jade Pendant, can open the Killer God's tomb. After passing through all the stages, you can get the inherited treasure of me, Yi Wuxiang. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and looked at Long Chen blankly. You mean, in the Nether Blood Sea, the inheritance of the Killer God, Yi Wuxiang, is buried, and my Yi family is the descendants of Yi Wuxiang. That's right, it's absolutely true. Yi Xian and Grandpa Dugu both confirmed this. Long Chen nodded and said. At the same time, he was also observing Sumo. At this moment, Sumo lowered his head and his face was gloomy, but he was sneering and his shoulders were shaking. Yi Xian's eyes were blank for a while, staring blankly at Long Chen. She seemed to have heard of something similar before, but she didn't expect it to really happen today. To Yi Xian, this incident was a huge shock. However, for her, an even bigger shock had yet to come. Master, I think you can understand that the inheritance of the Killer God has been under someone's protection for many years. Whether it's the dozens of years of following, or tonight's beauty pill, it's all for the same thing, that is, to possess you, then obtain the right to use the Red Lotus Jade Pendant, open the inheritance of the Killer God, and take it for himself. At the same time, the assassination of Yi Xian is very obvious. If you give the Red Lotus Jade Pendant to Yi Xian, then his years of hard work will go to waste. So, he will definitely try to prevent this from happening. You should accept this fact. The man standing in front of you, he might have loved you before, but now, he is just a beast devoured by desire and darkness. In a single breath, Long Chen spilled everything out, enunciating each and every word. Yi Xian listened blankly. She wasn't an idiot. When she knew about Yi Wuxiang and connected it with the beauty pill, she had already guessed it. The truth was exactly the same as what she had imagined. She had almost fallen into his trap. Right now, Yi Xian felt like the whole world had left her. Her shoulders twitched for a while, looking very helpless. However, after taking a deep breath, she had already accepted the fact that she was a ridiculous woman. For no reason, Yi Xian chuckled a few times. Her eyes gradually turned cold as she stared at Sumo. She forced her voice to become cold and harsh as she said, Sumo, do you have anything else to say? Sumo shook his head, looking very straightforward. He has already said everything. I have nothing else to say. This is the truth. Turning his eyes, Sumo took a deep breath and said, since you already know everything, from today onwards, we are enemies. The next time we meet, it will be on the battlefield. Can you leave now? Yi Xian took a step forward. She hadn't made her move yet, but if she did, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. You are in a rush to attack me now? As I thought, after so many years of love, I have risked my life for you, but it was all just a joke. Sumo laughed sarcastically. The blood-red color in his eyes was getting more and more ferocious. Speaking of love, Yi Xian looked like she had been hit. she took a few steps back. She was a bit confused herself, but soon, she made up her mind and said, "When you took my red lotus jade pendant, everything was over. For that pendant, you would even kill my brother. This means that you have already lost the love in your heart. This path needs two people to persevere. Since you are not here anymore, it is time for me to leave as well. Since you are not here anymore, it is time for me to leave as well." Yi Xian's words sounded extremely sad when she said it out loud. "Oh, I see. See you next time." Sumo smiled and said indifferently. If he messed up today's matter, it would be very bad in the future. He might even be punished. After all, he was not the strongest in the Su clan. "You want to leave just like that?" Long Chen knew that Yi Xian and the others were still in the enemy's hands. Capturing Su Shui was not enough. "What do you want? What do you want to do, use this woman to threaten me?" Hee, kill as many as you want, kill as many as you want, but brat, do you think I don't know one thing? Since you escaped, that means that Dugu Jun and Yi Xian didn't escape. The Nether battlefield is my territory, and they're already under the control of the Nether army's 5 Nether generals. After saying that, Sumo smiled. He was right. Yi Xian was in his hands. In this way, Long Chen and Yi Xian were in a passive position. "Return my brother to me." Yi Xian also knew the seriousness of the matter. She looked at Sumo with her sharp eyes and a soul-shaking power was released. "Wait until the day you decide to give me the red lotus jade pendant and offer yourself to me at the same time. Then, you can tell me about your brother." Sumo said with a smile, as if he was a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. "You." In Yi Xian's heart, Sumo's image and position had already fallen to the lowest point. Long Chen also understood that Yi Xian was under the enemy's control. This matter would be very difficult. His mind was working hard to think of a solution. The entrance of the Nether battlefield was under the enemy's control. It would be very difficult to sneak in and rescue Yi Xian. The only way was for Yi Xian to harden her heart and subdue Sumo. "If that's the case, I can only attack you." Yi Xian gritted her teeth and walked toward Sumo. "Wait." Sumo suddenly waved his hand. At this moment, a strong pressure descended on the entire spirit city. "Miss Yi, it's been a long time." An old but magnetic voice rang out. In a short moment, a person was already standing next to Sumo. This was an extremely ordinary-looking old man. He was hunched over, his face ruddy, his hair white like a crane, and his eyes were extraordinarily sharp and spirited. This old man wore an ordinary white robe and had a smile on his face. If one didn't consider his status, they might think that he was just an ordinary old man. Su Zhen. Seeing this old man, Yi Xian's face turned extremely ugly. Chapter 968. At the same time, Su Zhen had the highest status in the Su clan. His status was higher than the current clan master and Sumo. Su Zhen was at the 5th level of the divine martial realm. He had passed the Oblivion Wind tribulation a long time ago. His cultivation hadn't improved in the past 1,000 years. He was at the same level as a genius like Yi Xian, but he had thousands of years of battle experience and research time. In front of Yi Xian, Su Zhen was still a terrifying figure. After the death of the previous leader of the Yi clan had been suppressed. Yi Xian had reached the 5th level of the divine martial realm, which had created a legend in the Serene Hell Mansion, the fastest person to reach the 5th level of the divine martial realm. Yi Xian was the strongest cultivator in the Yi clan, and this smiling old man was the strongest cultivator in the Su clan. Just by looking at Sumo's respectful attitude towards this old man, Long Chen could roughly guess that this old man was the old devil of the Su clan. "There's a hostage." As soon as they arrived, Su Zhen saw the hostage in Long Chen's hand. Long Chen reached out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. Long Chen's floating blood went out of control and slashed across Su Shue's neck, cutting her windpipe and esophagus. It even cut off half of her head. Long Chen had no choice but to put the floating blood away. However, Su Shue's injuries were too severe. In front of such a huge injury, her physical body had already died. A white light flashed out from Su Shue's head and a white little person appeared, looking around blankly. The little person looked terrified and looked similar to Su Shui. It must be Su Shue's god martial spirit. After the death of her physical body, Su Shue's god martial spirit could still last for a while. That was how the 5 sovereigns had survived. However, the pressure on the 3 sovereign regions seemed to be greater. Even the god martial spirit couldn't last for too long. A hostage is a disgrace. We can't let go of the god martial spirit. After saying that, the old man reached out his hand again. At this moment, Yi Xian stood in front of him and took out a transparent crystal bottle. She put Su Shue's god martial spirit into it and put it away. Then, she looked at Sumo and Su Zhen with hatred in her eyes. You even killed your own people. Su Zhen, you've lost your mind. This old man had also given Long Chen a deep shock. Even Long Chen himself wouldn't be able to do this. What's the big deal? She's just at the first level of the divine martial realm. There are many warriors like her in our Su family. Becoming a hostage is a problem for the family. Granting her death is just so that she doesn't implicate the family. It's her honor. However, it seems that we also have a hostage in our hands. It's that Yi Xian. I just came back from the nether battlefield. As for that Dugu Jun, you can only find him in the underworld. Su Zhen laughed. Long Chen and Yi Xian's faces changed immediately. Long Chen clenched his fists. He knew that he was no match for his opponent. Otherwise, he would not have been able to control himself. You killed Grandpa Dugu. Yi Xian's breathing became heavier. It wasn't that she didn't live up to her expectations. It was just that she thought too highly of this old man. He had been with the Yi family for a very long time. When Yi Xian was still a child, Dugu Jun had already existed. He had originally planned to live out his remaining years, but Yi Xian had asked him to protect Long Chen and Yi Xian. Who would have thought that in the end, it would end up like this? Who said I killed him? Su Zhen smiled and said, it's just that this old man overestimated himself. He risked his life to snatch Yi Xian from my hands. In the end, in the battle against the 5 underworld generals, he used up all his true yuan and died. Old people really can't do much. Unfortunately, even though he risked his life, Yi Xian is still in my hands. After Su Zhen arrived, Sumo lowered his head and didn't say a word. For Long Chen, although he didn't have a deep relationship with Dugu Jun, he didn't think that such a good man would lose his life in order to save the 2 of them. Thinking of the old man's loving eyes, Long Chen felt as if there was a bomb buried in his body, and a raging fire burned within him. Yi Xian, who was next to him, felt the same way. In such a high-level battle, Long Chen couldn't do anything. That was why he was so desperate for power. If he had the power of the god martial realm, it would be more or less enough. At least he would be able to help a little. Unfortunately, the current him wasn't eye-catching at all. Dugu Jun's death had touched Yi Xian's bottom line. She could still tolerate Sumo's betrayal, but Dugu Jun's death was something she absolutely couldn't tolerate. At this moment, there was a fluctuation on Yi Xian's body that made Long Chen's heart palpitate. He took a few steps back, and what he saw was that on Yi Xian's beautiful face, there was a total of 3 blood-red scars, intersecting with each other. This did not affect her beauty, but under her originally gentle beauty, there was a kind of bloody killing intent. Are you angry? Do you want to fight? But, it's not the time yet. Su Zhen didn't seem worried at all. He waved his hand at Yi Xian and said, "The seven slaughter bloodline, you've awakened 3 of them. You're indeed extraordinary. Your previous patriarch spent thousands of years and only managed to awaken 3 bloodlines." After sighing with emotion for a while, Su Zhen then said, "Today is not the time to make a move. Little girl, let me tell you clearly, Yi Xian is in my hands, and his life and death are all under my control. If you don't want him to lose his arms and legs, then listen to me in the end, and do whatever I tell you to do. Of course, I won't make things difficult for you. The Dugu Jun is just a small character, in front of the real big benefits, he is insignificant. I think we have a common topic." After saying this, he waited for Yi Xian's reaction, but Yi Xian acted as if she didn't hear what he said. "Do you understand what I mean? I'm here to talk about cooperation. Your Yi family is the descendant of the killing god, and we are the ones who discovered the tomb. We are all qualified to compete for the inheritance of the killing god. Other than us, no one else is qualified. Therefore, before we open the tomb, I don't want anyone else to know the whereabouts of the inheritance of the killing god, including our palace lord, Ming Di and the others. However, if something unpleasant happens, let me tell you, Yi Xian, your brother's life will not be spared. You should know that I, Su Zhen, have many tricks up my sleeves. These tricks can make a person suffer 100 times more than death. I only need to give an order here. Therefore, you better suppress your killing intent. If you want to fight with me, I'll accompany you in the killing god's tomb." Sumo's plan had completely failed. They couldn't obtain the inheritance of the killing god by taking over Yi Xian's body. Therefore, Su Zhen could only use one method, which was to cooperate with the Yi clan. Their qualification was Yi Xian's life. Everyone knew how important Yi Xian was to her brother. As long as Yi Xian was under their control, they wouldn't have to worry that this beautiful city lord wouldn't give in. "When we've decided on a time, we'll inform you. Within 10 days, we will open the killing god's tomb. Do you want to come alone, or do you want to summon all the powerful warriors of the Yi clan?" After saying that, Su Zhen laughed out loud. He didn't say anything else. He brought Sumo and flew away in the dark, leaving Long Chen and Yi Xian standing there in a daze. Long Chen knew why Yi Xian didn't make a move here. There were 2 of them, and she was alone. Obviously, if she were to forcefully make a move, not only would she not be able to save Yi Xian, she would most likely die here. Therefore, she could only suppress the news of Yi Xian being captured and Lord Dugu's death in her heart. Looking at the dazed woman, Long Chen knew how much pressure she was under right now. Among them, the thing that she couldn't believe the most was Sumo's betrayal. This matter was like a knife, stabbing into her heart. At this moment, the blood-red lines on Yi Xian's face had already disappeared. She looked at the boundless night sky in a daze. Long Chen pursed his lips and thought for a moment, then said, "Their goal is the killing god's inheritance. If Yi Xian is in their hands, it will be very troublesome. If you're alone, you definitely won't be able to fight against the entire clan. Should I call all the Yi clan's people in the prefecture city?" Long Chen's words pulled Yi Xian back from her thoughts. What has happened has already happened. It doesn't matter if I remember it or hate it, it won't change anything. The most important thing now is to save Yi Xian. Master, I've been through a lot. I think, let bygones be bygones. People should look forward to the future. I believe that in your heart, Sumo is already dead, and Yi Xian is the one you should protect now. He's your little brother who will never betray you. Yi Xian turned her head back, her eyes were gradually waking up. From the gentle and beautiful image, to the state she was in today, her mentality had undergone a huge change. Being able to grow to this stage, she was never lacking in cold-bloodedness. Today, Sumo and Su Zhen had helped her regain her original self. You're right. Sumo, there's nothing for me to remember anymore. The most important thing now is to save my little brother's life. Of course, if the killing god's inheritance falls into the hands of the Su clan, it will be a disaster for the Yi clan. Our two clans have been at odds for so many years, it's time for the real war to begin. From today onwards, the flames of war have been ignited. Yi Xian's tone gradually became cold. Of course, this coldness was not directed at Long Chen. I'll inform the clan about this now and ask them to come here secretly. It's too difficult to save my little brother by myself. Yi Xian said helplessly. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.